Hey everyone! Welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
Good evening, you two. Would you like to have a tense and exciting werewolf kill? Fred sat at the table at the Gryffindor, looked at Luan who came over, smiled and took out a few exquisite black-tone playing cards. Werewolf kill. Hermione's brown eyes lit up at the familiar name. Since the last time she tried the game a little, she liked the feeling between reasoning and logic. For the smart Miss Granger, she can control the whole game in every round of werewolf kills. Have you finished the production of Werewolf? Luan sat opposite Fred and asked curiously. Certainly. George picked up a few exquisite cards and handed them to Luan, with an uncontrollable smile on his face. These cards are all alchemy props, but it took them 2.5 years to learn and make them. Mind you, Fred and George spent the entire vacation in the Burrow's attic, with no time to hang out at all, just a family trip to the pyramids. This is an ID card. He took over this delicate black card, 13, and then put it in his hand and looked at it carefully. The back is a black-toned background, with golden fonts engraved with runes, and a golden pattern on the front that draws the image of the witch, and the name of the identity card is written on it. Which card? Luan is very familiar with the golden fonts on the back. Isn't this the rune used to drill magic items? You two actually learned alchemy in order to make cards? Luan asked while looking at the twins who couldn't hold back their excitement. Yeah, the two of us have been working on those alchemy and alchemy props during the holidays. 95. And alchemy is not difficult to learn, it can only be said to be unexpectedly simple. George shrugged and laughed. No one knows how hard the two of them worked during the holiday. Is this a werewolf card? Harry took a card depicting a werewolf and lightly tapped the image of the werewolf with his hand. Immediately afterwards, a line of text appeared below the werewolf. Here are the rules for using the werewolf card. You belong to the werewolf camp, and the goal is to pretend to be a good person during the day to confuse people, attack the villagers at night, and occupy the village. After these fonts appeared, the werewolf's paintings and fonts disappeared, and it became a pure black card. Some simple uses of the vanishing charm. 35. Fred said softly. Immediately afterwards, he took out a golden card with an eye in his card, which was a referee card. Then, night is coming. As the voice sounded, Luan and Harry, who were holding the cards, suddenly felt that their eyes were darkened, as if they had been deprived of their vision. When I opened my eyes again, the surrounding auditorium became dark, and all I saw was a full moon, and Fred who could not see the faces of the people around them. The magic of the confusion charm. Hermione guessed right away that they were now under the effects of a confusion charm. Smart lady boss. 35. George complimented. The people who hold the cards in their hands will have their vision and senses confused. The person sitting next to you may not necessarily be someone you are familiar with. The player holding the werewolf card can speak at night, but the villagers can't hear it, that is to say, when night falls, you can only stare at the full moon in a daze. Simple rules. The corners of Luan's mouth twitched. To be able to combine werewolf killing and magic like this, the twins' unrestrained ideas are definitely the most genius he has ever seen. Sure enough, choosing to work with the Weasley brothers was a good choice. And so far, the profits of the Hearthstone cards they have started to make have reached thousands of gold galleons. It can only be said that in Hogwarts, Hearthstone cards have reached saturation, and those who want to earn more can only go outside to open a store. After all, the entire wizarding world adds up to a lot more wizards than a Hogwarts academy. It's daybreak. With a whisper from Fred, the confusion charm on the card was lifted. The eyes of the crowd returned to the way they were at the beginning. Is this a werewolf killing? Harry exclaimed with excitement. Although it was said that they had played once last semester, but it didn't feel as interesting as the magic is now applied. There are only a few positions now, and there may be more in the future. George spoke out about their plan. Since they have the startup capital of Hearthstone cards, their next research speed will be particularly fast, and they can also ask professors to help. You can ask me about alchemy. 35. Luan put down the card in his hand, the original pure black witch card once again returned to its original appearance, and the flow of azure magic power appeared on the golden lines. Ah yes, I forgot that you also know alchemy. 35. Fred patted his head and said regretfully. It suddenly occurred to him that Luan had made some alchemy rings last semester. The ghost knows how many difficulties the two of them encountered when making these cards here. If there were letters sent at that time, the production speed of these cards might have been about a month faster. Would you like to have a game? Hermione said with some emotion. There are 6 of us now, and there is one more person to be the referee, so we are still pulling another. Fred said. Wood and Lee Jordan, they both went to practice on the Quidditch pitch and couldn't find anyone. George looked left and right, and finally saw a familiar figure at the entrance of the auditorium. A neat gray dress, some gray hair. Isn't that our new dark magic defense professor? Harry looked up at Professor Lupin who came in. Although it is said that each professor has his own office, he generally does not come to the auditorium for dinner. However, Professor Lupin is an exception. At least after school started, they often saw him in the auditorium. Professor Lupin is very nice, maybe we can invite him together. Harry said and walked towards Lupin. Luan looked at Harry's back with a strange expression. Does he remember Lupin as a werewolf? Will this be bad? However, Harry had already walked in front of Lupin at this time, and under his somewhat puzzled eyes, he said. Professor Lupin, do you want to join us in a werewolf game? Professor Lupin, do you want to join us in a werewolf game? Looking at Harry who was looking forward to him, Lupin's expression suddenly became a little complicated after hearing the other party's words. Although he didn't understand what werewolf killing was, he understood the word werewolf. Kill werewolves, what's this new game? Lupin thought suspiciously. What do you mean by werewolf killing? He looked at Harry who was waiting for a reply in front of him, and asked softly. It's a card deduction game. Harry thought for a while, then pointed to the little wizards gathered at Ravenclaw not far away and said, Professor Lupin, you should know about Hearthstone, right? Hearthstone. It's that fun card game. Although Lupin had just arrived at Hogwarts, he still knew a lot about this card game that was popular throughout the academy. Even he couldn't help but sigh, the production of these cards is really exquisite. He even heard Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore, and even Hagrid's, in those dubs. Seeing Lupin's thoughtful look, Harry knew that he must know the game Hearthstone, so he said quickly. The creators of Hearthstone are Fred and George, and now they have made a new game, just one person can start the game. So, this game is called Werewolf Kill. Lupin hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement with Harry's invitation. It's just a game anyway, no big deal. Good evening, Professor Lupin. Looking at Lupin approaching, Luan greeted him with a smile. Good evening, Mr. Gerald. Lupin glanced at Luan with some surprise, he still had some impression of this little wizard of Slytherin. I didn't expect this little blonde wizard to be friends with so many Gryffindors, and he was still at the same dining table. It was very rare, at least not once in Lupin's memory. After Professor Lupin was seated, Fred collected all the cards on the table and sorted them out. Then I will be the referee. The rules about this game are written on the cards. Remember to tap your character. As the exquisite cards were dealt to the table, Professor Lupin looked at the cards that were buckled in front of him, and picked them up curiously. The above painting made him slightly stunned, because those golden lines were drawn from a werewolf who was screaming in the sky. In other words, in this game, I am going to act as a werewolf and kill all the villagers. There were rules about werewolf killing, Harry had already told him. So Professor Lupin also knows the general process. I hate being a werewolf. Professor Lupin glanced at the cards in his hand with disgust, and then tapped the werewolf's portrait with his fingers. Immediately afterwards, his mission in this game appeared. Hide your werewolf identity and kill all the villagers to win. As the golden font gradually disappeared, the card in his hand slowly became pitch black. What did you draw? Lewin put his card on the table and asked Hermione curiously. I won't tell you. Hermione rolled his eyes at him. How can the game directly ask for the identity of the person at the beginning of the game? Looking at Miss Granger, who was also holding the ID card on the table, Lewin couldn't help pinching her small face. The meat is very soft and smooth. 6,699. Hermione looked at Lewin's smiling eyes, and subconsciously rubbed her teeth. But after seeing Professor Lupin on the opposite side, she could only hammer Lewin angrily. Okay, now the game officially begins. After Fred dealt all the cards, he picked up his golden referee card. Now, night is coming. Sparkle with golden cards. Professor Lupin found that the card in his hand also lit up with a golden light, and then his vision was deprived, and the surroundings became extremely dark. Is this really just a game? He thought with some shock in his heart that a confusion curse of this level could be quietly activated. The next moment, as the eyes slowly opened, a bright full moon appeared in the air in the auditorium. Only a few people who participated in this game appeared in the moonlight, and the surroundings were completely dark, as if they were in another space. 66A. Seeing the full moon, Professor Lupin hurriedly lowered his head to avoid looking directly at it. After all, he's also a truly cursed werewolf. Even if the moon is made using the confusion charm, it cannot be compared with the real original moon. But it still has a certain impact on Lupin. Wolfman, please choose the target you want to kill. Fred's voice sounded. Lupin dodged the moon and looked around at the silhouettes. However, he saw Lewin smiling at him. Lewin raised the card in his hand, on which a golden werewolf was looming. There are two werewolves in this situation, one is him and the other is Professor Lupin. Don't worry, they can't hear the two of us. Lewin put the cards on the table and used his wand to turn the moon into a lantern. I like this lantern style. 35. As the moon disappeared, Professor Lupin half-squinted at the dim candle. Zhao Yao Zhao, fire. Is this game really made by you? He asked in disbelief. I provided the creative, Fred. They were responsible for the production. Lewin replied with a chuckle. Alright, Professor Lupin, let's choose the first villager to kill. Hearing this, Professor Lupin also turned his attention to Harry and the others. The first to kill. Harry? No, the first one to kill, is my dear Miss Granger. He hesitated for a while and said. So the first kill target appeared. Lewin glanced at the shadow beside him, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Don't blame me, Miss Beaver. In terms of werewolf killing, he is indeed inferior to Miss Hermione's thinking and logic. Blame you for being too smart, Wah. Why am I gone? As Fred announced that it was dawn, Hermione stared at the dissipating cards in her hand, widened her eyes and exclaimed. The dissipated card turned into azure light particles, and finally reappeared in Fred. This is a sign that the owner of the card is eliminated. Hermione couldn't help but glanced around at the participants. The two werewolves, Lupin and Lewin, acted very indifferent and could not see anything. Ronald was a little excited, and shook his head quickly after seeing Hermione's gaze. I'm a good man, I didn't kill you. Hermione gave him a suspicious look. When Ronald played werewolf, he always liked to express his emotions through his face, and this time it didn't seem like he was lying. And Harry quickly revealed his identity. So. Hermione set her sights on Lewin. I am a good person. Lewin said without panic. I do not believe. Hermione watched the smile on Lewin's mouth, her brown eyes half squinted. She was now certain that Lewin was a werewolf. But unfortunately I can't speak. Because when Miss Hermione was eliminated, she was casted by the magic on the card to ban 727 sounds. Damn it, target me at the start. Thinking of this, Hermione couldn't help kicking Luan's leg with her small leather shoe. Without Miss Granger's participation, it was easy for Luan to win the werewolf kill. Although there is George on the opposite side, his teammates are Harry and Ronald. After all, it is the first time to play, it is inevitable that you will not be able to bring it up. Finally, with the wolves in control, Fred announced the final result. The werewolf camp wins. The words fell, and the cards of Luan and Professor Lupin changed back to the werewolf pattern. I always thought Harry and George were werewolves, but I didn't expect it was you too. Ronald threw the villager card on the table and said in desperation. Is your brain made of mud? George looked at his brother and couldn't help but say. No, I don't think you're very smart. Fred also came off the court to participate in the discussion. As a referee, he can see the situation of the whole scene most clearly. The operation of the villagers' camp, Dab, is really suffocating. On the werewolf side, Luan and Professor Lupin have been mixing up the news. No gaming experience. Hermione glanced helplessly at Luan, who was touching her head. At the Gryffindor table at the dinner party, the group of them looked lively and full of atmosphere. Even Malfoy, who was sitting on the Slytherin hearthstone, couldn't help but look sideways. Nice game. Professor Lupin, who won the victory, showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the lost Harry and Ronald and said. Don't be fooled by people's words and expressions, because you have absolutely no idea what they're thinking. In his opinion, this game is a very test of logic and thinking. If it really starts to sell later, it may set off a wave in the entire wizarding world. Can you sell me a copy of these cards? Professor Lupin said involuntarily. Professor, we only have this one right now. 99 Fred shrugged and said, after a few days of production, we can send you one, 5. Of course, every professor has it. Like Hearthstone cards, they gave away a set of professors such as Dumbledore, McGonagall and Flitwick. After dinner, Luan and Fred parted. If nothing else happened tonight, he should go to the room of requirement and stay there. After returning to Slytherin's bedroom to pack his luggage, he walked towards the 8th floor of Hogwarts. Here. As soon as he stepped up the stairs on the 8th floor, Luan heard someone calling his name. Looking in the direction of the voice, Hermione was standing in front of the fat lady's painting and waving her little hand. It looks like it's just in time. Luan thought. Inside the house upon request. A chandelier with a burning flame hung in the dim room, and the familiar room was once again presented in front of the two of them. It's still the most comfortable place here. 35. Hermione looked at the big bed by the window and jumped on it happily. Luan walked to the bookshelf in the room, which was full of various books. Like biographies, alchemy lore, magazines. Everything is there. These are all purchased from Lehan Bookstore and put here. What are you going to study tonight? Hermione hugged a soft pillow and looked at Luan, who was standing in front of the bookshelf choosing books with some doubts. No, I'm going to study the Time Turner tonight. Luan pulled out a thick book and shook his head in response. Researching time turners? Hermione touched the hourglass hanging on her chest and repeated in a low voice. However, Professor McGonagall said it was dangerous. She was a little worried. The little witch still remembers the anecdote that Professor McGonagall told them. Never play with time. Don't worry, I just want to see if this hourglass has the same thing as an alchemy rune. Luan stepped forward and stretched out a hand, chuckling. What he is most curious about now is the principle of how the hourglass is made. Luan does not know anything about the research on time. Just like a newborn baby. But that's what makes me curious. The title above reads, Wandering with the Werewolves, and is from one of Lockhart's biographies. Even though Hermione said that, her little hand opened the first page. I've already finished reading this book. Are you really not going to dismantle? Taking over the time changer, Luan put the thick book by her side. And Luan was sitting in front of the table with the time changer at this time, and the wand in his hand moved gently on the table. Okay, you will read this book first. 55. So, where to start your research? Hermione saw Luan nodded, and after a moment of hesitation, put the hourglass pendant in his hand. Looking at the golden hourglass pendant in his hand, Luan didn't know where to start his research for a while. The wand in his hand tapped lightly on the table, making a crisp sound. However, from the outside, this hourglass does not have any runes engraved on it, which means that it is not like an alchemy tool, and it is very easy to see the essence of it. It seems that the research is a little difficult. Thinking like this, Luan opened the kaleidoscope. The scarlet scythe carefully watched the time turner. Everything around doesn't have any magic power fluctuations, but there are small traces of magic power in the hourglass. If you don't look carefully with a kaleidoscope, you can't see it at all. It's this hourglass. Luan mused. This is not a simple alchemy tool. If you want to study it, the degree of difficulty is naturally great. And since the time converter only has the one in front of him, it is naturally impossible for him to dismantle it for research. It's really interesting technology. Luan looked at the hourglass in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. To be able to bury all the mysteries of time in this little hourglass, it seems that there is also a force in the Ministry of Magic that cannot be underestimated. Time for Lockhart to inquire about the hourglass. But if you research by yourself, I am afraid it will take more time than imagined. Thinking like this, Luan put away the pendant. When he turned around, he suddenly froze for a moment. I saw that Miss Hermione, who was still sitting on the bed reading a book, was already lying on the book and fell asleep. Her steady breathing was very small. What time is it? He subconsciously glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. Before you know it, the time has come to around 12 o'clock in the evening. It's so late. Did he just study for that long? Luan wondered, but he picked up Hermione and placed it on the inside of the bed. The Lockhart biography was on the table. The soft moonlight fell, and Miss Granger's long eyelashes trembled, and her sleeping face looked very cute. Good night. The next morning. After coming to the auditorium early, Luan glanced at the class schedule in his hand. A dark magic defense class this morning. The class location recorded above is still the same as the previous semester without any changes. I don't know what Professor Lupin will teach us. Ronald thought of Lupin who played werewolf with them last night and couldn't help but look forward to it. As long as it's not like Lockhart. Hermione's requirements are not high, as long as she can learn the knowledge in the dark magic defense class. Hearing this, Harry nodded in agreement. After breakfast, Luan came to the dark magic defense classroom on time. Maybe it was a bit late, so many little wizards had already come. Since this class is a major course, Gryffindor and Slytherin are taken together in 2 colleges, not like an elective course where the 4 colleges are mixed together. At 9 o'clock, the class starts. The figure of Professor Lupin also pushed open the door of the classroom on time, and with a light creak, all the little wizards' eyes were attracted. Good morning everyone, I'm your dark magic defense professor this semester. Professor Lupin looked at the little wizards present with a smile on his face. Although his robes and dresses are somewhat worn, their temperament is completely different. Now I think you should put the books away, and let's practice for the first class. As the voice fell, the eyes of many little wizards lit up instantly. You must know that Lockhart last year was holding a book almost all day long and reading according to the book every day. Even if there were some practical classes, the magic spells taught in the practical classes were not practical or very common. I don't know what the practical class taught by this new professor will be like. Following Lupin to the interior of the classroom, many people saw a huge cabinet placed in the corner with various patterns carved on it, which looked a bit old. And this cabinet would shake violently from time to time, as if there were very dangerous things inside. Many little wizards were taken aback by the swaying cabinet. Flowers 0. Professor, are we going to deal with the Cornish elf? 99. One of the little wizards in the crowd shouted. The Cornish elf? No, why are we dealing with them? Lupin said in confusion. Those pixies are very naughty and mischievous, but they're not actually dangerous, and that's not what we teach in our dark magic defense class. Although he didn't understand why he had to deal with the group of elves, he still explained. Last semester, Lockhart taught us how to deal with that group of troublemakers. Harry recalled what happened last year and said speechlessly, and in the end he failed, locked us all in the house and ran away by himself. 35. And this kind of thing? Lupin's eyes widened in disbelief. Gilderoy Lockhart, he knew this or no one in the wizarding world didn't know him. And recently I heard that Lockhart has become the captain of the Aura organization, so he shouldn't be able to deal with even a group of elves, right? Ahem, well, we're not going to deal with those mischievous elves in this class. Professor Lupin calmed down his complicated emotions, and then pointed to the cabinet behind him. The creature we're dealing with today is a magical creature named Boggart. I know Boggart. Hermione looked at Lupin who was explaining to them in front, and whispered beside Luan's ear. They are transformable magical creatures that feed on human fears to survive, and they can see through your heart and become the most feared thing in your heart. Miss Hermione's knowledge of fantastic beasts is pretty good. But. That's right, Miss Granger. As the voice sounded, Hermione also noticed that Professor Lupin had stopped explaining at some point. Lupin looked at Hermione who quickly covered his mouth with a smile, and praised. Gryffindor points for your knowledge. Then it's up to you now, Boggart's box. 1. Then, the practical content of the first lesson, it's up to you to face the Boggarts and defeat them, 39. Lupin said with a smile the main purpose of the class. Boggarts will become the most feared things in people's hearts, but it is also very easy to defeat them, just a little magic thing. But, only if these little wizards must conquer their fears. That's what Professor Lupin taught this lesson. Face and hold a wand at them, the way to defeat Boggart is simple, just follow me and repeat it a few times. 99. Well, hilarious. The little wizards in the entire classroom were learning and chaotic voices sounded at the same time. Funny. Hermione whispered with her wand too. This is a little magic spell that is not usually used, and the means to master are also very simple. 730 very good. Lupin looked at the sound that gradually stopped, and chuckled at the little wizards who were a little disorganized. Now you line up first, let's practice one by one. Luan and Hermione chose a middle position, accommodating the crowd and waiting to be tested. The first Neville Longbottom to play. I saw that he stepped forward a little scared, looked at the cabinet that was shaking constantly, and swallowed subconsciously. Neville could now imagine what he was most afraid of as the locker opened. Oh, take it easy, Neville. Lupin looked at the fat Gryffindor softly and comforted him. Can you tell me what you're afraid of? He leaned forward and asked Neville in a low voice. This made the other little wizards unable to hear the conversation between the two of them. I'm guessing Neville's grandmother will be in the closet. 9. Hermione guessed, looking at Neville, who was trembling a little. Because from the time he entered school to now, when he mentioned his grandmother Neville, he would be very scared. I think it's Professor Snape. 35. Luan whispered his guess. Neville's grandmother is his family, and although he will be afraid, he will not be afraid. After all, the only one who can take care of him now is a grandma, and Neville's parents were tortured insane when they fought with Voldemort. Thinking of this, Luan subconsciously touched the horse charm on his chest. It seems that when I go to St. Mungo's hospital for magical injuries and injuries in the future, I'll take a look at Neville's parents. Professor Snape. Hermione thought about it and thought it was very possible. Professor Snape's strictness and nitpicking made Neville blow the cauldron many times. In front of the cabinet, Lupin and Neville finished their whispers. Professor Lupin patted Neville on the shoulder and said with a chuckle, "All you have to do now is imagine your grandmother's usual clothes, then wave the wand in her hand and say hilarious. Do you understand?" "I see, Professor." Neville nodded vigorously, then took a deep breath and turned to look at the tall cabinet that was shaking. Looking at the cabinet, Lupin remembered the person Neville told him he was afraid of, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I'm looking forward to your next performance, Neville. Then let's start, 3, 2, 1. After Lupin had finished the countdown, he aimed his wand at the round door handle of the cabinet. The light of the unlocking spell was cast, and the door of the cabinet was slammed open. As the tall and patterned cabinet opened, all the little wizards held their breaths and looked at the dark cabinet with curiosity. They were all curious about what Neville was afraid of. Immediately afterwards, under the wide-eyed eyes of the Slytherin wizards, a figure like a big bat came out from inside. Oily hair, black overcoat, hooked nose, and grim face. "Sure enough, it's Professor Snape." Hermione blinked her beautiful eyes and said, pulling Lupin's sleeve. "Actually let him guess right. Very simple puzzle." Lupin took her small hand and shrugged. "Neville Longbottom." Snape's hoarse voice was very loud in the classroom, and his hazy eyes were fixed on the trembling little fat man. He felt the smell of fear, a necessary emotion for Boggett to survive. "Professor S. Snape." Neville said with a trembling voice. "Neville, say the spell I taught you." Lupin on the side reminded subconsciously. He's now ready to see Snape's jokes. Slide, hilarious. Hearing Professor Lupin's words, Neville quickly picked up his wand and pointed it at Snape, who was approaching. The next moment, Snape, who was still in a black toga, instantly put on a coquettish and flamboyant women's clothing, and the style was very old, like an ant. Snape stared at his clothes in horror, at a loss for a moment. "Nice job." Lupin praised with a smile. "Snape like this is rare." "Is this Professor Snape?" Hermione covered her mouth and couldn't help laughing. She never thought that Snape, who was serious and cold, would one day wear such a costume. Next, as Boggett panicked, the next little wizard was ready. Watching the new wizard, Snape instantly transformed into a giant python, only to be transformed into a long wooden stick the next moment. The little wizards watched the practice with glee. They never knew the class could be so interesting. Compared with Professor Lupin, Lockhart's image in their hearts was even worse last semester. There is no harm without contrast. With the completion of the tests of the little wizards, they finally arrived at Lupin. "Come on." Standing behind him, Hermione cheered on her boyfriend, just as she wondered what Lupin was afraid of. After all, Lupin doesn't seem to be afraid of anything. 0.1 I want to know too, what am I afraid of? Lupin whispered softly, and then slowly stood in front of the cabinet. Harry behind them all held their breaths, even Malfoy and Crabbe. They, Slytherin's confidants, also wanted to know what their best friend was afraid of. "Are you ready?" Professor Lupin said. "Ready, Professor." 35. Lupin nodded with a chuckle. 3, 2, 1. Boom. The door of the cabinet opened, and there was nothing inside. After a long time, there was finally a movement inside. It was a familiar chuckle, Lupin's own voice. "It's a shame you're always afraid of some of these things, Gerald." 99. As the ornate cabinet was opened, it was pitch black and Boggett could not be seen inside. Just when everyone was wondering, a familiar chuckle sounded from inside. "It's a shame you're always afraid of something like this, Gerald." Hearing this familiar voice, Lupin was stunned. Not only him, but even Professor Lupin and Hermione next to them were stunned. "What's the situation?" With a soft sound from the cabinet, a handsome little wizard with blonde hair walked out of the darkness. "What am I afraid of is myself." Lupin looked at the face exactly like him, and gradually had a guess in his heart about what he was afraid of. So I'm actually afraid of what's in my head being said. I've sensed the fear in you, Gerald. Boggart's Luen said softly with the same smile as him. What Luen is afraid of is himself. Harry whispered in disbelief. Even Ronald, Malfoy and others were dumbfounded. No one thought that the object of someone's fear would actually be himself. Dear Miss Grand 13J. Before a few people came back to their senses, Luen smiled and turned to Hermione in the crowd. I have something I want to ask you. Huh? 35. Hermione narrowed her brown eyes at the boggart who looked exactly like her boyfriend, not knowing what he was trying to say. Does the fearful thing have anything to do with her? Luen, who was standing beside him, gently held his wand and aimed the tip of the wand at the boggart who was exactly like him. You believe the people in the book. Indeed, this is it. Funny. As soon as Boggart made a sound, before it could finish speaking, a curse struck it. The next moment, Boggart went from Luen to a blue foal with a pattern on its butt. The secret that was going to be revealed was completely hidden at this moment. I'm done, Professor. Luen put away his wand and nodded to Lupin beside him. Good. Lupin regained his senses and nodded quickly to let him return to the team. He was also a little surprised by what Boggart had just become. It was clear that what was just about to be said was what Luen feared. It's just that looking at Luen's face now, there is still a faint smile, and there is no fear at all. It was as if he didn't care what he was about to say just now. On the other hand, Miss Hermione, who was standing in the crowd, looked at Luen who came back with a pair of brown eyes. What did Boggart mean just now? The little witch pulled the corner of his clothes and asked curiously. What kind of person in the book? She couldn't understand the real meaning of this sentence at all. I'll tell you later tonight. Luen said, stroking her brown curly hair. As for now, he hasn't figured out a reason yet. But even if that sentence was said completely, he didn't think it was a big deal. Like this kind of fantasy, no one would believe it. It's just that in a high probability, he will be regarded as a fool or a lunatic. Aha! Hermione nodded obediently. Miss Granger, it's your turn next. Professor Lupin whispered to Hermione after driving the foal back to the closet. Okay, Professor. Hermione let go of Luen's hand and walked quickly to the cabinet, her wand tightly held in her little hand. After taking a deep breath, she nodded to Lupin. Okay, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the originally closed cabinet was opened again. Under the gaze of all the little wizards, a familiar figure slowly walked out from the inside. It's Luen again. Lupin murmured something. For this young couple, he could already guess what Hermione feared. This is really, a sour taste of love. That splendid blonde hair, but the face that was always smiling became a little cold. Miss Hermione, I think the two of us. Funny. Before Luen could finish, Hermione hurriedly swung her wand and chanted a spell. With a cloud of smoke rising, a pair of long bunny ears instantly grew on the top of Luen's head, which looked very cute. Its slightly cold expression looked at Hermione in a daze, cough. Luen, who was in the crowd, saw himself with bunny ears in front of him, and couldn't help coughing. He could already feel himself being watched by a large group of eyes. Luen looks so cute. Ronald couldn't help but laugh. Then, laughter swept through the classroom as if contagious. But fortunately, after hearing the loud laughter, Boggart immediately ran back to the closet like crazy, not making Luen too embarrassed. Ha ha ha, good imagination, Miss Granger. Lupin couldn't help laughing too. I have to say, that handsome indifferent face and a pair of white rabbits 730 years look really attractive. Thank you, Professor. Hermione blushed in response, and then ran back to the crowd to find Luen. If the magic spell was not used in time just now, it is estimated that she is the one who died now. I just subconsciously. Hermione pulled the corner of Luen's shirt and said with a wink. Tonight, do you know what to do? Luan leaned into her ear and whispered. This is not good. The little witch hesitated, but saw Luan's pale blue eyes that met hers. Hermione gritted her teeth and agreed. Anyway, the ear was touched not once or twice, not bad this time. Luan didn't feel anything about the scene where he died, just a bunny ear. Mr. Gerald with bunny ears, what are you thinking? Luan couldn't help pinching her little cheek. Don't call me that. And compared to him, Professor Snape's sacrifice seemed to be greater. Hermione looked at Luan, who was thinking and couldn't help asking. Smart choice. 95. Hearing this answer, he nodded with satisfaction. Speaking of which, did Snape ask him to come to the office? Bunny ears. Hermione knocked off the hand that pinched her cheek, and whispered again in disapproval. Luan calls her by name every day, so why can't she call her Luan? Double standard. Tonight you're going to be bunny ears. Luan touched Miss Hermione's little ear and chuckled lightly. Anyway, it's only once tonight, it's to make up for you. 35. Hermione rubbed her little head against his chest and whispered. After the two of them passed Boggart's test, they left the team and stood under the classroom window, looking inconspicuous. After all wizards are engrossed in watching everyone's fear challenge. Like an octagonal spider, a giant python and even a smiling clown. The most feared things in everyone's heart are exposed here. The bright sunlight filtered through the patterned glass on the window, and sprinkled mottled light and shadow on the young couple, looking very beautiful. Luan thought about it and took out a camera from the Shinwei space, and then placed it directly above the front with a floating spell. With a light click, the moment was completely frozen. Since the movement range was not large, Miss Hermione did not notice the situation here. She was now opening her brown eyes, looking curiously at the little wizards who were standing in front of the cupboard to test. Harry, it's your turn. Professor Lupin cleared his throat and called out to Harry, who was eager to try in the crowd. Always remember the mantra. He looked at Harry, who stepped forward and smiled. I remember, Professor. Harry took a deep breath, then set his eyes on the clown who was swaying in the middle. This is what the last little wizard conjured up by using burlesque. As Harry stood in front of Boggart, the others subconsciously lowered their voices and watched. As the giant clown swayed, a sense of fear gradually rose in Harry's heart. He remembered the Dementors he had met on the train that day. Thinking of this, the clown has begun to gradually deform. This shows that Boggart felt the most fearful thing in the little boy in front of him. Harry out of the way. Lupin also noticed something was wrong. He hurriedly stood in front of Harry, staring directly at the shabby clown toy with his eyes. The next moment, layers of dark clouds appeared in the air, and a round moon the size of a plate appeared in the air, emitting a bright light. Funny. Lupin resisted the desire to curse, turned it into a balloon with a curse, and finally locked it in the cabinet. And Harry was still standing there blankly, with a dull expression on his face. Completely frightened. It seems that everyone had a good time in this class. He patted Harry on the shoulder, then turned and smiled at the little wizards behind him. However, due to limited time, our class will end here. As the voice fell, the little wizards who had not experienced it later breathed a sigh of relief. Because not everyone can face their inner fears. What's more, there may be the risk of social death, such as Luan, who just turned into bunny ears. Thinking of the blonde wizard with white rabbit ears, many little witches were moved. Either Slytherins or Gryffindors. That Luan Gerald is so cute. Especially the slightly cold expression, with the cute bunny ears. They all want to steal my stuff. Hermione felt the jealous eyes around her, and hugged Luan's arm to declare her sovereignty. Luan is hers, and can only be hers. Don't think about anyone else. Dark Magic Defense Get Out of Class is over. For the first Dark Magic Defense class of the semester, all the wizards felt satisfied and entertained. Complete and Lockhart's courses are two extremes. Hey, Harry, what's the matter with you? Ronald held a thick textbook and asked his good friend who was beside him with a lost face. Ever since Harry saw the clown, he's been in a low mood. I guess I saw a Dementor. 55. Hermione thought of what happened on the train this semester, and subconsciously guessed. Well, I was really thinking about those soul-sucking creatures. Harry nodded and said in a dejected tone, am I a coward? When encountering a Dementor on the train, Ronald didn't faint, but he himself fainted. This matter was even mocked by Malfoy and the others. No, people always have something to fear. Luen comforted him. Like Ronald is even afraid of spiders, and Miss Hermione is afraid of. Before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked by Hermione's little leather shoes. Okay, Harry, there's no need to care so much, and you can also learn to call the gods guard. Hermione rolled Luen's eyes before speaking to Harry. God guard? Harry's eyes lit up and he continued, you mean the spell that Professor Lupin cast on the train that day, 35. Although he fainted at that time, but after listening to Ronald's narration, Harry also knew that in the end, Professor Lupin drove away the Dementors. Yes, you can ask him to study, Professor Lupin is still very good. Luen chuckled. He also intends to learn about spiritual guards recently, and there is nothing to worry about the object of training. After all, there is a Dementor treasure box imprisoned by lightning in the Shinwei space. When he reached the first floor of Hogwarts, Ronald suddenly pointed to the stairs in the distance and shouted. That's not Professor Lupin. Harry looked up quickly, only to see a Lupin's head disappearing under the stairs. What is Professor Lupin doing in the basement? He remembered that the office of the defense class of dark magic, Zhao Hao, should be upstairs, and in addition to a potions professor and Snape's office, the basement was Slytherin's underwater dormitory. Come on, let's go and see. Ronald pulled Harry and ran over. Should we go too? Hermione asked softly. I'll listen to you. Luen is somewhat indifferent. After walking down the stairs, the two saw Harry and Ronald clinging to the corner at the corner. What's wrong? Bad luck. No. Finally knocked on the tight wooden door with a complicated look. Snape looked at Lupin who was standing outside, his face darkening in an instant. Hearing the sound behind him, Ronald quickly made a silence. With a creak, the door was opened. Shoo! In front of Snape's office, Lupin hesitated for a while. Hermione curiously pulled her little boyfriend closer. Pushing open the creaking door, Snape's eyes caught the hateful face outside. At that moment, his face turned gloomy, and his eyes were filled with disgust, as if he was looking at garbage. Seeing this face at noon is really bad luck. Won't you invite me in? Lupin stabilized his complicated emotions and asked. Oh, you can talk to someone like you outside the door. Snape sneered, and said with some yin and yang. What are you doing here with me? I'm here to ask you for the potion you need, Headmaster Dumbledore should have told you. Facing Snape's dislike, Lupin didn't react much, he said in a flat tone. I don't know why Dumbledore put you in this school. Snape pushed open the half-covered door and walked quickly into the room. The robe on his body was filled with the wind, like a big greasy bat. Lupin didn't go in, but stood silently at the door waiting. About half a minute later, Snape came out with a bottle of potion. Hurry up with my potion, I don't want to see you in this school. After throwing the crystal-clear potion to Lupin, Snape was about to close the door. It's just that when the door was closed, he sneered at 730 softly. I'm really looking forward to how you will leave this school after your students find out who you really are. 35. As these words were finished, the door slammed shut. All that was left was Lupin, who was standing still, holding the potion tightly. What potions are they talking about? Harry asked curiously. I don't know, I didn't hear it clearly. Ronald also shook his head with a blank expression on his face. Because the distance was too far, several people didn't hear it very clearly, but only vaguely heard a rough idea. Lu En heard everything. After all, his body is strengthened by Thunder Dragon Slayer crystals. Thinking of the conversation between Snape and Lupin just now, he shook his head. It's no wonder that Snape's emotional reaction was so great, who made the predator for the perpetrators of school violence when they were at the academy. There is always a source for everything. But I saw that Professor Snape didn't look very well just now. Hermione, the most observant, said softly. Professor Snape is in a better mood someday. Ronald shrugged and retorted when he heard this. After seeing Harry in class every day, Snape had a strange look on his face. Having lived at Hogwarts for 3 years, he and Harry hadn't seen any other expressions from Snape. Except Sneer is gloomy. Why are you guys here? At this moment, a somewhat hoarse voice sounded from the corner. It's over, it's been discovered. Harry froze and turned around slowly. Standing behind him was Professor Lupin, who was holding the potion with a blank face. He looked at the expression on Harry's face, and something was wrong in his heart. What did you just hear? Lupin calmed down and asked softly. Wouldn't his conversation with Snape be overheard by these guys? No, Professor, we hear nothing. 35. Lu En glanced at Hermione, who was standing behind him with his head bowed, and said with a smile. Professor Snape asked me to come to him when he was out of class. I just happened to see the two of you chatting, so I didn't bother. 55. Yes. Lupin gave Lu En a suspicious look. Of course, talk to Professor Lupin when you have time. Let's go first. With that said, Lu En pulled Hermione towards Snape's office, leaving only Harry and Ronald staring at him. No, pull us both together when we leave. Harry glanced at the office at the end of the hallway, hesitated and didn't follow. Forget it, he didn't want to face Snape. Dab, Lupin looked at a young couple who knocked on the office door, then turned to look at Harry and Ronald. What are you two doing here? Good afternoon, Professor Snape. As the door opened, Lu En took Hermione to push the door and walked in. Gerald, and Granger. Snape, who was sitting at the desk, was stunned for a moment. His face was still a little ugly. It was estimated that the emotions just now had not been completely restrained. He didn't expect that Lu En would bring Hermione to the office together. Looking at the lovers of Snake House and Lion House holding hands, his eyes were a bit complicated. Where did you learn from the notebook I gave you? He asked in a nasal voice. It's all over, Professor. Lu En nodded in reply. The two of them had thoroughly researched the potion's notes as early as last semester. Even dark magic, as documented above, has researched about the same. Except for Shenfeng Wuying's countercurse. Are you sure you have mastered the brewing of those potions? Snape sat up slightly and asked suspiciously. That notebook has been recorded from the beginning of the school to graduation. Only he knows how complicated the knowledge is. Originally, Snape thought Lu En would be fine if he could study a third of it by now, but now what did he hear? All done. Professor, of course, we've got it all. Miss Hermione replied softly. Yes. Snape turned to look at Hermione, who was standing next to Lu En, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Even Granger got it. Immediately afterwards, he opened his mouth to ask a few questions about the knowledge of high-level potions. Those perfect answers almost made Snape give them both bonus points. Good answer, you two should go back first. If you have any questions, you can always come to the office and ask me. A Slytherin, a Gryffindor, and the same talent. It's late, I'm asking for flowers, tickets, and everything. This reminded Snape subconsciously of the girl who rescued him from the tree. And these two. When was such a difficult potion so easy to master? Watching Lu En and Hermione pushing the door to leave, Snape's emotions were thoroughly mixed. If that sentence hadn't been blurted out at that time, maybe he wouldn't have lived in such a miserable life. After leaving Snape's office, Harry and Lupin were no longer around the corner. I don't know how the two of them explained it. Thinking of those two people, Hermione couldn't help but wonder. Professor Lupin won't make it difficult for the two of them. Luen looked up at the somewhat gloomy weather and half-squinted his eyes. He could clearly see the Dementors wandering behind the clouds. Unexpectedly, they are still hovering over Hogwarts. What's wrong? Hermione followed Luen's gaze and also saw the slightly depressed sky. It's the Dementors, said the little witch in a low voice. When he walked into Snape's office, the sky was still a clear blue, but only an hour had passed, and it seemed like a storm was about to fall outside. The black clouds and the piercing cold wind did not look like the weather in summer at all. More importantly, those figures who hide behind the clouds in rags. Come on, this weather is not suitable for a date by the Black Lake. Luen and Hermione clasped their little hands together and said softly. They only had one dark magic defense class this morning, and the afternoon was the only time they could take a break during the week. Seeing the darkening mid-air, Hermione nodded slightly. On the 8th floor of Hogwarts. Because of the ghostly weather caused by the Dementors, most of the little wizards stayed in the main building, and the originally empty stairs were crowded with people. The whole Hogwarts looked lively. Standing in front of the portrait of the troll, Luen thought of the room he needed. After walking back and forth 3 times, a smooth door appeared on the opposite wall. Miss Hermione pushed open the door and dragged Luen inside. The bright candles burned slowly, lighting up the whole house. Through the window, you can clearly see the Dementors wandering around in the air. It was only noon now, but it was like late night outside the window. Those Dementors are so annoying. 35. Hermione was lying on the table, her brown eyes staring out the window boredly. The next moment, she suddenly felt something, and quickly touched the top of her head with her hand. The soft touch made her stunned. Immediately afterwards, the little witch turned her head subconsciously to look at Luen behind her, and saw that he was holding a wand and looking at herself with a smile. It's over, retribution has come. It's not even night yet. Hermione twitched her brown furry bunny ears and groaned softly on the table. There's no difference between outside and night. Luen sat beside her and touched the half-folded brown rabbit ear with his hand. Don't touch it. Hermione rolled his eyes at him, but didn't resist. The feeling of being touched is actually quite good. The gloomy and oppressive atmosphere in the sky continued until the next morning. Morning, Mr. Geralt. Hermione rubbed her sleepy eyes, and she looked at Luen who was sitting at the table and whispered. Then she remembered the bunny ears that had been touched all night yesterday, and quickly reached out and touched her little head. Nothing to touch but brown curls. The pair of rabbit ears had disappeared, which made the little witch a little relieved. Good morning, it's time to get up for breakfast. Luen put the 2 ready honey muffins on the table and snapped his fingers. 2 cups of black tea were taken out from the shenwei space and placed on the side of the dinner plate. Here are some simple uses of floating spells and divine space. It smells so good. After Hermione tidied up her clothes, she walked quickly to the dining table. Seeing the golden-colored honey muffins on the plate, with a few strawberries around for garnish, made her brown eyes light up. I'm not as good as yours. Luen chuckled and walked behind Miss Granger, using his wand to help her tie her messy brown curly hair into a low ponytail. But I like to eat what you make. 35. Hermione picked up half of the muffin with a fork and took a small bite. The sweetness of honey made her subconsciously narrow her eyes. Everything is good, just too sweet. After breakfast, Luen glanced at today's class schedule. There was a herbal class in the morning, Slytherin and Ravenclaw together, so the 2 of them would be separated for a while. 4 flowers 0. But in the afternoon, there is a class on the conservation of magical creatures, and an astronomy class that conflicts with it. See you at noon. When parting at the stairs, Hermione hugged Luen reluctantly. Time will fly by quickly. Luan touched her curly hair and said. Looking at the back of leaving and walking up the stairs, he was also preparing to go to the herbal medicine classroom on the lawn outside. Professor Sprout is still so kind in the new semester. The content of the class is often practice-oriented. Due to Luan's outstanding performance in the first 2 semesters, Professor Sprout chose to ask him most of the questions in the class. 0. Slytherin's score also rose wildly in the eyes of Ravenclaw's little wizards. The wizards of Ravenclaw looked at the blonde wizard who stood up and chuckled to answer the question, and there was an indescribable discomfort in their hearts. No way, after all, they don't have as much knowledge in their minds as Luan's reserves. How does it feel like he's Ravenclaw's wizard? Get out of class, time is coming soon. Luan threw the book into the Shinwei space, and then walked slowly to the auditorium of Hogwarts. He was going to find his Gryffindor girlfriend and have lunch by the way. After they got to the Great Hall, Harry and the others were also at the Gryffindors' table. Good afternoon. How did you two deal with Professor Lupin yesterday? Okay, there are those Dementors in the back. After they appeared, Professor Lupin asked the two of us to hurry back to the dormitory. Harry recalled what happened yesterday and said helplessly, we have to give him an explanation later, do not talk. Hermione handed Luan a glass of ice water and said with a slightly raised mouth. Really? Harry felt a little uncomfortable mentioning this, and the young couple actually left the two of them on the spot. I don't think you'd want to go to Snape's office. Okay, forget about it. Luan sat next to Hermione, looking at Harry and Ronald and asked curiously. Speaking of which, should you both go to Hagrid's class in the afternoon? 1. By the way, are you two going to Hagrid's Fantastic Creatures class in the afternoon? Harry remembered that the young couple's classes were full every day, and there were even a few conflicting classes. Of course we're going. Hermione placed a thick book on the table in front of the two of them. It was a sleeping, monster book of monsters. The book was even snoring softly, as if it were a different kind of magical creature. I even have the book ready. Hermione said softly. Harry and Ronald have an identical copy, as this is a must-have book for Hagrid to use in his classes. I don't know if Hagrid messed up something the first time in class. Speaking of Hagrid, Harry's tone was a little, 730, worried. Rest assured, Hagrid is probably ready. 39. Luan, who was sitting beside him, said softly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have prepared the monster book of monsters in advance. 99. Hopefully. Harry whispered something, and for some reason, he always had a bad feeling about it. After lunch, they were ready to go to class. Hagrid does not teach in the classroom, but at the edge of the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. The gloomy weather caused by the Dementors yesterday was gone, replaced by a bright golden sun and a blue sky. Walking on the road through the Forbidden Forest. Hermione followed Luan obediently with her monster book in her arms, her brown eyes scanning the surrounding scenery. Emerald green meadows, dense pine needle forests, the occasional bird chirping and the fresh fragrance in the air. This environment made the little witch feel very happy. I suddenly regret taking so many courses. The girl took Luan's hand and said in a light tone. In such a good weather and environment, it is not a good choice to be bored in the classroom every day. It's useless to regret now, and don't you still want to be a minister? Luan pinched the tip of her nose and couldn't help joking with a chuckle. I'm just talking, I won't regret it. Thinking of the goal she set, Miss Granger immediately regained her fighting spirit. Luan, save me. At this moment, Ronald's scream came from behind him. Luan looked back suspiciously. I saw Ronald running towards him quickly, and behind him, the monster book of monsters was frantically chasing him and biting. It's all petrified. Miss Hermione on the side couldn't stand it any longer. She was holding her book in one hand and waving her wand in the other free hand. As the spell hit the book like a mad dog, the effect of the petrification spell made it instantly stiff in place. Thank you. Ronald was gasping for breath, turned his head and quickly thanked him. He almost got bitten in the *** by his monster book. Why did you untie the belt on it? Hermione asked helplessly. Because I'm not careful. Ronald picked up his monster book, and after he tied the belt on it, he breathed a sigh of relief. And Harry at the back had some small problems. His monster book woke up halfway through, and was now scrambling in Harry's arms, trying to break free. Is this book too grumpy? Harry hugged the monster book hard and couldn't help complaining. Why does Hagrid use such strange books in class? Why won't your two monster books move around? Ronald suddenly found that the book in Luann and Hermione's arms had no movement, just like an ordinary thick book. Try stroking the back of the book and they'll settle down naturally. Luann shook his head and said. Isn't this basic common sense to deal with yokai books? Even Miss Hermione knew this knowledge, and she was gently stroking the back of the monster book all the way. Yes. Harry tried his method with some skepticism. Sure enough, the originally irritable yokai Shu instantly quieted down. As expected of Luann, he knows a lot. Ronald looked at the quiet monster book in his hand and shouted in surprise. After chatting all the way, along the shady stone-paved road, I soon saw the edge of the Forbidden Forest. In the originally deserted Forbidden Forest, dozens of little wizards were already waiting, looking very lively. Harry even caught sight of the crowd, the hated wizard in Slytherin robes, Malfoy Draco and his henchmen. Damn, he actually took this course too. Harry cursed in a low voice. This made his originally good mood instantly turn bad. Let's go, Hagrid should be here in a while. Luann subconsciously prepared to look at his watch, but remembered that he only had a small compass on his wrist. The watch had already been taken off because it was too much of a hindrance. There's still half an hour to go to class. 99. Hermione smiled and stretched out her little white hand, where the time hand was turning. Let's find a shady place first. Luann touched her little head and found a huge stone in the shade of a dense tree. He used his wand to conjure up two wooden chairs, and the young couple chatted leisurely. Hagrid was probably a professor for the first time, so he came 10 minutes early. He looked at the group of little wizards in the open space, and shouted loudly 0.1 with some excitement and anticipation. Okay, let's get together, let's count the number of people. After counting the number of people, Hagrid led them to the inner side of the Forbidden Forest with a big wave of his hand. His tall body walked in front, followed by a big fat dog. Anyway, it's a deadly relationship. Hey, I'll show you the big baby I raise. This made him a little depressed. Ronald tried to seduce Fong with a feather, but after being glanced at by Fong, he ignored it. Harry asked suspiciously behind him. When they were clearly sentenced to patrol the Forbidden Forest, the two escaped together. Hey, come over here. Professor Hagrid, where are we going? Okay, let's come here for class today. When he came to an open space, Hagrid turned his tall body and said to the little wizards behind him. Looks like the monster book is well mastered by you guys. He glanced back and saw that the monster book of monsters in each wizard's arms was very quiet. It seems that after buying it, everyone took a good look at this very grumpy book, except Harry and Ronald. Because the two of them chose to lock the book in a cabinet, and it was not taken out until today. This is the news that Luann and Hermione learned through the chat just now. It seems that Ronald was chased and bitten for no reason. For this monster book, you must gently stroke the spine of the book before they will open the book for you to read, but... Hagrid suddenly didn't know what to say. After all, it was the first time to be a professor and it was inevitable that he would be a little nervous. 13. Well, you wait here now. I'm here to show you my baby. After speaking, Hagrid walked towards the depths of the Forbidden Forest with strides. Only the timid teeth were left to watch them here. I don't know what magical animals Hagrid will bring here. Hermione, leaning on Luann's shoulder, asked expectantly. This was the first Fantastic Creatures class at Hogwarts, although she had gotten a lot of research notes from Hagrid in her first year. But theoretical knowledge is theory after all, and no practice can make people master it faster. After a short while, Hagrid's figure emerged from the dense woods with a thick rope in his hand. "What is that?" All the little wizards widened their eyes and looked curiously at the horse-like figure behind Hagrid. "Oh, come on, Buckbeak, don't keep the little wizards waiting." Hagrid pulled hard on the rope in his hand, urging the magical creature behind him. After the magical creature stepped out of the jungle reluctantly, everyone present clearly saw the horse-like creature. "It's a hippogriff." Hermione looked at the creature with brown eyes, guessing it from the very distinctive features on its body. She had seen the introduction of this magical beast in the notes given by Hagrid. "Wise Miss Granger, then Gryffindor 20 points." Hagrid said with a smile. 20. The other little wizards were stunned when they heard it. How could one answer give so many points? You must know that answering questions like this is only very high for other professors. Okay, let's give a good introduction to Buckbeak, that is, this hippogriff. As the rope swayed, Buckbeak slowly approached the clearing. The wizards around were startled by it and could not help but take 2 steps back. Luwin looked at the hippogriff, his pale blue eyes narrowed slightly. I have to say, Hagrid's courage is really not small. In the first class, we used such a dangerous creature to teach in class, and we were not afraid of any accidents. And looking at Buckbeak with a rope in front of him, it doesn't look like he has been tamed by a wizard at all. Those sharp orange eyes stared at the little wizard present, as if they might attack at any time. Hey! Don't be afraid, it won't hurt you, as long as you don't annoy it. Hagrid took a fish from the bucket and threw it at Buckbeak, then said to Harry and the others, Don't you have any? Does anyone want to touch it? With me here, feel free to touch it. Even with Hagrid's guarantee, no wizard wanted to come up and touch this fierce-looking creature. Even Miss Hermione took a slight step back. Hagrid is so reckless, and if something goes wrong, it will be in big trouble. The little witch frowned and said to Luwin, Does anyone really want to try it? Hagrid looked at the group of little wizards with some pleading eyes. However, no one responded. At this moment, Harry couldn't help but take a step forward, easing the situation that was about to be cold. Let me try. 35. He said softly. Of course, Harry, I think you can get its approval. Hagrid happily called Harry over and handed him a piece of raw meat from the bucket. First bow to it, then try to meet Buckbeak's eyes and throw the food in his hand. 35. If it bows back to you, you can pet it or even ride it. Hagrid's methods are more practical than teaching textbooks, and this is what he has learned from working with them over decades. Harry held back his beating heart and experimented with Hagrid's instructions. Finally Buckbeak lowered his head, and let the bespectacled boy stroke his storm-hued feathers. I succeeded. Harry turned to Hagrid and asked. However, before he could react, Hagrid picked up the whole person and placed Buckbeak on top of him. You got it approved, and now you can even take a Buckbeak for a flight. Hagrid patted Buckbeak's wings and smiled happily at Harry. The next moment, under Harry's exclamation, Buckbeak's wings opened, and he flew directly away from the forbidden forest. Hermione looked at the blue sky and pulled Luwin's sleeve thoughtfully. Can you let me ride again? Hermione looked up, her brown eyes looking at her boyfriend expectantly. Looks and feels good. Luwin looked at the figure that was gradually disappearing into the skyline, and chuckled. Luwin asked while rubbing her little head. The little witch wants to experience watching the sunset on the clouds again. What's the matter, Miss Granger? Hippogriff, where can there be his own brontosaurus boyfriend to ride comfortably? My pleasure, dear Miss Granger. 99. Luwin smiled and nodded under Hermione's expectant gaze. B. Miss Hermione raised the corner of her mouth and clenched her little hand happily. While the two of them were chatting, Harry had already rode Buckbeak around Hogwarts and returned to his place. His hair was blown high, and his face was full of excitement. The feeling of soaring in the sky is really great, and it is not an experience that a magic broom can bring. How is it, great? Hagrid said with a smile. The little wizards around who were originally afraid also came over curiously, but they didn't dare to get too close looking at Buckbeak's somewhat fierce look. It doesn't matter, let's try to establish friendship with Buckbeak one by one. Hagrid looked at the little wizards around him, and he knew it was the first lesson he had received since taking office. It made him laugh. Is this what it's like to be a professor? It's great. But at this moment, Malfoy, who was standing in the distance, saw Harry with a smile on his face, and his expression was a little unhappy. Isn't it just a beast, I can do it too. Then, under the gaze of Crabbe and Goyle, he walked quickly across the crowd to Hagrid. I'll try. Certainly, Mr. Malfoy, first you have to. Hagrid was just about to teach the little wizard of Slytherin the steps, when he found that the little wizard had walked up to Buckbeak. Malfoy, remember to bow quickly. He hurriedly shouted loudly. You want me to bow with a beast? Malfoy laughed disdainfully, then stood directly in front of Buckbeak. He wouldn't bow to a magical animal like Potter. If there is no accident, it is estimated that there will be an accident this time. Standing under the shade of a tree, Luen shook his head helplessly and said. The wand in his hand was already in his hand, just in case his close friend was hurt. After all, he was just such a Slytherin experiment. And Crabbe in the same bedroom is at best an experimental giveaway. Buckbeak was annoyed. Miss Hermione, who was watching carefully, said suddenly. I saw that Buckbeak was scratching the ground with his claws, and a pair of orange beast pupils stared at Malfoy who was trying to touch it. Damn it. Looking at Buckbeak like this, Malfoy felt a little nervous in his heart, but out of face, he still clenched his teeth and ruthlessly leaned forward. But at this moment, Buckbeak suddenly raised his two front hooves, and his sharp front claws shone coldly in the sun, ready to kick Malfoy who was sluggish in place. Come on Malfoy. Seeing the timing, Luen gently waved his wand. The next moment, Malfoy, who was subconsciously closing his eyes for fear, flew out backwards and directly hit Crabbe with a burly body. And Hagrid also quickly pulled the rope around Buckbeak's neck and suppressed it with the brute force of a half-blooded giant. He shouted loudly, Be quiet, Buckbeak. 99. After controlling the angry hippogriff and tying the rope to the sturdy tree trunk, he hurried to the place where Malfoy flew upside down. Thanks to Crabbe as a buffer, Malfoy didn't have any injuries, just a little more dust. That monster wants to kill me. Malfoy struggled to his feet and shouted in fear. If it wasn't for the magic spell just now, he would have been thrown to the ground by the monster and torn to shreds. You won't be attacked by Buckbeak if you do what Hagrid says. Harry retorted aloud. Don't worry, you are not injured. Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief after the inspection, then he turned to look at the little wizards watching behind him, and shouted loudly. Who used the flying spell just now? Thinking of the spell just now, Hagrid couldn't help feeling a little fortunate. If Malfoy was really injured by Buckbeak, it is estimated that he would set the record for the fastest Hogwarts professor to be fired. And Principal Dumbledore couldn't explain it. It's my professor. Luen walked slowly to the surrounding crowd and replied softly. After all, Malfoy is also my friend, and I can't wait for help. As he spoke, he smiled at the terrified Malfoy. Do not know why. After hearing this sentence, Malfoy felt a chill in his heart. Ah, thank you Geralt. 99. He endured the discomfort in his heart and forced a smile to thank him. You're welcome. Luen said with a shrug. Due to an attack on Malfoy, Hagrid's first lesson was forced to end. After class, Luen and Hermione walked into the Hogwarts Great Hall. They'll have to use the time turner to go to another class later. So let's have dinner first. As soon as he sat down, Luen felt a light tap on his shoulder twice. Good evening, two little lovers. A voice with a smile sounded, which sounded very familiar. Good evening, Fred and George. Before Lewin turned his head, he saw Fred and the two sitting opposite each other. "Zhao Hao. Have dinner so early?" George looked at the pumpkin soup on the plate and said in surprise. "It's not evening yet, isn't it too early? I'll have something with Hermione for a while." Lewin replied with a shrug. "By the way, we came to you just to give you something. Is there a Marauder's map? Maybe you and Hermione need this." Fred laughed. Lewin looked at the folded paper in his hand and was slightly taken aback. George took out a folded piece of paper from his pocket and put it in front of Lewin. Hearing this, Miss Hermione's little face turned a little crimson, and her hand under the table poked Lewin lightly. "Is there something? I see." Fred raised his eyebrows and smiled subconsciously. "Marquee map?" Lewin looked at the folded map placed on the table and picked it up with some doubts. Isn't this map used by Fred and the others for their night tour? Why did it come to him so suddenly? Is this a map of Hogwarts? Hermione leaned over curiously, and after seeing the familiar coordinates on the map, she couldn't help asking aloud. As the map was completely spread out on the table, the names of several people gradually appeared above the names of various buildings. Like in the Great Hall at Hogwarts, it's marked with the full names of Lewin and Hermione. That's Harry and Ronald. The little witch stretched out her pure white hand and pointed to two familiar names at the door of Gryffindor. "Well, this map can monitor the movements of everyone in Hogwarts," Lewin explained. Fred and George used this map to avoid Filch when they were traveling at night. Hearing this sentence, the twins sitting across from each other looked at each other and smiled. Since the two of them got the map, Filch hadn't been caught on patrol at night. "How about this, isn't this a good present?" George laughed. "Don't you two use this map?" After handing the Marauder's map to the curious Miss Hermione, Lewin asked suspiciously. "The two brothers are still a few years away from graduating, so why did they suddenly send this map out? The two of us won't have time to hang out in the next few years." Fred spread his hands and said helplessly. "The two of them will not only study all kinds of magic items, but also make preparations and plans to open a shop. As busy as a dog every day, there is no time to play pranks at night. And the password for the Marauder's map, we too have already inquired from Peeves." Fred remembered the days when he was dealing with Peeves every day, and subconsciously gritted his teeth. That trick-or-treater had too many tricks, and even the two of them didn't get any benefit. "Password?" Lewin was slightly taken aback. Unexpectedly, the two of them actually got the password from Peeves. At that time, he just said it casually and made an opinion. "Unexpectedly, I guessed right. The prank is over." George picked up his wand and pointed it at the Marauder's map in Miss Hermione, Dab's hand. The next moment, all the names on it disappeared, just like an ordinary Hogwarts floor plan. "I solemnly swear that I will not do good." Following this opening command, the densely packed names appeared in the corresponding positions. Hermione blinked her beautiful eyes, looking at the map in her hand, wondering what she was thinking. This is the first time she has seen such a convenient magical tool. "Anyway, it's useless for the two of us to hold this map, so I gave it to you as a gift." "Great gift." 35. Lewin said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. He has been studying alchemy for the past 2 years, and this map can be used as an experiment. I have to admit that the group of 4 was still very talented in making prank props, just like the twins with red hair in front of them. "Okay, we won't disturb the two of you on your date. There are still some identity cards that have not been produced in the next werewolf killing." After speaking, Fred stood up with a smile on his face and left the Gryffindor table with George. "Harry, they are here." At this time, Hermione, who had been observing the map, said softly. Lewin turned his head subconsciously and saw Harry and Ronald stopped at the entrance of the auditorium. At the same time, the names of Fred and George also appeared in the same area as him. It seems that the 4 of them met. Luen glanced at the map, his eyes froze slightly when he saw the observation deck. That's a familiar name. Luna Lovegood. On the watchtower, except for her name, no other wizard exists. What's wrong? Hermione pinched Luen's cheek and asked softly. No, nothing. Luen reached out and touched the little witch's brown curly hair, shook his head and said. It seemed that Luna had been emotionally unstable since the last time she handed the compass to her in the carriage. During the period, when he saw that he was also hesitant to say anything, he turned and left, which made Luen somewhat baffled. I don't know what Luna was thinking when she was holding the compass. And just when Luen was thinking, Harry and the others also came over. What are you two doing? Ronald and Harry sat opposite them and asked curiously. How did this couple look so fascinated by a map? This is a marauder's map. Hermione explained to the two of them. What, Fred, they still have such a thing. Ronald complained loudly immediately after listening to it. Did they never tell me? Damn it, obviously he is their brother. Things like the marauder's map, why didn't he hear them mention it at all? You should probably ask Fred about this. Looking at Ronald, who was a little depressed, Luen drank the lipstick tea and said softly. Who knows why Fred would give the two of them the map? You two eat slowly, we'll go first. After putting away the marauder's map, Luen took Hermione out of the Hogwarts Great Hall. Next they have another class to take. Turn with the golden hourglass. The sun that was already evening suddenly turned into noon. A little dizzy. Hermione gripped Luen's collar tightly, leaning unsteadily against his arms. Time travel is not something to enjoy. Even Luen couldn't bear the dizziness. By the way, I don't know if the marauder's map can show our names. After a short rest, Miss Hermione suggested curiously. Then try it. Luen took the marauder's map out of his pocket. The two of them have their names in the corner of the main building at Hogwarts, which is where they are now. Surprisingly, there are two with the same name on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. That's who I am at this time. After the passing time changer finished another class in the afternoon, the two went directly back to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. Since the other Luen and Hermione were supposed to be eating in the auditorium, there was no option to go to the auditorium to have a dinner. Ha! Standing in front of the portrait door, Hermione hugged Luen's arm hidden under his long sleeves, and yawned sleepily. It is extremely unreasonable to have 2 afternoon classes in a row without feeling sleepy. According to the original time, Miss Granger was already lying on the bed and fell asleep with her exclusive pillow. This is also a disadvantage of the time converter, after all, it will not reset people's fatigue. No one can use the time changer continuously because that would be a heavy strain on their spirits. Even Luen is the same. Sleepy. Luen opened the door of the room of requirement and looked at the half-squinted Hermione asked softly. Hermione nodded slightly sleepily. However, before she could react, Luen hugged Hermione with a little force in a princess hug. Well. Hermione didn't resist either, but subconsciously wrapped her arms around his neck. Once inside the room of requirement, Luen put her on the bed near the window. Just as he was about to let go, Hermione grabbed his hand and tugged it hard, and the next moment Luen lay beside him. He looked at the girl facing him in surprise. Good night. With a small smile, the little witch slowly moved up. Good night. Luen laughed and activated the magic ring in his hand, and the whole room was like night in an instant. The moonlight, which was half hidden under the clouds outside the window, softly passed through the glass, and sprinkled on the two of them like a veil. The sky was still bright, and looking out the window, the entire Hogwarts was shrouded in a thick layer of fog. Since she went to bed early last night, Miss Hermione woke up early. Her brown eyes stared blankly at the handsome profile beside her, and the corners of her mouth subconsciously raised slowly. Picking up the brown curls scattered on the bed, Miss Granger brushed the tip of his nose lightly. As if feeling the provocation on the tip of his nose, Luan slowly opened his pale blue eyes. He touched the tip of his nose, but he felt a small smooth and delicate hand. "My dear Miss Hermione, can you get off me first?" Looking at the little witch who was sitting on top of him and staring at him with a smile, Luan reached out and pinched her little nose and said softly, "Don't pinch my nose." Looking at Luan, who opened his eyes, Hermione gently knocked off the hand pinching his nose. However, she obediently got up from Luan's body, tied her scattered brown curly hair into a ponytail at will, and then got up. Off-white blouse and a grey-toned pleated skirt from Luan's selection, with a Gryffindor wizard robe over it. "You should get up too." Hermione nudged Luan in dissatisfaction, as his sleepy pale blue eyes closed again. It used to be Luan getting up and calling himself every time, but today it's the other way around. "It's only 4 o'clock, and the auditorium isn't open when you wake up so early." Luan half opened his eyes, pointed at the clock hanging on the wall and said helplessly, "So?" Miss Hermione akimbo, her brown eyes narrowed. "So, let's sleep a little longer." With that said, Luan hugged her to his side with a little force when Hermione opened her eyes wide and exclaimed, "I just got my hair done." Hermione pinched his face angrily. "It's okay, I'll do it again for you when you get up." Luan stroked her curly brown hair and said with a chuckle. Rubbing his slightly red face, Luan looked at Miss Hermione, who was holding his hand with a smile. After a brief sleep, the time has come to around 7 in the morning. Now the two of them are on their way to the Great Hall at Hogwarts. "Shall we go see Hagrid after class today?" 39. Flowers 0. Harry took a bite of pumpkin pie and couldn't help talking to his friends. "Hagrid?" Luan, who had just taken his seat, muttered to himself. "Hagrid, what happened to him?" Hermione was also full of doubts. "Wasn't it fine during class yesterday?" "Not because of that B****************** D. Malfoy." Ronald fed his Ban a peanut, and the maliciousness in his tone was undisguised. "What happened to Malfoy?" Luan remembered that when there was an accident in Hagrid's class yesterday, he used the flying charm to save Malfoy, and it didn't hurt him. Last night, Malfoy used the reason of being frightened, stayed in the school doctor's room for one night. Harry explained, but he seemed to think of a question again. "Aren't you in the same dorm with Malfoy? How could you not know about this?" 0. Who says you have to sleep in the prescribed dormitory? 35. Luan drank the lipstick tea and retorted. 66.99. Harry opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. The school doesn't seem to say anything about where to sleep. "By the way, Luan, do you still have your potion?" Harry asked after hesitating for a while. "Potions?" Luan was slightly taken aback, seeing Harry's expression. He naturally knew which potion the other party was talking about. There is still a large bottle of Nianguaquan in his divine power space, which is basically enough. However, isn't Harry quite averse to his gender transition? Yes, do you want to use it?" As Luan said, he took out a small vial from the Shenwei space and placed it on the table. "I don't want Gryffindor's score to be the bottom every year." Harry took the bottle of Mother's drowning fountain, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. This year's Gryffindor situation is very good, because of the existence of Miss Granger, so now the Little Lions are firmly in the first place. And this morning's class is Professor Snape's potions class. Hermione whispered a reminder in his ear. Hearing Miss Hermione's whisper in his ear, Luan suddenly realized. That's what happened. Speaking of which, today was the first class of Snape's new semester. I don't know if Professor Snape would be excited to see Harley, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, in class. Take these potions if you want, anyway, I have more here. Luan smiled and pushed the potion in front of Harry, he said with interest. After all, no one could refuse a small request from the poor, weak and helpless Harry. Thanks. Harry picked up the potion that was in front of him, and in the bright sunlight it appeared pure white, like colorless and odorless water. In fact, Mangekyō is indeed a kind of spring. I don't know what kind of expression Lily will have when she sees her 730 son turned into a daughter after she is resurrected. Thinking of what he was about to do, Lewin couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It looks like I have to write to Senior Tom and ask him to go to the Potter's Cemetery ahead of time. Hopefully it will be done before Valentine's Day this semester. Really looking forward to it. Looking forward to the look on Professor Snape's face when he receives a Valentine's gift from him. The corners of Lewin's mouth gradually rose, revealing a smile. You're drinking chocolate milk again. At this time, Miss Hermione cast a restoration spell on the cup of black tea, revealing her original appearance in the blink of an eye. You still use the confusion charm? The little witch really didn't expect her boyfriend to have this trick. Just now she felt that this cup of black tea had an unpleasant chocolate taste. It turns out, it was a confusion charm. Cough, just have a drink once in a while. Lewin looked at the chocolate milk that was taken away and shrugged helplessly. Been discovered. The potions class was always in the dark basement, where they had been taking classes for the past 3 years. Pushing open the heavy door, they were the first little wizards who arrived in the classroom. See you after class. Saying goodbye to Harry, who was still confused, Lewin took Hermione and sat near the corner. Basically the two of them have their exclusive place in the potions classroom. After all, Snape would only be around Harry. So staying away from Harry in potions class was the right choice. Harry, do you want to drink the potion? Ronald asked in a low voice while holding his potion book. Looking at his friend, Harry gritted his teeth and said cruelly. It's not the first time anyway, and it doesn't matter if it happens a few times. That bottle of potion was used 0 and countless times. Looking at Harry who looked up and drank a drop of the fountain of motherhood in the distance, Lewin said softly to Hermione. Would you like to have a drink too? Hermione looked at the gradually feminine Harley, and asked Lewin thoughtfully. Harry could look so good after drinking that bottle of potion, didn't Lewin directly attract the wizards of Hogwarts after drinking it? She now wanted to see what Lewin looked like after drinking that potion. It's probably a big sister with blonde hair and gentleness, right? My little witch, please stop your dangerous thoughts. Lewin touched her brown curly hair helplessly. Why did Miss Hermione always want him to drink some strange things, such as ecstasy, mother drowning fountain and so on? As time passed, the dark and empty underground classroom gradually filled with wizards. This class is still Slytherin and Gryffindor together. But Malfoy did not appear in the crowd, and there was only Goyle sitting beside Crabbe. It seems that Malfoy is still treating his mental illness in the school infirmary. Boom! The door swung open, and a cloud of dust was stirred up in the sunlight reflected behind the curtains. Snape waved the wand in his hand and walked quickly to the podium with a cold face. Although he lived at Hogwarts for 3 years, after seeing Snape's face, many wizards were still afraid. Like Neville and Harry Potter. Snape glanced over, and instantly saw a little witch with glasses beside Ronald. That's Harry, who turned into Harry after taking Mangekyō. What happened? He looked stunned. What happened to your transfiguration spell again? Snape threw the book directly on the podium, frowning and staring straight into those emerald green eyes. That's why he'd heard Harry say it 5 or 6 times last semester. Is Professor McGonagall's coaching ability so poor? Anne, human body transformation is not something that a wizard who has just entered the 2nd grade can learn, even the 3rd grade. There is only one possibility now. Harry Potter, are you doing this on purpose in my class? Snape asked in a hoarse voice. Do you think this will save you from being penalized in my class? 5. No, Professor, I am just. Harry stood up in a panic, fumbling for no reason. Because what Snape had just said was absolutely right. Seeing this flustered yet familiar face, Snape gritted his teeth. In the end, he could only wave his wide sleeves and turn around and return to the podium. Now, get out your cauldrons, I don't want to see any of you make a mistake in this class. Snape's tone was flat and calm, but anyone could tell he was in a bad mood. It was like the calm before an impending storm. Harley was relieved to hear this sentence. 0.1. Then she hurriedly sat down and took out her cauldron. Today's cooking content is a pot of memory potion, which can make people recall the most profound moments in their hearts. The difficulty of brewing this potion is not too difficult for Luan and Hermione. But for other wizards who haven't learned it, it's simply too difficult. Vincent Crabbe, do you have an orangutan brain? 35. 10 points from Slytherin. Mr. Ronald Weasley, do you think it's funny to make potions? What are you laughing at? 5 points off Gryffindor. 99. And Mr. Longbottom, your cauldron has been cracked, and you didn't find it? 10 points from Gryffindor. 35. Killing crazy, today's Snape is completely killing crazy. Snape's figure wandered around the classroom like a dementor. Hermione grabbed the corner of Luan's shirt, for fear of losing points for something wrong with her crucible. What happened to Professor Snape today? She asked suspiciously. It should be Harley's problem. Luan put a green leaf into the cauldron and replied softly. Other than Harley's face, there was no way anyone could have made Snape so emotionally unstable. Well, there is also the upcoming resurrection of Lily. Potter, who told you to put the leaves in the recall potion first? Snape's eyes were fixed on Harry in front of him, and his tone was full of indifference. Professor, that's what the book says. Harry took out the potion and pointed it out to him. I remember saying in my first class, in my class, you are not allowed to follow the steps of any textbook. It's based on the steps I tell you, so Mr. Potter, what did you listen to in class? Snape said grimly. Ronald, who was sitting next to Harry, was just like his own mouse, Scabbers, shrugging his head and not daring to look at their 13 sides. Just because he laughed Crabbe, he was ruthlessly deducted 10 points. Today's Snape really can't be bothered. Looking at Harry, who lowered his head and didn't dare to answer, Snape took a deep breath and suppressed his complicated emotions. He's Harry, not Lily. Although he had always had a correct understanding in his mind, after seeing the aggrieved face, he opened his mouth and still couldn't say the deduction. Can't speak. Put a feather first, and then add hyena leaves, so that the memory potion made can last for a long time. Snape said in a hoarse voice under Harry's wide eyes. Remember the steps I said, if there is another time dash. He didn't say the second half, but turned and left like a bat. He didn't deduct your points. After Harry sat down in a complicated manner, Ronald immediately leaned over and asked in disbelief. Although it's okay to not deduct points in normal times, but today's Snape is obviously insane, so there's no deduction for this? To know that he was deducted 5 points just for a little laugh. It's also so unfair, it's just discriminatory. Ronald thought angrily. I do not know why either. Harry shook his head in response. But there was already a vague guess in her mind. Recalling the gnashing of teeth that day Sirius, plus the mother's face seen in the mirror of Erist. Thinking of this, she couldn't help shivering. Can't go on thinking about it anymore. No, give me some of the potion that Luan gave you. 35. Ronald said ruthlessly. Since potions is a major course, there is no conflict with other elective courses. Luan and Hermione weren't so busy either, so they decided to go on a date by the Black Lake. In the potions class this morning, almost half of the young wizards had their points deducted. Whether it was Gryffindors or Slytherins, Snape did the same and showed no mercy. As for the extra points, that's even more of a no. Even the potion that Luan and Hermione made, nodded and left after Snape glanced at it. No extra points at all. Wait for us. Harley ran over panting, her long hair covering her glasses and sight. The effect of Nianguaquan is not over yet, which means that Harley will not be able to recover until at least the evening. These hairs get in the way. She put her long hair behind her ears and complained. The girl's body is really not used to it. Especially when going to the toilet. What's wrong? Luan touched the tip of his nose and asked suspiciously. What are you two going to do? Harry asked helplessly. Of course it's a date by the Black Lake. Hermione raised their clasped hands and shrugged. Are you going with Ronald too? She glanced at Ronald, who was following behind, and joked with a chuckle. Didn't you say you want to see Hagrid? Harry selectively ignored the second half of the sentence. He reminded, because of Malfoy, Hagrid has already been found by Headmaster Dumbledore once. Speaking of Hagrid, Luan also remembered what happened last night. Then let's go, we have nothing to do anyway. Miss Granger naturally listened to Luan's arrangement. Anyway, the date on the edge of the Black Lake is to discuss some academic content. It is better to go to Hagrid's hut to see him. Today's weather is a little gloomy, and the sky is still dripping with light rain like needles, hitting the leaves with a crisp sound. Luan turned his wand into an umbrella, and shared it with Miss Hermione. The raindrops hit the top of the umbrella and slid down to the ground along the ribs. Isn't there magic? Why are you still holding an umbrella? Harry cast a protective spell with his wand to keep the rain out. Ronald also imitated Harley in a good way. The two followed behind Luan one after the other. You don't understand the romance of rainy days. Luan shook his head and chuckled. Maybe you can try it under the same umbrella as Ronald. I don't. Harry quickly shook his head and refused. At Hagrid's hut. After crossing the 733 long bluestone staircase, I finally saw a yard with huge pumpkins. Bang bang. Harry knocked on the shabby wooden door with his hand. With the creaking sound, Hagrid looked at the little witch with glasses standing in the rain with some confusion. Are you lost, little witch? It's me, Hagrid. Harry pointed to herself helplessly. I'm Harry Potter. Harry, 9. Hagrid's eyes widened. I remember you didn't see me like this last semester. Oh, come to think of it, please come in. Hagrid suddenly realized, and quickly turned to the side to let the little wizards who were in the rain enter the hut. Luan turned the umbrella back into a wand and cast a drying spell with the ring. Begging for flowers, begging for votes, squat for a while. Don't lie to you, I have seen the Overlord of the Sky on vacation, it is a golden dragon. Fire dragon, no, it's much bigger than a fire dragon. Ronald, who was sitting by the fire, looked curiously at a piece of paper on the cabinet. Good afternoon, Hagrid. Hagrid said proudly. Hey, what kind of creature is drawn on this piece of paper? A fire dragon. Above it is a giant creature drawn with a quill pen. He smiled and said hello. The ruler of the sky. Ronald looked blankly at the portrait in his hand. The creatures above are similar to fire dragons. They are vividly painted under superb technology. The huge body swoops under the clouds, and the scales are shining brightly, which looks very oppressive. It's hard to imagine, this was actually drawn by Hagrid. Hagrid, did you really draw this? Harry also leaned over, a shock flashed across his emerald green eyes. How did she not know that Hagrid was capable of this? That's right, I drew it according to the figure I saw that day. Speaking of this matter, Hagrid's originally depressed mood immediately became excited. It was really hard for him to forget the golden dragon he saw in the sky that day. So beautiful and so oppressive. Compared with it, the fire dragon is simply an underdeveloped cub. What creature? Hermione also glanced curiously, and she was stunned when she got the piece of paper. This giant dragon, why does it look familiar? She looked at the piece of paper in front of her, then turned to look at Luan, who was sitting at the table drinking hot coffee. Hagrid, where did you meet this golden dragon? Hermione handed the piece of paper to Luan and asked Hagrid in a complicated tone. In the Forbidden Forest on vacation, I was about to feed the hippogriff when I looked up and saw a golden dragon swooping down in the distance. Hagrid, draped in giant mole hides, said excitedly, recalling the scene. AF*CK Gus, who is definitely his little boyfriend. Hermione completely confirmed the identity of the dragon when she heard about the holiday. Because at that time she was sitting on the top of the dragon, watching the sunset in the sea of clouds. That is definitely an undocumented dragon species. I told Headmaster Dumbledore, but by the time we got there, the dragon was long gone. Hagrid sighed regretfully. If only I could catch it then. 66.3. Lewin took a sip of coffee when he heard this. Fortunately, he and Hermione went back earlier. Hagrid, what did Headmaster Dumbledore talk to you yesterday? 39. Seeing Hagrid's regretful look, Hermione hurriedly changed the subject to the formality. Headmaster Dumbledore. Hearing the little witch's question, Hagrid sighed in frustration. I may be the fastest professor ever fired. 55. The matter of Draco's injury has been reported to the Ministry by Lucius, and Headmaster Dumbledore said they will be investigating in the next few days. So, the Fantastic Creatures Conservation course will be temporarily suspended for a period of time. Hearing this, Harry couldn't help but say, but Malfoy, he's not hurt. He just pretended. 35. The point is, Buckbeak did attack Malfoy. Ronald said with some helplessness on the side. Maybe you can go and prove he's not hurt. Looking at Harley with glasses, Lewin made an offer. How am I, isn't that bad? Hallie froze for a moment, then knew what Lewin was referring to. Thinking of this, she hesitated. Malfoy didn't know you were Harley, because he's still in the infirmary for potions today. 99. Hermione reminded softly. Then let me try. Harry thought for a while and said. What are you guys talking about? Hagrid touched his head and questioned in a muffled voice. How could he not understand? The pinpoint-like light rain was still falling outside, and the ground was a little muddy. After a lunch at Hagrid's, Lewin and the others left the hut. Hermione hugged his arm naturally as the umbrella opened. And Harry and Ronald are still using the magic spell to shelter from the rain. In their opinion, umbrellas still do not have the convenience of magic spells. Then I'll go to the school doctor's office in the afternoon. Thinking of the plan under discussion, Harley said while holding back the nausea in her heart. Hermione and I have a runes lesson in the afternoon, so I won't go with you too. Lewin, who was holding an umbrella in front, said. Is that so? Hallie glanced at Ronald subconsciously. I don't know if it's just the two of them. Don't worry, as long as you can prove that he's not injured, Headmaster Dumbledore will sort things out later. Lewin comforted Harry. Dumbledore certainly didn't want Hagrid to quit the Fantastic Creatures course, which was a high-risk profession after all. Second only to the Dark Magic Defense class. After reaching the main building of Hogwarts, they parted. Lewin and Hermione still have electives to take, while Hallie and Ronald are going to the school infirmary to see Malfoy, who is pretending to be sick. Here are your books and notes. 35. Lewin took a seat in the classroom. 2 books and a notebook were taken out from the Shinwei space and placed on the table of the two of them. Why are you saying that Malfoy hasn't found out about Harry's identity yet? Hermione, who took the notebook, asked inexplicably. She found that Malfoy and Harry had taken potions class 3 or 4 times since last semester, and the other party didn't realize that Harry had disappeared, and instead was replaced by a Harry. Maybe love can be blinding. Lewin touched the tip of his nose and gave a vague answer. He is also very puzzled about this question, but it seems that there is only such a reliable explanation. Zhao Hao, after all, Malfoy chanted Harley's name in his dreams. Thinking of the last time he performed Demention on Malfoy, the other party's head full of Harry made him shudder a little. Maybe this is love. There were not many little wizards in the school medical room, and there was only a pale blonde Malfoy lying on the hospital bed. Yes, that's right, it's all about helping Hagrid. Looking at that disgusting face, Harry kept thinking in his heart. And Malfoy, who was lying on the hospital bed and was reading the daily newspaper, turned his head in a daze after hearing this familiar and pleasant voice. "Harry, didn't you transfer schools?" With a sense of disgust, Harley, who walked to the bedside, gritted her teeth and said it directly. "Malfoy, can you go on a date with me?" 35. When they were having class here, Harry also walked into the school medical room with an uneasy mood. "It's all for Hagrid." "Harry." The daily newspaper in Malfoy's hand fell to the ground, and he stared at the little witch who didn't know when to stand beside him. Long black hair, round eyeglass frames, those impressive emerald green eyes, and the Gryffindor robes he was wearing. "That's right, Harley. But didn't Luan say she transferred schools? And did she just mention the word dating? Didn't you transfer to Beauxbatons, 35? Malfoy asked subconsciously. I'm transferring back this semester." Harry suppressed a smile and replied. Although the answer sounded very perfunctory, Malfoy had no doubts. "Did you come to the infirmary specifically to see me on a date?" he said happily. "No. You should know that I was attacked by that hippogriff." Malfoy's expression was a little hesitant, but he knew that his father had also hired someone from the Ministry of Magic to investigate Hagrid. If he got out of bed in 7:33 and was seen at this time, wouldn't it mean that he did not suffer any harm? Seeing Malfoy's hesitant expression, Harry clenched his fists tightly. "Still wearing it now? So, aren't you going to go to the Black Lake with me?" Harry remembered where Luan and the others used to go, and then asked Malfoy. After taking Nianguaquin, the whole person's characteristics will change to female. So Harry's voice sounded very pleasant. "By the Black Lake?" Malfoy looked at the witch standing beside him, and felt a little moved. He could already imagine himself holding Harry's hand and strolling along the edge of the scattered Black Lake like the other young lovers. "Row. You wait for me to change a dress first." Malfoy hesitated for a while, then nodded in agreement. "Now is a good opportunity to attack Harley. You must know that in the last semester, because of the other party's transfer, he felt very regretful. The opportunity now came, and Malfoy had to seize it." After a while, Ronald, who was standing at the door, suddenly showed a ghostly expression. He opened his mouth slightly and stared at the school medical room with a pair of dull eyes. I saw that Malfoy, who was wearing a hood, had already taken Harry's little hand. What's going on with these two people? Why did they suddenly hold hands? I don't know why, but Ronald felt envious for a while. Damn, what the hell am I envious of? Seeing Harry and Malfoy who were ready to come out, Ronald hurried to a corner. All he had to do now was to show Headmaster Dumbledore this. Miss Granger's answer is correct, so Gryffindor adds 10 points. I like smart little wizards. Professor Babrin praised Hermione with a smile on his face. After 2 more classes, the little wizard who impressed her the most was the little couple sitting in the corner. Especially the little wizard with blonde hair, he seems to be able to handle any problem with ease. Even the high-level alchemy knowledge that she felt a headache, Luan was able to answer in the most perfect way. Mr. Gerald, you will surely become a great alchemist like Nick Mailer. This is Professor Babrin's highest rating for this course. Thank you, Professor Babrin. Luan thanked him with a chuckle. Nick Mailer is definitely the highest pursuit of all alchemists in this century. If he can get such a high evaluation, it is obvious that Professor Babrin expects him. After class, Hermione took Luan to the auditorium, ready to finish dinner early, and then use the time changer for another astronomy class. Only. What's the matter with him? 35. Hermione looked curiously at Harry, who was lying on the table, eyes blank. Her emerald green eyes lost all their highlights, as if the world had collapsed. This, I don't know either. Ronald, who was asked, shook his head with a complicated expression. I was just taking Headmaster Dumbledore to Black Lake to expose Malfoy, and I saw Harry looking like this. Ronald is not telling the truth. Miss Hermione guessed Ronald's expression at once. After all, he was always someone who liked to put his emotions on his face. So what is he hiding? Malfoy didn't do anything to you, did he? Luen propped his cheeks and asked with half-squinted eyes. No. Bringing up Malfoy, Harry clenched his fists and turned sideways. It seemed that Malfoy had indeed done something. In this silent environment, after a simple dinner, the two looked at each other and left the auditorium. Come on, let's go back and have a look. Hermione put the time changer hanging on her white neck and gently put it on the necks of the two of them. You're not going to another class this afternoon? Luen asked with a chuckle and stroked her curly hair. Rather than astronomy class, I want to know what happened between them. Hermione raised her head and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. I didn't expect Miss Hermione, who is studious, to be attracted to these things. Luen jokingly. Aren't you curious? 35. Hermione pinched his cheek and asked softly. Of course curious. As Luen's voice fell, Miss Hermione had turned the time turner 3 times. When they opened their eyes again, it was noon. I remember Ronald saying they were dating by the Black Lake. Hermione, who had a good memory, took out the Marauder's map from his pocket as he spoke. The names of Hallie and Ronald, shown above, are in the school infirmary. In other words, Harley and the others have not officially started their actions. Let's go to the Black Lake and wait. Luen said softly. Now this time period happens to be the time when the two of them are in class, so they are not afraid to meet another self in Hogwarts. What the hell did Malfoy do to Harry to make her react so much? Really looking forward to it. The corners of Luen's mouth twitched and he couldn't help thinking. The breeze blows the wet green grass, and the air is filled with a fresh smell. The light rain in the sky has stopped at this time. There are also many wizards gathered around the Black Lake to hang out, including some couples. Comfortable taste. Hermione twitched the tip of her nose lightly, and the fresh and grassy scent stirred her sense of smell. The breeze blew up the red-bottomed robe on her body and swept her face very softly. Behind her followed the slow, Luen. With a pair of light blue eyes smiling, he stared at the lively and lovely little witch in front of him. Speaking of which, Miss Hermione is 15 years old this year. Mingming was a proud 11-year-old girl when she first met, but in a blink of an eye, she became the lively and active look she is now. And will tease him from time to time. What are you looking at? Hermione turned, her brown eyes blinking at Luen. His golden hair was as brilliant as golden threads, and his handsome face was always adorned with a gentle smile. Sure enough, Mr. Gerald is the most handsome. Looking at dear Miss Granger, of course. Luen replied with a smile. I can't be watching other witches, can I? 35. Speaking of other witches, Hermione remembered that quite a few witches had recently sent love letters to her little boyfriend. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but puff out her cheeks. There are always people who want to dig her corners. What's the matter, like a pufferfish? Luen nudged her bulging cheek with a finger and chuckled softly. I'm thinking of the witches who dig my corners. Didn't I lose all those letters? Luen burst into laughter when he heard this. He found that Miss Hermione was indeed sensitive in some ways, perhaps called possessive. I know, but I didn't expect my roommate Lavender to send you letters too. Thinking of the roommate who kept rabbits, Hermione complained angrily. Trelawney also made a death prediction for her rabbit when she was in divination class. I heard that Lavender was so frightened that he was holding his rabbit for several days, for fear of dying accidentally. Lavender Brown. Luen was somewhat impressed, he shook his head and said. I don't have any interest in them. I'm only interested in you, and for the time of my life. As soon as he finished speaking, the corners of Miss Granger's mouth could not be restrained, and she looked at Luen with a smile in her eyes. Although I had heard this so many times, to Hermione it was still like Cupid's arrow straight to the heart. As they chatted along the way, the two finally stopped at a lawn near Black Lake. This place has a good view, and there is a big rock behind it to block the back, so that Harry and Malfoy will not find it. They've come out. Hermione sat on the green grass under the drying spell, her brown eyes watching the marks on the Marauders' map. The names of Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy have moved outwards from the medical office, while Ronald Weasley's name is headed for the headmaster's office. Wait, Cedric and Qiu Zhang are around too. At this time, Luwen saw two familiar names near Black Lake. He stood up and looked into the distance, and soon saw Cedric and the others. I didn't expect the two of them to be here too. I don't know what's going to happen when Harry meets them. After Luwen glanced at it, he sat next to Hermione and looked at the Marauders' map together. About 10 minutes later, the figures of Harry and Malfoy walked out of the door and arrived at the edge of the lawn of Black Lake. I'm coming. Hermione pulled Luwen's sleeve and reminded softly. Coming. Luwen turned around and saw the hooded figure pulling Harley at a glance. That's Malfoy. 35. Although the hood obscured his features, some pale blonde hair was still exposed. He actually held Harry's hand. Hermione's eyes widened, and in an instant she noticed something was wrong. They're here. Luwen watched the figure approaching in the distance, and pulled Hermione to lean behind the stone. And this time. So, you only dated me because I rescued you in the Forbidden Forest last time? Malfoy asked, looking at Harry frowning beside him. Yes, that's right. Harley endured the intense discomfort in her heart, and nodded with a forced smile. Why hasn't Ronald come yet? He thought anxiously. Tired? Looking at Harry's frowning expression, Malfoy couldn't help but say, let's go over there and rest. Flowers 0. Looking at the clearing in the distance, Harry nodded. He now desperately wants to see Ronald in his heart. After reaching the lawn, Harry looked at the couples walking slowly around, and the corners of his mouth twitched subconsciously. Shouldn't she have chosen this place? Why don't you talk, are you too nervous? Malfoy scratched his head and asked suspiciously. No, I just... Harry's words came to an abrupt end, and her emerald green eyes stared blankly at the couple hugging in the distance. That's a Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff's two wizards. Want a bite? Luwen held a Momotaro rice ball and asked Hermione, who was watching the play with his chin on his back. Ah! Hermione opened her small mouth and took a bite, only to grab one of Luwen's fingers. Are you all right? Hermione stuck out her little tongue and asked embarrassedly. Fine. Luwen shrugged and handed Hermione the remaining Momotaro rice ball. Anyway, she's used to being bitten by Miss Granger. Qiu Zhang is with Cedric. Hermione followed Harry's dull gaze and saw the two seniors hugging each other at a glance. Which one? Luwen looked over curiously, and the scene opposite made him slightly stunned. The relationship between these two has gotten to the point. No, what about Hallie? Thinking of this, he turned his attention to Harry, who stayed where he was. And Malfoy, who was sitting beside her, also found the couple on the opposite side who were hugging and being intimate. Is she looking at this? Malfoy thought to himself. He turned his head to look at Harry, who had completely lost his mind, hesitated, and then slowly leaned over. Kissed. Hermione opened her eyes wide and pulled Luwen's tie in disbelief. Don't worry, I've already filmed it. Luwen held a camera in his hand and quickly framed the current scene on the photo. Now he finally knew what Malfoy had done to Harry. Harry's eyes widened, his mind blank. Malfoy was just, what was he doing? Is my first kiss gone? No wonder he didn't want to say that it was Malfoy. Hermione stared blankly at Luwen and said. Now things have developed more than she imagined. Click. With the sound of a shutter sound, Luwen looked at the photos he took with satisfaction. The composition and tone were perfect. I didn't expect the two of them to develop to this point. Luwen said with a shrug. And Harry, who was in the distance, was completely dumbfounded. That soft touch, can't go wrong. Is my first kiss gone? Harry froze in place like a stone, while Malfoy looked at her nervously. That, you don't care? He asked cautiously with a blushing face. I don't care. Harry muttered 733 absent-mindedly. She was hit too hard today, first Zhou Zhang and Cedric, and then Malfoy's. Thinking of the scene just now, Harry only felt that his stomach was constantly rolling. You're really not there. Draco Malfoy, it looks like your spirit is healed. Before Malfoy could finish speaking, a kind voice behind him instantly made him freeze. When he turned around slowly, what he saw was Headmaster Dumbledore with half-round eyes. Dumbledore smiled as he looked at the two little wizards in front of him. Obviously, the scene of the two of them just now was carried out under his watch. Ronald, who followed Dumbledore, looked at the two with a complicated expression. He really didn't know, so he left for a short while. What happened to these two people? Headmaster Dumbledore is here, and it looks like Hagrid's position should be preserved. Luan looked at the white-robed old wizard in front, and said to Hermione with a chuckle. But will Harley pay too much? Hermione asked aloud. Looking at the appearance of Harry in the back, the price paid is indeed quite large. 35. Luan thought for a while and replied. The two of them did not participate in the latter matter, because the sky behind was gradually gloomy, and it rained lightly again. Considering that the other self was eating in the auditorium, the two returned directly to the room of requirement. Using a wand to light the fire of the cozy cottage, some cold rooms gradually warmed up a little. Miss Hermione took off her small leather shoes, stepped on a pair of black stockings, and threw herself on the soft big bed. She narrowed her brown eyes comfortably. Since using the time turner, she and Luan have never stayed up all night, and go to bed on time before 9 p.m. every day. What would you like to drink? Luan hung Slytherin's green robe on the hanger and turned to Hermione, who was lying on the bed. Hot milk. Hermione replied lazily. There are still a lot of materials in this small room, most of which were taken from Luan's Shenwei space. Because of the protection of the magic spell, the food does not have to worry about spoilage. Get up, my little witch. Luan looked at the little feet that were upturned and wearing black stockings, and scratched twice with a quill with a smile on his face. Yeah, it's itchy. 35. Miss Hermione felt the touch from her little feet and couldn't help but glance back at him. Luan will always have all kinds of tricks up her sleeve. Around the table in front of the fire, Hermione took a sip from a steaming glass of hot milk. Sweet, with a strong honey aroma. The rain beat lightly on the window, making a crisp and pleasant sound. The fire crackled. After Luan picked up a quill and dipped some ink, he wrote a series of beautiful letters on the paper. What are you writing? Hermione, who was sitting opposite, asked curiously. I'm going to write a letter to Sirius. Luan said and handed the photo taken this afternoon to the confused little witch. The above is exactly the picture of Harry and Malfoy. I don't know what Sirius would think when he saw it. 35. Hermione couldn't help but chuckle. To know that Sirius is Harry's godfather, if he sees his godson being killed by a wizard. Thinking of this, the little witch couldn't help but laugh. Although Harry is indeed miserable, isn't joy based on the misery of others? Hermione propped her face in her hands, her brown eyes looking at Luan who was writing a letter. That handsome face looked attractive under the candlelight. You are mine. The little witch muttered to herself softly. The voice was so soft that she couldn't even hear it herself. After Luan put the finished letter in the envelope, he raised his head and looked at Hermione opposite. I fell asleep again. He shook his head with some laughter. Looking at Miss Granger sleeping with her arms on her back, Luan walked over and gently picked her up. Well. Hermione couldn't help squeezing into his arms, as if trying to find a warm place. Luan put his little girlfriend on the bed, and then gently kissed her smooth forehead. Good night. he said softly. With the sound of raindrops, the whole room fell into silence. The bright sun shone on the streets of Diagon Alley. A black dog walked straight towards the alley of Nocturne Alley with an envelope from a collie's pharmacy in his mouth. The letter was sent to him from Hogwarts by Luan. After bypassing the collapsed large house, the black dog finally stopped at a luxurious house. "Good morning, Morris." Sirius released his AF*CK Gus and greeted Morris. 0.1 Immediately after, he walked into the room guarded by a group of werewolves. "I don't know what Luan sent me." Sirius opened the envelope curiously, revealing a letter and several photos inside. Photo. "Our next target is to attack Malfoy Manor." He glanced at it curiously, then froze. Certainly not Luan. Thinking of this, Sirius quickly picked up the letter. He knew the girl with glasses above, and Harry showed him the shape after drinking the potion. The next moment, Sirius ran to Tom's office room. After reading it, he was silent. Under Tom's surprised eyes, he gritted his teeth. But who is the pale blonde wizard across from him? The sun shines through the pattern outside the window, casting mottled light and shadow on the floor. It's been almost a week since school started. This morning is Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, right? The little witch was arranging her wrinkled white shirt in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror, and her red and black tie fell slightly on her chest. Miss Hermione seemed to have grown quite a bit. Luan, who tied her brown curly hair behind her, glanced at the girl in the mirror, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Mr. Gerald, what are you looking at?" Without getting an answer for a long time, Hermione couldn't help turning her face to him and asked. However, after noticing Luan's gaze, she was slightly taken aback, and then asked softly with a small smile on her face. "Does it look good?" 35. "Nice." Luan nodded subconsciously. The next moment, he noticed that Miss Granger's ears were a little crimson and looked very cute. "Okay, change your hairstyle today." 35. Luan loosened the tied curls, and a delicate fishtail braid was successfully tied. Sure enough, cute people are beautiful with any hairstyle on 13. Hermione looked at herself in the mirror, a flash of surprise in her eyes. "What is there that you can't?" She sighed softly. "Since I met Luan in the wand shop, he is very proficient in cooking, knowledge, and spells, as if there is no one he can't. Simply omnipotent." "Yes, I will not have children," Luan said while laughing and rubbing her curly hair. "The scent of jasmine flowers is very strong," stirring his nose, like being in a flower field. Give birth to a child." Hermione blinked, blushing and faltering at what to say. Is this implying her? After a simple breakfast, Hermione put on Gryffindor's wizard robes, and followed Luan to the Transfiguration classroom. "Looks like you two are in good spirits." After the two of them took their seats, Professor McGonagall's voice suddenly came from behind. There was a faint smile in his voice. Looking at the young couple in good spirits, Professor McGonagall was also a little surprised. As far as she knew, Luan and Hermione had been listening to every class, except one astronomy class. But even in such a high-intensity time, how can these two people not see the mental exhaustion at all? You must know that even if she uses the time changer every day, she may not be able to stick to it. Aren't you too tired of using the time turner? Professor McGonagall asked his doubts. It's not that the professor is tired, it's just that the time to go to bed is earlier every day. Hermione shook her head, the fishtail braid behind her and the curls scattered over her shoulders shaking with it. Me too. Luan nodded with a smile. Both of them slept in the early morning, but after using the time converter, it was before 9 o'clock in the evening. I'm glad to see you all working so hard, but please be careful with your body, Mr. Gerald and Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall said with some seriousness. Certainly. When the wizards of Gryffindor and Slytherin have arrived, this transfiguration class will officially begin. The content to learn this semester is also simple for Luan, but some of the theories taught by McGonagall intrigue him. The shapeshifter is worthy of being a master. Sitting on the side, Hermione was rolling up her sleeves, her white and slender fingers holding a quill pen and earnestly recording every piece of knowledge. This notebook, as thick as a dictionary, has almost half of it recorded. It is densely populated with the key points of each lesson, and even the content of Luan's lectures for her. Mr. Malfoy, the classroom is not for you to sleep. Professor McGonagall's lecture came to an abrupt end, and everyone followed her gaze to Malfoy in the corner. I saw the other party was lying on the table, a listless look. Crabbe and Goyle, who were beside them, were also a little overwhelmed. Luan glanced at Malfoy, then turned to look at Harry. Harry didn't look at Malfoy like the others, instead he was writing something in his notebook with his head down and a quill. Since the last incident, Harry, who has changed back, has been taciturn. Meeting Malfoy is almost always a detour. Has Malfoy still not found out that Harry is Harry? Hermione said speechlessly. Love blinds people. Luan shook his head and said. Unsurprisingly, Slytherin got 10 points from an angry Professor McGonagall. The Great Hall of Hogwarts. Have an omelette and chocolate. A cup of black tea. Luan was about to say chocolate milk, but then noticed Hermione's squinted eyes, and reluctantly changed it to black tea. How is Hagrid? He curiously asked Ronald, who was holding the mouse. Luan hasn't heard from Hagrid yet. After all, they left after Dumbledore came that day, and they don't know what the final result will be. Thanks to Harry's efforts, Hagrid is again able to hold the 733 position of Professor. 99. Ronald said, carefully glanced at Harry, who was eating with his head down. He hadn't thought that something like that would happen that day, but luckily only he and Headmaster Dumbledore saw it. Nice result. Luan said softly. At this time, the position of the skylight was opened. A group of owls of different colors flew in one after another, their feathers slowly floating in the air. So many feathers every time. Hermione looked at the feathers floating over, and complained that she cast a little spell with her wand. Immediately afterwards, the feathers that floated over flew to other positions. Thanks for your hard work. After reading the letter, his expression became thoughtful. When I opened the letter, the signature inside was none other than Sirius, who was staying in Nocturne Alley. If you have any plots you want to watch, you can leave a message, such as Snape's love rejuvenation, Malfoy and Harry and Ronald's love triangle, you can add them. This is the heart of love. Sirius is coming to Hogwarts. Luan couldn't help thinking. As expected of Harry's godfather. Luan looked at the white owl who brought the envelope, touched its little head with his little finger, and handed it a ham. Is it because of seeing the photo he sent in the past? Sirius is coming to Hogwarts. Luan held the letter and thought thoughtfully. The time is just these few days. According to the letter, he has to help Senior Tom rectify Nocturne Alley. I have to say that Tom's action is still very fast. So far he has mastered more than half of the area. If you were giving him some time. Nocturne Alley has been chaotic in recent days. Miss Hermione's voice sounded from the side. She was holding a copy of the Daily Prophet, and looking at the content on it, she couldn't help speaking. The headline position above is no longer Sirius's wanted order, but a burning street, and dynamic photos present the tragic scene in front of the public. The collapsed dilapidated house, the deep pit left after the explosion, and a sea of fire that is raging. There are also several wizards wearing black robes in the photo, and one of them also shows a pair of black eyes, which looks very strange and makes people shudder. It's Senior Tom. Luan leaned over and recognized the head wizard at a glance. The content of this headline happened 2 days ago. It is said to be a large-scale wizard fight, in which several dark wizards died tragically on the street. The Aura organization also went to investigate for the first time, led by Captain Lockhart. Lockhart is actually the Aura leading the team. Ronald, who was sitting opposite, also saw this report, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. He really couldn't understand how that parallel professor got into the Aura organization and became the captain. This is simply incredible. Has the Ministry of Magic been so corrupted under Fudge's leadership? You can get in just by being famous. Hasn't the Holiday Daily reported about Lockhart once? 33 Hermione said helplessly. Even Harry knew about it at the time. I don't read the daily newspaper like you do at home. The lesson that Harry feared the most had arrived. Another potions class from Snape this afternoon. This time he didn't choose to use the Nianguaquin to escape Snape's targeted behavior. Because Malfoy will be in class too. No way, the psychological shadow that Malfoy left on him was too great. Thinking of the scene on the edge of the Black Lake, Harry couldn't help retching, as if he had eaten a disgusting worm, and his stomach kept rolling. See you after class. Hermione chuckled and waved her little hand, then followed Luann to find a corner. That. Ronald looked at Harry and opened his mouth without saying the second half. He had wanted to switch positions, after all, Harry didn't take the potion. But after seeing Harry's unlovable expression, Ronald couldn't say such cruel words after all. Forget it, deduct points, just deduct points, anyway, Gryffindor has nothing to deduct. The bell for class rang, and Snape walked into the dark underground classroom. He first subconsciously glanced at Harry, who was sitting in the middle. The face that looks like Lily has been replaced by James, which is disgusting. What, Mr. Potter, your transfiguration charm is back. Snape sneered in a thick, nasal tone. Sure enough, it was this face that gave him the desire to be ironic and targeted. Facing Lily's face, he really couldn't say anything. Not even the points could be deducted. Seeing Harry's contorted face, Snape didn't know why, and felt a sense of regret in his heart. It was as if he was missing Harry the last time he saw him. He shook his head, putting all these complicated emotions behind him. Now is not the time to think about it. Lily is dead and no one can replace her. Prepare your cauldrons now, and don't let me see anyone's cauldron explode again. Snape pointedly glanced at the trembling Neville, his tone full of coldness. In the next lesson, I will teach you how to recognize werewolves and deal with werewolves. 35. Of course, there is also the final wolf poison potion. Snape's tone was a little subtle, and his falcon-like eyes glanced at the sitting little wizards. No one wanted to meet those sharp-edged eyes, and lowered their heads one after another. Isn't the previous lesson what the dark magic defense class is supposed to teach? Hermione whispered suspiciously. How to identify dangerous creatures and deal with them is clearly not what a potions class should learn. Professor Snape should have his own plans. Maybe a werewolf has entered our school. Luann said disapprovingly. Of course he knew that Snape was insinuating Lupin wildly. After all, for this former school bully, Snape would love to see him get out of this school. And the best way is to let the little wizards who teach him discover his identity and report to Headmaster Dumbledore. Just by virtue of the wizard's fear of werewolves, those parents would not allow an uncontrollable werewolf to teach their students. No way, Headmaster Dumbledore wouldn't let a werewolf into the school. 35. Hermione shook her head in disbelief. Apparently she just took what Luann said as a joke. Regarding the knowledge of werewolves, Snape explained it in great detail. The details are so detailed that one wonders if he is a potions professor. After giving the curious little wizards, Zhao Hao, the knowledge of werewolves, he immediately began to teach how to make wolf poison potions. As a high-level potion that has just appeared recently, the wolf venom potion is not something that the little wizards of today can refine, and they can't even understand it. Except for one person, Luann, who once brewed wolf poison potion. Like some snake's gall, pine needle sap. It seems that Professor Lupin, the potion from Snape, is not feeling well either. Every day, I worry about the curse of the dark magic defense class, and suffer from the bitter taste of wolf poison. Why do you feel like most of them are useless? And it's still very painful. Lu En's expression became more and more bizarre as he listened to the ingredients Snape said above. 18. Adding these things to the wolf venom potion will only make it more changeable to the bland taste. More than 2 weeks have passed since the start of school, and the new first-year wizard has gradually adapted to the life of Hogwarts, turned around and threw himself into the ranks of Hearthstone and werewolf killing. So far, the card game made by the Fred brothers has swept the entire Hogwarts. Basically, every day is to sit and count money and study new ways to play. As for Professor Lupin, the new dark magic defense class, after 2 or 3 classes of his class, all the wizards have a clear understanding of him. It is not as perfunctory as the previous Lockhart, and his personality is also very gentle. He often puts a smile on his face to answer various questions, and most importantly, he often does some interesting practices in class. Professor Flitwick's class. Lu En slowly opened his eyes. He just went to his own divine space. Because there is still a captured Dementor inside, although I always wanted to learn how to protect the gods, but it has been dragging on due to time reasons. If you have time, you must study. I don't know if Professor Flitwick will. He raised his head and glanced at Professor Flitwick, who was experimenting with the spell, but Lu En clearly remembered that the other party was a duel master. The weight of this honor is still very heavy, at least other professors recognize this honor. Since this class was Slytherin and Ravenclaw together, the clingy little witch did not stay by his side, but went to Mrs. Sprout's herbal class. When the get-out of class was over, while Professor Flitwick was still packing his books, Lu En walked over. "Professor Flitwick, I'd like to ask you how to use a spell," he asked politely with a smile. Regarding the curse of the Guardian of the Gods, Lu En also consulted Senior Tom, but the other party would not use it, because this spiritual defense curse had no effect on him, and it was not even as good as an iron armor curse. As for Sirius, as a predatory group of 4, he should be able to. After all, James and Lupin have their own guardians, but it is a pity that he is still with Senior Tom. "Oh, Mr. Gerald, what spell do you want to ask?" Flitwick looked at the blonde little wizard in front of him and said, "Dab," with some surprise. He didn't expect that Lu En would come to ask him about the spell one day. It was so rare, or the first time he'd heard Lu En ask himself about it since he enrolled. "It's about the Guardian of the Gods," Lu En said softly. "God Guard?" Professor Flitwick was slightly taken aback, but he didn't expect that someone would ask him about this spell. After thinking about the large group of Dementors hovering in the sky a few days ago, he understood. "You want to deal with those Dementors?" Professor Flitwick asked curiously. "Those Dementors are Azkaban's guardians, they can't be killed." "No, professors, I didn't want to kill them, I just wanted to have a way to protect myself." 35 Lu En shrugged and explained, "I was attacked by them on the train, and fortunately Professor Lupin shot and used them. God Guard saved me." "I see, so come to my office when you are free." Professor Flitwick nodded in agreement. "At that time, I came to teach you how to call the gods and guards. The premise is that you have to be prepared, this spell is difficult to learn." After walking out of the magic spell classroom, the bright noon sun made Lu En subconsciously narrow his eyes. It's mid-September now, so the temperature is still a little hot. Stepping up the spiral staircase, and then walking towards the herb shed at the lawn. At this point in time, Mrs. Sprout's class should not be over yet. Stepping on the emerald green lawn, the breeze brought gusts of cool breeze past, and a fresh smell filled the air. Looking at the blue sky full of clouds, Lu En, who was halfway through, suddenly remembered something. He remembered that September 19th seemed to be Miss Granger's birthday. And today happens to be September 17th, so there are still 2 days before the birthday of my little girlfriend. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. On his previous birthday, he gave him a high-level magic ring that he made, which the little witch still cherishes on her hand. So what to give this time? While thinking about it, Lu En unknowingly arrived at the location of the herbal medicine class. Through the glass wrapped around green vines and flowers, he saw at a glance the girl with gloves and apron to loosen the devil's vine. Seemingly noticing the gaze outside, Hermione raised her head to see the blonde wizard standing outside, subconsciously showing a smile. She waved her hand inside and said hello. Mrs. Sprout's class finally ended after half an hour. Hermione walked over with Basics of Botany in small steps. Give. She reached out and handed the thick book to Luan. Luan patted her head with a smile, and then put the book into the Shenwei space. Ever since Hermione knew he had enough space, he had been using him as a storage room. Hermione took his hand and asked curiously. At least half of what was in his space now belonged to Miss Granger. Luan snapped back and chuckled. Well, on September 19th, 2 days from now, what gift are you going to give Miss Hermione? No, I'm just thinking about what to eat for lunch today. What are you thinking about? Looking at the happy girl walking in front, the corner of Luan's mouth slowly raised. Come on, let's go to the auditorium first. Saying that, the little witch pulled Luan towards the direction of the auditorium. 2 days later. The early morning sun penetrated the patterned glass and window screens, covering the soft bed like silk. Hermione was sleeping on her side with her eyes closed, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and she looked like a beautiful elf. Luan gently took down the small white hand that was pressing on his chest, and then carefully sat up from the edge of the bed. His dazzling blonde hair was a little messy. He glanced at Hermione, who was still sleeping with sapphire-like eyes, and a smile appeared on his face involuntarily. Today is September 19th, Miss Hermione's birthday. Luan put the birthday present he had prepared in front of the bed. It was a red box with colorful ribbons. Inside were 2 delicate amethyst earrings, which were the same alchemy props as the ring that was given last time, but the power of this earring was more passive than that of a ring. It will only be activated when attacked. The spells depicted in it are Apparition and Iron Armor, 2 high-level spells. Among them, the engraving of Apparition took him a lot of time. After all, it was equivalent to a teleportation spell in a space, and he destroyed at least 7 or 8 precious amethyst crystals. These were all found for him by Senior Tom. At that time, Tom was so angry that his nose was crooked when he heard this request. Know that he is at a critical juncture right now. How could he find so many amethysts for him in 2 days, but despite his consciousness and resistance, his body was still very obedient to find them. The ghost knows how many death curses his undead body has received in these 2 days. Gerald, you're more of a dog than serious. Thinking of the envelope that Tom sent him, Luan set it on fire without looking at it. The amethyst is just as long as it is, and it doesn't matter whether you read or not read the letter from Senior Tom. After placing the gift, Luan just wanted to snap his fingers, but after thinking about Miss Hermione who was sleeping behind him, he resisted and switched to a wand. Under the effect of the floating spell, the ingredients in the Shenwei space were photographed in a row and flew into the kitchen. Today's breakfast is in charge of him. And it just so happens that today is the only day off. Well. Hermione, who was lying flat on the bed, let out a gentle voice. She reached out and touched Luan next to her, but she felt empty. Luan woke up early today. Hermione thought vaguely. Usually at this time, his little boyfriend should still be sleeping beside him. The little witch slowly opened her brown eyes, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, she turned her head slightly, and there was already nothing beside her. What about Luan? Hermione half sat up with her small hands, her wide pajamas revealing one smooth shoulder. She rubbed her somewhat confused eyes, and looked at the inside of the hut doubtfully. Still haven't seen the familiar. Luan. Miss Hermione called out softly, but got no response. Did you go out so early? She muttered in dissatisfaction. He didn't even know how to call his little girlfriend when he left. If you meet him for a while, you must bite him hard. Thinking of this, the little witch fiercely showed her little tiger teeth. Well. Wei Wei stretched her waist vigorously, and Hermione lifted the quilt covering her, ready to go to the hanger to get her clothes. However, at this moment, she suddenly saw a gift box placed at the head of the bed. This is, for me. She stretched out her small hand, which was covered by the wide pajamas, and slowly picked up the gift box. This gift box is very light in weight, and the contents inside should be small. Suddenly, Hermione's eyes widened, brown eyes staring at the delicate gift box. Her empty little brain finally remembered. Isn't it her birthday today? No wonder I always feel like I forgot something important. So it's for her from Luen, but where the hell did he go? Hermione thought, half squinting her eyes. At this moment, a sweet smell made her shrug the tip of her nose, the smell of bread and honey. Why did you wake up so soon? Luen came out of the kitchen with a small plate, and saw the stunned little witch in pajamas at a glance. I wanted to give you a surprise, now the cake is missing some strawberries. He chuckled, then hurriedly walked into the kitchen again, so please wait a moment, my Granger. Miss. Flowers 0. Hermione looked at the busy figure, an uncontrollable smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She glanced at the gift box in her hand and put it on the table with a chuckle. By this time there was already a rich breakfast on the table, honey muffins, hot chocolate milk, some sandwiches and a hot birthday cake that just came out. It's a 3-tiered cream cake surrounded by delicate candies and some bright red strawberries, with Hermione beautifully written in cream. Happy birthday. Luen said with a chuckle. And Miss Hermione jumped directly into his arms, raised her head and looked at those sapphire eyes. Don't you want to do something to me, Mr. Gerald? The little witch blinked her beautiful eyes and said softly. My pleasure. Luen smiled and lowered his head, and the softness was transmitted to the senses of the two of them. About 3 minutes later, Hermione pushed Luen away with some blushing and took a deep breath. You really don't have to breathe. Hermione whimpered quietly. You haven't opened the gift yet. Luen smiled and pointed to the gift box on the table, and said to the little witch. Of course it's waiting for you to dismantle with me. Hermione was instantly distracted at the mention of the gift. She looked at the small gift curiously, not knowing what was inside. Take it apart and see. Luen said to her. Aha! Amethyst represents the guardian stone of love. Luen said, touching some of the girl's curly hair, it is said to give lovers deep love, chastity, honesty and courage. This is amethyst. As the gift box was opened, 2 purple diamond-shaped crystal earrings appeared on the table, glowing purple in the sunlight like broken gold, looking very noble. Miss Granger. Hearing this, Hermione gently opened the gift box. I wish everyone a happy 520, and the confession will be successful, smiley face, 1. Also, will you be an adult next year? Husband and wife. Hermione was taken aback. Fluorescent flashes. Walking down the dark, damp passage, Hermione picked up her wand, and the melodious voice echoed in the small space. As the crystal light lit from the wand, the dark road ahead was illuminated at once. Pay attention to the ground under your feet. 39. Luen walked in front and said softly to the girl behind him. This secret passage to the Screaming Shack, although he had known it for a long time by virtue of his vague memory, this was the first time he had come here. So there is bound to be some caution. The entire secret passage is made of hard stones, so there will inevitably be some unevenness on the ground. The little witch who followed behind was holding a wand exuding light in one hand and Luen's hand hidden in the sleeve of her robe in the other. After walking for about 10 minutes, I finally saw a wooden flap and a small section of stone stairs in front of me. It seems that there is the last exit. It's really far. Hermione pinched her slightly sore calf and couldn't help but say 13 words. After all, the Forbidden Forest area at Hogwarts is relatively large. Luen explained with a chuckle. The distance they traveled now has completely crossed the Forbidden Forest above, otherwise it would be impossible to reach Hogsmeade Village. Refreshed. Looking at the plank covered with cobwebs, Luen snapped his fingers lightly. Incidentally, a floating spell was used to lift the cleaned board up, revealing the covered space above. It was the backbone of the house, and it looked like it was covered in cobwebs and dust. Lewin stepped up the stone stairs step by step. Miss Granger followed closely behind. It's just that after stepping into the house, both of them frowned subconsciously, and Hermione directly covered her mouth and nose with her clothes. So messy. The dilapidated furniture scattered on the ground was covered with dust and spider silk, and a few unknown reptiles could be seen around, as if it were a haunted house that had not been cleaned for decades. Clean up a little. Hermione couldn't help but put out the fluorescent flickering, and used her wand to clean the whole dilapidated hut. The dust had all dissipated, revealing patched floors and rags on the walls, and the room looked gloomy. The mottled sunlight slowly fell on the two of them through the wood-paneled windows. The surroundings were very quiet. Lewin took a step forward, and the floor made a sour creaking sound, as if it might collapse at any time. What is this place? It looks so weird. Hermione whispered to herself, looking at the tattered furniture around her. Screaming Shack, this is the famous haunted house in Hogsmeade Village, and wizards generally don't come here. Lewin said with a slight frown. He found that the whole house seemed to be shaking erratically, as if it was under a spell. The shaking house has a dark environment, and it is indeed called a haunted house. Come on, we're out of the Hogwarts area now. Saying that, Lewin wrapped his arms around the girl's waist. Feeling the warmth beside her, a small smile appeared on Hermione's face. As the space gradually tore apart, the two figures disappeared in the screaming shack in the blink of an eye. This is a newly learned apparition, and you don't need to set spatial coordinates to use it, but it is much easier to use than the teleportation of Shenwei. When Hermione opened her eyes again, she saw a patch of emerald green vines, stubbornly entwined around the house that had been boarded up to the exit. That's the screaming shack known as the haunted house. Behind him is a forest, with towering tree roots standing upright. Hogsmeade Village is here. Year. Lewin turned on the compass on his wrist, and the pointer pointed to the depths of the forest. After all, this is the first time he has come to this place, so he is not very familiar with the surrounding environment, and can only rely on the compass in his hand to determine the direction. I have to say, sometimes Captain Jack's compass works really well. After crossing the dense pine needles, a small town with peculiar buildings soon appeared not far away. Those buildings, like the products left over from the last century, look very contemporary. Hogsmeade Village. Hermione approached a sign, looked at the words on it, and read it out softly. Her bright brown eyes looked curiously at the wizard town. I didn't expect to actually come out of Hogwarts. Our date is about to begin. Lewin walked over to her, smiled and held her little hand. After entering this wizard town, various shops are located on both sides of the road, such as magic props, potions shop, pig's head bar. Even Lewin felt very curious. Honey Duke candy store. 2 large bars of chocolate, thank you. Lewin handed over a gold galleon, and then took the packaged 2 chocolates. He had heard Fred and George talk about this store, and the sweets in it were delicious. This is yours. After walking out of the candy store, Lewin handed a piece of chocolate to the little witch beside him, and then prepared to go to a Funya brand wizard clothing store not far away. 737 is going to buy some nice clothes for his little girlfriend. Speaking of which, does he count as fostering? Lewin pondered a little. Eating such a big piece of chocolate will make you fat. Looking at the chocolate the size of a book, Miss Hermione hesitated and didn't know what to say. Don't worry, I won't despise you. 39. Lewin said with a smile, pinching the tip of her little nose. If you dare to dislike me. As soon as the little lion's threat was half said, Lewin was dragged into a luxurious clothing store. Elegant brand. She remembered that she seemed to have heard of the brand in the daily newspaper, which seemed to be the most famous clothing chain in the wizarding world. Lewin pointed to the stocking area not far away and said to Miss Hermione, who tilted her head. When he came to the clothing area inside, his eyes suddenly lit up. Will it be too expensive? Luan was not surprised that his identity was exposed. After all, the two came out wearing academy robes. As soon as she stepped into the store, a witch in a robe came over and asked with a smile. Let's see for ourselves first. I think, you are more suitable for Heisei. Need something to buy, two little Hogwarts lovers. This is not good. After hearing Luan's words, Hermione froze in place with a large piece of chocolate. She said hesitantly. After all, she had never worn such a thing. At most, the little witch will buy things like stockings and robe shirts. Come and try. Luan asked softly with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. Seeing her boyfriend's expectant gaze, Hermione thought about it and nodded lightly. Not even trying. A total of 30 silver siko, sir. The witch at the clothing store handed the packaged clothes to Luan and put away the money on the table. See you next time. After walking out of the clothing store, the cold wind outside made Hermione shrink her head, and even now she still felt her face get hot. I remembered the look Luan looked at her just after trying on the clothes. This made the little witch hurriedly shake her head, leaving those complicated thoughts behind. With the movement of shaking the head, the two amethysts hanging on the earrings also sway, and the purple tone looks charming. A dress for you, a birthday present, of course. 35. Luan looked at Hermione beside him and handed her the bag with a chuckle. Hermione took the bag and subconsciously glanced at the black stockings inside. Sure enough, I finally bought it. Do you want to wear clothes tonight? 35. Luan saw the somewhat shy Miss Granger and whispered softly against her ear. A day trip to Hogsmeade Village, which lasts into the evening. The flaming clouds on the horizon piled up into a sea of clouds that seemed to be burning, looking beautiful and shocking, and from time to time a few owls crossed the sky. After buying a bunch of stuff, the two apparat back into the Shrieking Shack. Since Hogwarts has a forbidden spell, apparition has no way to send them directly to the inside of the academy, so they can only go through this hidden secret passage. How did you play today? Luan snapped his fingers, and the magic ring on his finger instantly shone a cloud of blue light, responsible for providing lighting in the dark tunnel ahead. It's a pleasure to be with you wherever you are. Hermione pulled the edge of his shirt behind him, an uncontrollable smile on her face. It was simply the best birthday of her life. Of course, the most important thing is to have Luan to accompany. Thinking of the request that she agreed to at the clothing store this morning, the little witch's face unconsciously showed a red glow. Don't you just put on black stockings and show Luan what's so shy? She mustered up the courage to think. After passing through the long tunnel, Luan directly used the power of blur to hold down the Willow's scar, allowing Hermione behind him to leave its attack range first. The time for the two to return was timely, at least Filch hadn't started patrolling yet. On request in front of the house. Luan was hugging a red Gryffindor robe with the familiar scent of jasmine. Miss Hermione, who was wearing a white shirt, was thinking about the small room she needed. After walking back and forth in front of the portrait 3 times, a smooth door emerged from the opposite wall. Come in, my Mr. Gerald. Hermione's mouth curled into a small smile, and as she spoke, she pulled Luan's shirt and walked in. After walking into this cozy little house, Luan hung the Gryffindor in his hand on the hanger, then opened his own divine space and took out the snacks and clothes he bought in Hogsmeade today. It was piled up on the table like a small hill, full of them. These are the harvest of 2 people dating all day. And walking into the room of requirement, Miss Hermione fulfilled her promise this morning. You are not allowed to peek. Hermione blushed, picked up a suit, turned to Luan and said. How could I possibly peek? Luan responded with a chuckle and shook his head. He prefers to have an open and honest look for a while. Looking at the little witch who walked into the changing room with the suit, he took out a cup of black tea and took a sip with a dumbfounded smile. I don't know what Hermione would have looked like in that suit, which he had chosen himself. Lu-en thought expectantly. And at this moment, as the door of the changing room turned gently, a figure slowly walked out. After Lu-en saw it for the first time, the glass in his hand that he was about to put down immediately froze in the air. The brown curly hair that was originally tied into a fishtail braid was now scattered, and the white shirt was replaced by a long black skirt. The most eye-catching pair was the pair of black silk stockings. How? Hermione shyly turned around slightly in front of him, her long black dress fluttered like black butterflies, and those little feet wearing black stockings were on the wooden floor, making a muffled sound. The amethyst on the earlobe also swayed, emitting a purple glow under the firelight. Seeing Lu-en's stunned expression, she was shy and a little overjoyed in her heart. I sometimes think about. Lu-en put the half-drinked black tea on the table, got up and walked in front of the girl, wrapping her waist with one hand and pinching her smooth and delicate cheeks with the other. What are you thinking about? Zhao Hao Zhao. She raised her head and asked curiously. Half-talkers are always annoying, but also very intriguing. I'm wondering if I'm having a dream now that a beautiful little witch like you could be my girlfriend. 35. Lu-en sighed a little. Of course, my dear Mr. Gerald. When the words fell, Hermione hugged his neck with a smile, and she whispered in her ear. Whether it's a dream or not, you should make a decision on the pillow tonight. The voice of the whisper dissipated, and the candle in the hut was slowly extinguished by magic. Looking at the crimson-colored Miss Granger in front of him, the corners of his mouth slowly raised, and then he directly picked her up in the form of a princess hug. Only the bright moonlight song outside the window remained. Good night. Good night, Miss Granger. Autumn sun shines through patterned glass. Hermione woke up early because she went to bed too early last night. She is now sitting in a chair, concentrating on writing notes with a feather pen, and the originally empty table is full of books. The long black dress was also replaced with a white shirt, the pair of black silk was also replaced by stockings, and a pair of beige sneakers were constantly swinging, which seemed to prove that he was in a good mood. Have a glass of hot milk, thanks. Lu-en took a cup of hot milk from the kitchen and put it in the girl's hand, then sat beside her. The books were all for their study and exams this semester, and Hermione had worked so hard to fill 2 thick notebooks. At about 7 o'clock, the two walked out of the room of requirement, ready to go to the Great Hall of Hogwarts for a breakfast. Maybe it's still too early, so there aren't too many little wizards in the auditorium. At Gryffindor's table, Harry and Ronald and Lee Jordan were all there, and when they saw Lu-en and Hermione, they smiled and said hello. You two don't live together. I don't think I've ever seen Hermione in the Gryffindor lounge this semester. Lee Jordan looked at the two and couldn't help joking. Hearing this sentence, Harry and Ronald 737 looked at each other. This semester, it seems that Hermione has not been seen in the Gryffindor common room. You wouldn't be asking for it. Ronald suddenly remembered something, and in the middle of speaking with a surprised expression, he found that he couldn't open his mouth. His eyes widened, looking at Hermione with his wand in disbelief. Did he just say something? Hermione asked Harry and Lee Jordan, pretending to be suspicious. The wand in his hand tapped lightly on the table, making a crisp sound. No, I didn't hear anything. Harry hurriedly shook his head and betrayed his good friend without any distress. Strange, did Ronald speak just now? Lee Jordan also scratched his head and looked at the poor Ronald with some doubts. Can't blame him for not being loyal, Hermione is too strong. The use of the silent spell and the forbidden spell, even a senior like him might not be able to use it proficiently. Thinking of this, he glanced at the little lion in surprise. Is Hermione's ability so strong? Although Lee Jordan had also heard of Hermione's Miss Know-It-All, this was the first time he had actually seen a spell cast. Ronald can no longer count on these two unreliable ones, he can only turn his attention to Lu-en. It tastes good, would you like a drink too? Lu-en put down the chocolate milk in his hand and asked Ronald with a smile. Eventually Ronald's mouth was able to speak again with the flick of Hermione's wand. This time he didn't dare to repeat what he just said. "Ronald, don't you have something to say?" Hermione smiled with the corners of her mouth raised. "What's the matter? What can he do?" Looking at the wand raised again, Ronald opened his mouth and didn't know what to say, he could only shake his head. "Fine." After the potions class, Lewin was going to go to Professor Flitwick to learn how to protect the gods. And for this matter, Hermione didn't follow, because she still had a herbal class in the afternoon. "Remember to teach me when you come back." Hermione kissed the handsome side face, then smiled and said goodbye. Professor Flitwick's office is on the right of the tower on the 8th floor, and the 13th window belongs to this office. Bang bang. Lewin knocked on the room door, and with a creak, the door was opened from the inside. A somewhat old voice sounded at the same time. "Dab. Oh, Gerald, are you here today to learn how to protect the gods?" Saying that, Professor Flitwick turned sideways and let Lewin walk into the office. "That's right, Professor, after all you know I've filled out all the timetables, so I can only have time now, 5. After Lewin explained one sentence, his eyes surveyed the decoration of this office. The first and second floors are full of books, and the most conspicuous is a gorgeous cabinet behind the desk. In the cabinet, it is filled with golden trophies and medals of honor. With his excellent eyesight, he could even see the words engraved on it. Duel Master. To Phileas Flitwick. It seems that those rumors are true, and the honor of this cabinet cannot be faked. I didn't expect Professor Flitwick to be so strong. Lewin was slightly surprised. After all, Professor Flitwick's appearance in the usual classroom is completely a very kind scholar, and he can even blame the mistakes of some little wizards. Especially the last time Ronald threw the book levitating spell on Flitwick's head. Ronald was terrified at the time, but Professor Flitwick kindly pointed out that his wand gesture was wrong, and didn't mention what had just been smashed. Of course I've heard about it." Speaking of this, Flitwick remembered that Professor McGonagall brought it up at a party, and all the professors were shocked, except Professor Snape, who usually doesn't attend any parties. "It's a pity that a smart and hard-working little wizard like you should come to our Ravenclaw." When he mentioned this, he couldn't help shaking his head with emotion. Before practicing this spell, you need to concentrate and think about the happiest things in your heart. According to Lewin's usual character and qualities, he is completely different from the snakes in the quagmire. "Professor, can we learn to protect the gods?" 35. Lewin chose to skip this topic directly. "For flowers, for tickets, for everything. Any time, Gerald." He didn't have a lot of time here to talk with Professor Flitwick about some of the old-fashioned things about the Sorting Hat. Professor Flitwick smiled slightly, then picked up the wand on the table. The Guardian spell is one of the most powerful and oldest defensive spells in the wizarding world. It is extremely difficult to successfully cast the Guardian spell. As the most difficult spell in defense spells, God Guard is naturally not so easy to learn. The condition of use is enough to get a large part of the wizard stuck in the starting position, that is, when using the spell, the user must use all his strength to recall the happiest moment of his life. This is the premise to be able to perform. That's why, last time Lewin asked Senior Tom about God's Guard, but the other party was disdainful, saying that he was too lazy to learn. After listening to Professor Flitwick's explanation, he became somewhat clear. Why is it too lazy to learn? Senior Tom simply, just can't learn. To sum up, it is still very difficult to learn the Guardian of the Gods, because while casting this spell, you must recall happy things in your heart. Professor Flitwick picked up his wand and pointed it lightly at the brooding blonde wizard. He read out the name of a spell in an old voice. Call God Guard. The next moment, under Lewin's gaze, a silver-white light flashed out from the tip of the wand, and the entire office was enveloped by this dazzling light. The silver-white gas gradually formed a transparent creature exuding white gas. It was hanging high in the air, with a pair of silver-blue wings waving gently, and its sharp vertical pupil stared at the wizard below. "Is that a goshawk?" Lu En recognized this massive bird creature, or no one didn't. It was beyond his imagination that Professor Flitwick's patron saint would be a goshawk. But on second thought, there seems to be nothing wrong with the patronus of the goshawk after being able to obtain so many trophies and medals of honor. "You look like everyone else," and they were surprised when they saw my patronus for the first time. 99. Professor Flitwick is no stranger to this situation, he said with a kind smile. "As you can see, my patronus is a very aggressive goshawk. Each wizard's form of the guardian of the gods is different, because they are all presented according to your inner happiness. The fastest thing in my heart is undoubtedly the moment when I get the title of Duel Master." Thinking of the honor he had won, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised with a proud smile. After all, the reputation of a dueling master is not something that everyone can get, especially after being re-elected for several times. His strength is real. However, the patron saint of every wizard is not fixed. Professor Flitwick flicked his wand, and the silver-white goshawk in mid-air disappeared. He looked at Luen's curious eyes and explained softly. "When the spellcaster is mentally traumatized, his patron saint changes. 35. Most of the content about the god of war, Professor Flitwick told Luen in detail. Next comes the practice. The pitch of the spell and the wand-wielding gestures are very easy to learn, at least it took Luen 2 or 3 minutes to master. The only hard part is, getting the happiest times inside of you. Happiest moment. Luen half squinted his eyes, thinking inwardly. A petite and cute figure gradually appeared in his mind, and his memory became clearer. That was Miss Granger. God guard. Luen took a deep breath, then waved his wand and said the spell. This time, it was no longer as dull as the previous few times, but a thin layer of silver light gradually emerged. The silver light was very weak, as if it could be extinguished at any time. Compared to Professor Flitwick's patron saint, it was like the contrast between the bright moon and the firefly. Not even the shape of the Patronus was formed. However, at this time, Professor Flitwick, who was standing by, opened his eyes slightly. As the most difficult spell for defense spells, the Guardian of the Gods is naturally not that simple and easy to learn, but, the little wizard in front of him can actually radiate light after learning it 4 or 5 times. You must know that at that time, he practiced for a whole day before successfully exhibiting the silver-white light. Gerald's spell talent is just too strong. But it is the best Professor Flitwick has seen since teaching at Hogwarts. Mr. Gerald, remember what you're thinking about right now, and work hard to construct that scene in detail. Ask for flowers. He reminded aside. Memorizing the content and building the scene. Luen stood there with his wand, his pale blue eyes slightly absent-minded. The scene just now seemed to be. He tried hard to recall the petite and delicate back, and it was certain that the Miss Hermione in the memory was not as big as the 3rd grade. In other words, is it a memory from the 1st grade? Is it the troll time or the first time living together? There are so many things to be happy about. God guard. With a soft sound, the light this time was much brighter than before. But, that's not what he's looking for. At this moment, Luen's eyes like a blue crystal lit up. If nothing else, the happiest scene should be that. Thoughts surged, Luen lightly held the wand in his hand. The memory became clearer this time. It was on a bright noon. The sun was shining like broken gold through the glass of Ollivander's wand shop. Mr. Vander stood to the side. And as the door of the wand shop was pushed open, a little girl with brown fluffy hair and a delicate appearance stared at him blankly. Thinking of this, the corners of Luen's mouth twitched slowly. Sure enough, the first meeting was the happiest memory. Call God guard. As the wand was swung, the originally dim light was replaced by a strong silvery white, and the entire office was instantly bright as day. The next moment, the originally scattered rays of light gradually gathered together, and his patron saint was slowly forming. It was a huge creature covered in scales, as if it would fill the entire office. The ferocious head, the sharp claws, the pair of beast pupils are staring at the two wizards below. The mouth slowly opens to reveal the sharp teeth, as if roaring. This is a fire dragon. Professor Flitwick widened his eyes and whispered in disbelief. No, the fire dragon is not like this. 1. This huge and coercive patron saint is definitely not a fire dragon. Flitwick has seen dragons a few times, and he has also seen dragon-type patron saints. But none of them are as large and oppressive as Luan. What creature is this? He whispered in disbelief. The guardian deity of the god guard is not like AF*CK Gus, the creature it transforms can be a magical creature, but, this is similar to a fire dragon point magical creature, and he has never seen it in so many years. Probably a dragon. Luan said vaguely. Of course, he knew what kind of creature the patron saint was in front of him, from the Thunder Dragon King exclusively for Dragon Slayer Crystal. It seems that after the fusion of the Thunder Dragon Slayer Crystal, everything in Luan has become related to the Thunder Dragon, 7 Sanchi. Whether it's the last AF*CK Gus form, or the Patronus form this time. Thinking of this, he looked at the silver Brontosaurus floating in mid-air and shrunk in half, with silver arcs entwining around it, as if it were real. Luan stretched out his hand slowly, and as a result, he passed directly through the lightning that was simulated by the silver light. As the wand waved, the roaring thunder dragon instantly turned into a silvery white light and dissipated in mid-air. As if it never happened. Amazing talent. Professor Flitwick couldn't help but praised loudly. The thunder dragon just now really shocked him. To know that the shape of the patron saint changes according to the heart of the spellcaster, one can imagine Luan's heart. Thank you, Professor Flitwick. Luan smiled politely. To be able to get such a high praise from a duel master, perhaps he is the first person. When Luan walked out of Professor Flitwick's office, it was already evening, and the remaining clouds in the sky were reflected on the lakeside. He threw his wand into the divine space, and then walked slowly in the main building of Hogwarts. Since there is no little witch to follow, it seems a little quiet. The portraits hanging on the wall were chatting and laughing, and the little wizards in robes of various colors walked slowly up the spiral staircase with books in their arms. Luan. A voice came from the stairs behind, and when he turned his head, he saw a handsome Hufflepuff wizard. One of the 3 men Harry hated the most, the other 2 being Snape and Malfoy, the man who had taken his first kiss. Long time no see, Cedric. Luan raised the corner of his mouth and said hello softly. Since he withdrew from Quidditch in the 2nd year, he had much less interaction with Cedric. Didn't Miss Granger follow you? Cedric walked down the spiral staircase, holding a copy of Divination Rune Comparison. After not seeing the inseparable little witch, he joked with a smile. That's really rare. Xiao Zhang is not with you either. Luan said with a disapproving shrug. He still remembered the scene when Harry collapsed, and the culprits behind all this could be said to be Cedric and Xiao Zhang. The 2 of us don't want you, like Fred and the others. Cedric thought of a fitting metaphor. This little couple of Slytherin and Gryffindor is a replica of the brothers Fred and George, and they go with them wherever they go. Wherever you can see Luan, you must see Hermione. This has almost become a rule. Are you going to the auditorium? Cedric asked, looking at Luan with nothing in his hands. Yes, go to the auditorium and wait for my little witch. Luan turned the ring on his hand and nodded. Then let's go together, I'm going to wait for Ravenclaw's little witch. 35. As he said that, he raised the book in his hand and said with a smile. I often hear Mrs. Pants ask about the 2 of you, and she even thinks you've broken up. Mrs. Pants. I hear she and Filch have a good relationship lately. 35. For Mrs. Pants, the rumormonger, Luan said with a shrug. Oh, who said that? Hearing that the beautiful librarian was actually hooking up with the watchdog, Cedric was also interested. Plum. Lee Jordan. Before Lewin could finish speaking, Cedric guessed it with a note, and he shook his head boringly. That kid spreads rumors every day, and there is no truth in his mouth. 35. The weather outside is a little gloomy. Walking on the long bridge leading to the auditorium, the roaring cold wind blew the robes. Lewin snapped his fingers lightly, and Cedric and his robes around him instantly calmed down. Thank you. Cedric thanked him. He looked helpless at the gloomy weather in the air. Those nasty guys are here again. Now that it's almost October, the sunny weather in the morning has suddenly changed to this, and it is obvious that the group of Dementors have come again. They said they were leaving until fugitive Sirius Black was found, and it looks like we might have to stay with them for a semester. Hearing Cedric's complaint, Lewin did not answer. His light blue eyes glanced at the Dementors behind the clouds, and suddenly remembered that there was another one in his divine power space. Time to use it to practice with Miss Hermione. Originally, 0.1 was a Dementor for him to practice, but he didn't expect the Guardian of the Gods to learn it so easily. After crossing the long bridge, Lewin and the others entered the auditorium. Of course. Lewin nodded and smiled. After getting the answer he wanted, Cedric was content to head to the Hufflepuff table on the other side. With the horse charm, riding a broom to play Quidditch is not difficult. So when is Snape's birthday? Gryffindor's long table. Lewin waved his hand gently, and the candle above was lit in the blink of an eye. He is thinking about one thing now. After all, surprises are always best delivered on birthdays. Seriously, it's such a shame that you quit the Quidditch team and have time to play together. The weather outside is gradually gloomy, and it seems that a heavy rain may fall at any time. Waited about half an hour at the Gryffindor table. Hermione and Harry also came to the auditorium. The little witch sat in an empty seat beside Lewin with the notebook in her arms, and lay on the table weakly. The two amethysts touched the wooden tabletop and made a soft sound. The two amethysts had been enchanted by Hermione early in the morning, and a small collision did nothing at all. However, the hairstyle she had arranged this morning was messed up, and the robe on her body was also stained with a lot of dust. Why haven't those nasty bastards returned to Azkaban? Harry gritted his teeth and complained. The two of them were also full of dust, which was obviously blown by the strong wind outside, and with their messy hair, they looked very embarrassed. Sirius isn't that easy to find. Ronald hugged his Ban-Ban and shook his head helplessly. 13 He remembered being wanted on the Daily Prophet for months on end, and those crimes made everyone shudder to see a wizard, not to mention him. He was very impressed with the Azkaban fugitive. After hearing Ronald's words, Harry was lying on the table with a complicated expression. He now knew that Sirius was his godfather. And he was released from prison this time to clear his name. As for who the culprit was, Sirius did not tell him. Forget it, let the Dementors stay at Hogwarts in peace. Better never catch his godfather. Thinking of this, he raised his head and glanced at Lewin, who was tying her hair to the happy-looking Hermione. These two people are also insiders, and Ronald doesn't know about the people present. And Ban-Ban, who was held in his arms, immediately widened his eyes when he heard the familiar name of Sirius, and he raised his head and looked around in horror. As if Sirius were nearby. Hey, Ban-Ban, what's wrong with you? Ronald also discovered the abnormality of his pet at this time, and he quickly picked up a piece of meat and handed it to it. Looking at Ban-Ban, who gradually calmed down after eating the sliced meat, he shook his head helplessly. I don't know what's going on, Scabbers has been in shock since many months ago. 39. Are you satisfied, Miss Granger? At this time, Lewin also tied the little witch's scattered hair into a delicate fishtail braid, which he liked very much recently. Satisfy. Hermione looked at herself in the mirror, and a happy smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Looking at Hermione's delicate hairstyle, Harry opened his mouth for a while and didn't know what to say. How could the two of them not know that Lewin could actually do such a thing? Maybe you can go and sterilize your Scabbers. Luan looked at Scabbers, who was eating sliced meat, smiled and gave a proposal. At this time, Banban immediately stopped eating, and its small green bean eyes stared at the blonde wizard in horror. Are you the devil? You can imagine this kind of thing. There are several people in the evening. It seems that the wind is a bit strong tonight. 35. At this time, Professor Lupin also came over in a messy robe, holding an old box in his hand. This box is almost inseparable from him. Good evening, Professor Lupin. Harry said hello. Several people had long been accustomed to Lupin's presence in the auditorium. Well, is this mouse your pet? Lupin frowned at Scabber, who was stunned on the table and couldn't help asking. How did he feel that the mouse looked so familiar? It's like a friend from many years ago. But, wasn't he already dead in the explosion? Professor, Banban is my pet. Ronald quickly picked up the frightened Scabber and replied. Scabbers in his hand was stunned with fright, and he found that Hogwarts was getting more and more unsafe. Especially after seeing this familiar face, former friend Lupin. It tried not to make any strange movements, and turned its head to tie Ronald's pocket. Banban, you haven't wiped your mouth yet. Ronald screamed, then grabbed its tail and pulled it out. After wiping the screaming Scabbers, he threw it into the pocket of the wizard's robe. So dirty. Hermione said with some disgust. It was the first time she saw that someone could be so precious to a mouse. And, aren't mice all dirty? What do you know, Banban is my friend. Ronald blushed and said. Hermione didn't bother to argue with him. She turned around and picked up a piece of chocolate and put it to Luan's mouth. How do I feel that you are keeping a pet? Luan looked at the piece of chocolate, hesitated for a while and took a bite. Professor Lupin, what's wrong with Madara 737? After stabilizing his emotions, Ronald asked Lupin, who looked thoughtful. No, I just thought your pet looked a little familiar. After Lupin regained his senses, he said with a smile. Maybe I'm wrong, after all, mice all look alike. Peter Pettigrew was already dead in that explosion, how could he possibly be alive? And even if he was alive, he couldn't survive like a mouse. After all, he was a hero who won the Merlin medal. It seems that he thinks too much. After asking about the set of werewolf killing cards he was interested in, Lupin turned and returned to his professor position. It can be seen that Professor Lupin has been completely addicted since the last time he played werewolf. Although the name is indeed a bit unpleasant, the gameplay of this game is really good. And for Fred and their magic spell technology, Lupin is still very interested. At this moment, Luan, who was being fed, was suddenly stunned. He subconsciously touched his pocket with his hand. I don't know when a few photos appeared out of thin air. Frogs are coming back. He could not help but think expectantly, is that heartless frog cub finally coming back? Luan took a bite of the small cake that Miss Granger handed over and thought calmly. You must know that the frog cub went on a trip long before the school started. It has been almost a month and a half since now, and no photo has been sent back during this period. He almost thought that something might have happened to his frog cub. But fortunately, a few photos have been sent back now, proving that nothing happened. Luan rubbed the little witch's brown curly hair, and didn't let go until her eyes narrowed. Sometimes teasing a lion cub must be done in moderation, otherwise it will be bitten. These are from the experience of being bitten many times, several of which nearly came out of his dragon scales. A large piece of candles hung in the air in the auditorium, and as the bright moonlight was blocked by dark clouds, the outside was pitch black as if shrouded in the dress of the goddess of the night. Luan took out 3 photos in his pocket, all 3 of them were group photos. The first scene is that the frog cub is standing on the head of a little girl wearing a hood. The little girl below has her hands in the pockets of the sweater, and the smile looks very bright. Wait, have I seen this little girl? Luan was stunned when he saw the first picture. Why does it become more familiar the more he sees it? Thinking of this, he subconsciously glanced at his chest. There is an octagonal horse charm hanging there. Not going to that world again? Well, a cute little girl, isn't that your frog cub? 35. Miss Hermione didn't know when she came over, she blinked her brown eyes and said curiously. Seeing the cute frog on the little girl's head, she immediately thought of Luan's traveling frog cub. It turns out that she really can travel, she thought her boyfriend was perfunctory at that time. Yes, it's been almost 2 months since I traveled. 0. Luan had nothing to hide, he placed the first photo on the table, then glanced at the second one. This one is of a man wearing blue short sleeves, pulling the little girl to run, with a group of ninja-like chasing soldiers behind, wrapped in black mist. Seeing this one, the guess in Luan's heart was finally confirmed. The third picture is very common. It is a group photo with a white tiger. The frog cub wearing a lotus leaf hat is sitting on the top of the white tiger's head and is locked in a cage together. What attracts attention is that there seems to be another octagonal spell pattern in the eyes of this white tiger. Is this the spell you brought back this time? Luan thought expectantly. The horse charm on his body has helped him a lot. It can even be said that if there is no horse charm, Senior Tom should still be dealing with the group of werewolves that are difficult to tame in Nocturne Alley. Looking at the photo in my hand, there is a string of numbers in the lower left corner representing the date of my return. The frog cubs will be back in 2 days. At the same time, it will also bring special products of that world. Perhaps it was the influence of those dementors, the gloomy weather had already started to rain heavily, and the wind was howling. The prefects of each grade returned to their respective academies with the little wizards of their own academies under the command of the professors. See you on the 8th floor later. Due to the leadership and roll call of the professors, the 2 of them cannot be absent and go directly to the room of requirement. Slytherin's common room. In the green hall, the candles were brightly lit, and a group of pure-blooded wizards were still discussing the glory of the family as usual, or finishing their schoolwork this semester. After a brief rest, Luan unleashed his divine power directly in the bathroom. At the beginning, he specially recorded a spatial coordinate at the position on the 8th floor, so it was enough to send it directly. There is a spell in the academy that prohibits the use of apparition, but that doesn't prevent him from making his own kaleidoscope of divine might. After all, these two are not the same thing. As the space gradually twisted into a vortex, the next moment, Luan's body appeared in front of the portrait of the troll on the 8th floor, which had fallen into darkness. Thinking about the room I need in my heart, I walked back and forth 3 times. The smooth door gradually emerged on the wall. When he opened the door and walked in, the bright light made him half squint. "Why did you come so early?" A slightly flustered voice entered his ears, and Luan subconsciously turned his head to look. I saw the little witch holding the quilt and shrinking at the corner of the wall, her brown eyes staring at him slightly wide. "I'm here, isn't it time?" Luan looked at the blushing girl and walked over with a smile on the corner of his mouth. "Wait, what do you want?" Hermione tugged at the soft quilt, as if it would give her a sense of security. "All right, hurry up and change your clothes." 35. Luan rubbed her little head with a smile, then walked into the bathroom. Looking at the folded white shirt on the bed, he was dull and knew what Miss Hermione was doing. The time is not yet ripe, and if you're not careful, he may well become the youngest wizard in Azkaban. Hermione watched the figure walking into the bathroom and breathed a sigh of relief, but she didn't know why there was a faint sense of loss in her heart. After changing clothes, the little witch knocked on the bathroom door. "Hold on." The night was dark, and the intense raindrops hit the glass, making a muffled sound. Luan was sitting on a chair in his pajamas, holding a thick book in his hand. On the opposite side, Miss Granger was wearing a black sweater and drinking hot black tea with a blushing face. She is still thinking about the scene just now. Thinking at, Zhao Hao Zhao, why didn't Luan pounce directly? Thinking about it, she kicked Luan under the table with her tiny feet in black stockings. "What's wrong?" Luan asked in confusion. "Have you learned to call God to guard?" Hermione hesitated, then asked softly. But the white and slender fingers went straight through song. Lu-En smiled and cast a silvery white light with his wand, and a shrunken thunder dragon slowly appeared on the table. I haven't finished reading the Clow card, waiting for a few trips, squatting flowers, squatting monthly tickets. I'll teach you tonight. He has now been able to completely master this advanced spell. Hermione propped her face in profile, and curiously poked Brontosaurus' small head with her hand. Lu-En put away his wand and chuckled. This is, your F***ck Gus. Did you mean this? The strong wind and the torrential rain slammed violently on the patterned glass, making a fierce sound, and the thunder light outside the window suddenly appeared. Inside the cozy cabin of the room of requirement. The fire in the fireplace flickered brightly, bringing a touch of warmth to the cold environment. God guard. A melodious voice chanted a spell in the room, slender fingers flicking the wand lightly. The pale silver light flashed by, like a firefly that was extinguished in an instant. Failed again. The little witch looked at the dull tip of the staff and continued to recall the happy moments in her heart without being discouraged. But, those happy moments are just too many. As long as the memories with Lu-En are with her, she will be happy. What are the happy moments you remember when you cast the spell? With another failure, Hermione couldn't help but ask curiously to the blonde wizard who was drinking tea opposite. Happy moment? Lu-En took a sip of the hot black tea, remembering the memory of the scene when he cast God's Guard, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly subconsciously. 740. I am happiest when I meet you for the first time in Mr. Ovalid's wand shop. 99. He said with a chuckle. When we first met. Hermione blinked her beautiful eyes and recalled that scene in her mind. A handsome little wizard with blonde hair, with a wand in his hand sketches a golden tree with scattered golden leaves in the air. At that time, she was a little obsessed with seeing it as soon as she opened the door. And that was the first time Hermione felt her blush and her heart beating faster, and it was an unforgettable feeling. I will try again. Hermione half squinted her brown eyes and waved the slender wand in her hand with a slightly raised corner of her mouth. The memories in my mind are also fixed on that day. Call God guard. Following a soft whisper, a silvery white light appeared on the tip of the wand. This time it was not as faint as the previous ones, but it was not huge either. At least there is still a long way to go before condensing into his inner guardian angel. Okay, it's already pretty good. Dab. Lu-En reached out and stroked her brown curly hair, admiring. You must know that Professor Flitwick, who is a duel master, also spent 2 or 3 days to practice and complete the Guardian of the Gods. In comparison, Miss Hermione was able to emit a faint glow in just 3 hours, and if this momentum continued, she would definitely be able to condense a Patronus after 2 days. Although it can't be compared with Lu-En, after all, the magic in his body is different from other wizards. Really? The little witch glanced at him suspiciously, but she knew that her little boyfriend only spent 1 afternoon to learn. Why lie to you? Lu-En pinched the tip of her little nose with a laugh. He found that Miss Granger always subconsciously compared him in various ways. At this moment, Hermione put the wand in his hand on the table, covered his mouth slightly and yawned, and there was a glittering teardrop from the corner of his eye. Sleepy. Lu-En chuckled softly. After practicing for 3 hours, it is now around 11 o'clock in the evening. According to the usual time, the current Miss Beaver has already slept sweetly with her exclusive pillow. Hermione stretched out her hands to Lu-En, who was sitting across from him, with a faint blush on her face. Seeing this action, he immediately understood. Lu-En walked over and gently picked up the little witch, then walked slowly to the soft bed. Her little feet in black stockings swayed in the air, looking in a good mood. Good night, dear Miss Granger. Lu-En chuckled and kissed her smooth forehead. With a crisp finger snap, the candle in the room instantly went out, leaving only the burning warm fire. Good night. Hermione's mouth twitched in response. The most effective way to deal with this flock of wicked birds with unusually gorgeous feathers is to cast a silence charm on their throats, Professor Lupin. Hermione, wearing a black shirt, answered Lupin's question with her raised head like a haughty little swan. Miss Granger, Gryffindor plus 10 points for your cleverness. Lupin smiled and nodded. As the words fell, he stretched out his hand and lifted a piece of red cloth behind him, revealing a large iron birdcage. In the cage, there is also a strange-looking bird creature with brightly colored feathers. This is the subject of this practical lesson, Evil Bird. As pleasing as it may seem at first sight, the evil bird's song will eventually drive those who hear it insane. But interestingly, this bird can be kept as a pet, provided that the silence charm must be cast. Obviously, as a specimen of the practical class, this wicked bird was not restrained by the silence charm. You have to be careful with their singing, because you're going to get into chaos before you know it. Professor Lupin explained to the curious little wizards in front of him. The red cloth that blocked his sight disappeared, and the wicked bird looked at the room full of little wizards and subconsciously started to sing. With a harsh sound, Luen covered his ears with one hand and snapped his fingers with the other. The silence spell in the magic ring was activated instantly, even one step faster than Lupin, who was swinging his wand. Oh, everyone has just experienced it, I don't want to hear that sound a second time. Lupin said, shaking his swollen head. As a professor of dark magic defense class, he does not only teach the content of textbooks like Lockhart. Rather than those theoretical knowledge, Lupin hopes that these little wizards will experience it for themselves. For some reason, he always had a sour feeling. Lupin looked thoughtfully at the patterned ring on Luen's finger. Lupin chuckled and nodded to Luen. Also, Gerald did a great job, Slytherin plus 10 points. Obviously, he just saw that the silence curse was issued by this blonde wizard. He found that Miss Granger also had one on her middle finger. Well, a young couple in love. This is really a strange alchemy tool. But, is it not using a wand, but using the ring on the finger to cast a spell? The dark magic defense class ended with the curiosity of the little wizards. Since Lupin replaced Lockhart as the professor of this course, almost all wizards' perceptions of this course have changed. Especially when compared to the incoming professor, Lockhart. Look, my patron saint can already see some shadows. Walking on the spiral staircase, the little witch showed off her wand to Luen. The tip of the wand emits a silver-white light, which is much thicker than the night before, and even the shadow of a flying creature can be seen, but it is not very clear. Great. 35. Luen squeezed her little hand and praised with a chuckle. According to Hermione's talent, he could successfully master this most difficult defensive spell in less than 2 days. As the stairs kept turning, the next moment the two of them walked towards the rooftop. A sea of clouds floated in the blue sky, and a few owls roamed in the air, like a beautiful oil painting by a painter. He walked to the stone fence and sat down on a stone bench. The breeze gently brushed her face, and Miss Hermione's brown curly hair was blown up, the smell of jasmine stirred her sense of smell with the wind, and the amethyst earrings swayed, exuding a purple halo. Feeling the gentle wind, the little witch slowly closed her eyes, enjoying the present moment comfortably. And Luen took out a bag of Momotaro rice balls from Shinwei Space and handed a piece to Hermione. Momotaro's rice balls still have a lot of stock, after all, frog cubs used to bring back this specialty every day. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but think of the frog cub who was coming back tonight. I don't know what specialties will be brought back this time. Thanks. Miss Hermione took the white dumpling and took a small bite. Still that familiar taste. A lot of wizards have gathered on the rooftop, most of them are playing Hearthstone cards together, and even excited shouts can be heard. It seems that Hearthstone made by the Fred brothers is very popular at Hogwarts. Recently, George and the others seem to have finished the preparation for the werewolf killing, and they are about to sell it. It is estimated that there will be another boom at that time. There was also a divination class taught by Professor Sybil Trelawney in the afternoon, so after a short break, the two of them chatted and laughed and went to the North Tower building, that is, the dedicated classroom for divination classes. After entering the classroom, Lu-En saw the figure hidden behind the red curtains at a glance, which was very strange in combination with the quiet environment. Is that Trelawney? Following her boyfriend's gaze, Hermione also found the figure. She subconsciously pulled Lu-En's sleeve, and asked in a low voice uncertainly. Looks like it should be. Lu-En hesitated for a while and nodded in response. Although it was not the first time for them to take Trelawney's divination class, this crazy old witch would always come up with a panic-stricken operation every time in class. For example, in the first lesson, she had predicted Neville's misfortune and Harry's misery. Hermione followed Lu-En to a small round table near the window, and put the thick divination knowledge book in her hand on the table, making a heavy muffled sound. In the bright sun, the dust on the table looked like it hadn't been cleaned in days. As time went by, the classroom was filled with little wizards one after another. Perhaps it was because they noticed this slightly strange environment, so no wizard dared to speak loudly, and they all lowered their heads and whispered. Speaking of which, Lavender's rabbit literally died on the first day of the prophecy. At this time, Hermione pointed to Lavender Brown, who had just approached the classroom, and said to Lu-En. As Lavender's roommate, although she didn't live together for a long time, she still knew something happened in the dormitory. Especially when Lavender wants to dig her corner. Professor Trelawney's predictions are quite accurate, otherwise Headmaster Dumbledore would not have kept her for so long. 35. Lu-En followed the little witch's fingers and saw Lavender, who came in with a terrified face at a glance. He couldn't help shaking his head and replied. It can be seen that the witch has a sense of fear for Professor Trelawney, otherwise she would not show such an expression when she walked into the classroom. Seeking flowers 0. After all the little wizards were ready, Trelawney came out from behind the red curtain. The sudden appearance of this set shocked many people. Seeing the surprised eyes of these wizards, a smile appeared on Professor Trelawney's face. She just loves being watched like this. The content of this lesson is to use crystals for divination, and 2 or 3 crystal balls the size of footballs are placed on each table to make them perform divination tests. Hermione rolled up her black sleeves, propped her face with one hand, and stared at the crystal ball in a daze. She really couldn't see what the prophecy was in it. 0. Even Lu-En on the side was the same. In his eyes, the crystal ball was also blank, and there was no scene about prophecy. Sure enough, he did not have the talent for divination. Lu-En sighed helplessly. Divination is different from other disciplines, such as potions and spells. As long as you are willing to put in the effort, you will also gain something, but divination is different, it relies on innate talent. People without talent are destined to learn, even with the utmost effort. According to the talkative Professor Trelawney, none of them had the third eye. I remember you, you're Lu-En Gerald, right? I see death in your future. It's late, there are 2 chapters left, next Saturday will be a holiday, there are physical tests and various exams, so the update is very unstable, sorry. 1. Professor Trelawney. Lu-En called her with some doubts, but got no response. When she said this, she still looked very proud. At this moment, Trelawney, the old witch, did not know when he came behind him, and a pair of eyes hidden under thick lenses stared absently at the crystal ball in front of Lu-En. For a long time, Trelawney put his trembling hands on his shoulders, and a low and serious voice gradually sounded. Trelawney is a lunatic liar. After walking out of the divination classroom, Hermione said angrily. Thinking of the prophecy that the old witch made to Lu-En in class, she clenched her little tiger teeth angrily. What about your future, death, etc., it's not a good thing to hear. It's just an uncertain prophecy, there's no need to care so much. Lu-En touched her little head and comforted, compared to the title of prophet, she is at most a fortune teller. Thinking of the prophecy Trelawney made to himself, he already had a guess in his heart. The old witch only said that he saw death in his future, but he did not say whether he greeted death or brought it. There is still a big difference between the two. However, Luan prefers that he will bring death in the future. After all, the various wizard fights in Nocturne Alley 740 are all made by Senior Tom under his orders. A lot of people died during that time. But Hermione's delicate little face was tangled, but she remembered Lavender's dead pet rabbit. Although it was only a day away from Trelawney's prophecy, it was indeed dead. During that time, Lavender became neurotic, and often studied with a copy of The Mystery of Divination in his hand. Just another Trelawney. Come on, let's go boating on the Black Lake. Luan pinched the tip of Hermione's little nose and whispered in her ear. Sometimes too much tension is not a good thing, it seems that it is time to relax and relax. After all, he used the time converter every day, although he didn't have much problem, but Miss Granger was different. Obvious mental exhaustion. From the top floor of the North Tower, go down the stairs and quickly exit the main building of Hogwarts. The weather has become slightly cold recently, and even some red maples have become bare, and the crimson and dry leaves have fallen to the ground, paving a road. A small boat floated in the middle of the Black Lake, ripples in circles, and there were several strange-shaped creatures swimming past under the lake. It looks like some green water monsters. Hermione lay lazily on the edge of the boat, her wand in her hand making a long spray on the lake. And Luan is fiddling with the compass in his hand, and the needle on it keeps shaking, which means that what he is looking for in his heart is moving nearby. What are you looking for? Hermione leaned over and asked curiously. She also knew the function of this pointer. When Luna held it, the pointer still pointed to her boyfriend. But speaking of it, I don't seem to have seen that strange little Ravenclaw witch recently. She couldn't help thinking. I'm looking for the merfolk hidden in the depths of Black Lake, there seems to be one loitering near our boat. Luan responded with a chuckle, as he picked up the wand in his hand. Mermaid? Hermione's eyes lit up slightly. She had read the records of mermaids in the book. They were a group of beautiful aquatic magical creatures. At the beginning, they also voluntarily declined the status of human and chose the status of beast. Are there really mermaids under the Black Lake? The little witch blinked her suspicious eyes and asked Luan. She had been at Hogwarts for 3 years, and although she had always heard of mermaids under the Black Lake, she had never really seen one. Isn't the compass giving us the answer to this question? Luan threw the palm-sized compass to Hermione, and turned his eyes to the Black Lake. He also wanted to see what these mermaids looked like. Scarlet eyes appeared, and with the kaleidoscope, he instantly captured the human-like creature in the Black Lake. It was going in circles around the wooden boat, and there were some small green monsters around. Miss Beaver, don't be surprised. Luan spoke softly, and the wand in his hand flashed an azure blue light. The floating spell that was cast went straight through the water and hit the mermaid. With a plop, a huge splash of water exploded from the water in the distance. Immediately afterwards, a figure with a fish tail slowly floated in the air. After seeing this legendary mermaid, Luan's wand trembled slightly, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Even Miss Hermione covered her mouth and turned her head, unable to bear to look directly. The mermaid's skin was iron gray, and the dark green hair was long and disheveled. His eyes are yellow, his teeth are broken, and he wears pebbles strung with thick ropes around his neck. This. Luan was hesitant to say anything, his pale blue eyes filled with disgust at the mermaid with its fangs and claws. It's completely different from the mermaid he imagined. He swiped his wand silently, dispelling the floating spell. The next moment, the grinning ugly mermaid fell into the Black Lake, splashing a large amount of water. Let's go back. Hermione said with a complicated expression. Is this a mermaid? It's pretty ugly. The sky was once again shrouded in the dress of the goddess of the night, leaving only a bright full moon. Inside the house upon request. Luan looked at the full moon outside the window with a thoughtful expression. The current Professor Lupin should be very painful, after all, he still has the curse of the werewolf. Thinking so, he touched the horse charm on his chest. Now is not the time to use it for him. Is it only mermaids in the Caribbean that look so good? Hermione, wearing soft bunny pajamas, looked sideways at fantastic beasts and where to find them spread out on the table. It has a detailed introduction to various magical creatures, which can be called an encyclopedia. Senior Newt Scamander's book. Lewin came over and glanced curiously. He remembered that this senior seemed to be a graduate of Hufflepuff. Cuck. Suddenly 0.1 room, a frog croaking sounded in the room. The two present were stunned. Did I hear the frogs chirping? Hermione looked left and right at the ground, but found nothing. That's right, it's here. Quack. Who doesn't like bad Miss Hermione, doubly happy. The frog cub chirped twice at its owner, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Lewin put a small pot of hot milk in front of the frog cub, and then picked up the package behind it curiously. Lewin chuckled and caught the frog cub from above his head. Sure enough it was this. I have prepared food for you long ago, by the way, let me see what gifts you brought back. Divide yin and yang, tiger talisman. As the package gradually opened, a spell engraved in the style of a white tiger appeared in front of him. When did the frog cub come back? Hermione blinked and asked incredulously. She had absolutely no idea when the little frog who had gone on a trip came to the room of requirement, as if it had appeared out of nowhere. Probably while we were rowing. Lewin lied softly. It's too hard to explain the secret about the frog kit, and even if it were, Miss Hermione wouldn't necessarily believe it. After all, this thing is so outrageous. Hermione looked at the frog cub wearing a lotus leaf hat and drinking milk, and couldn't help but touched its little head with her little finger. Quack. The frog cub chirped, and then rubbed her fingers with his little head. Looks very cute and cute. Now the little witch finally knew what it was like to lean on Lewin's arms and rub her head against him. So cute. Hermione half squinted her brown eyes and chuckled. Looking at the girl who was teasing the frog cub, Lewin laughed and picked up the spell in his hand. The shape of a white tiger is depicted on it, which looks lifelike, and the shape is exactly the same as the horse charm on his chest. But, what is the function of the tiger talisman? He thought for a moment here. It seems that there is no specific effect of the tiger rune in the vague memory. There is no way, after all, 13 years have passed. Apart from the impressive ones, the rest of the irrelevant memories will pass over time. Just like most people don't remember what breakfast he had the day before yesterday. And at this moment, detailed information about this tiger talisman appeared in his sight. Tiger Charms of the 12 Charms, a special product from the world of Jackie Chan Adventures. Function: the main function is to reconcile yin and yang, so that the magic power of the 12 spells blends and balances each other in the user's body, but in the hands of the holder who has not collected all the spells, they can be divided into two personalities with different personalities. Exist as individuals. Usage: just hold the tiger talisman directly and forcefully. If you don't want to use it, be careful to handle it gently. This talisman represents yin and yang, light and darkness, good and evil. For you, please use it with caution. Seeing the last paragraph, Lewin's hand holding the tiger talisman trembled slightly. He seemed to remember the usage of this spell. For those who haven't collected all the spells, the tiger charm is not very useful. The user can only be split into two opposite personalities, one good and one evil. Looking at the tiger talisman in his hand that has not yet split in half, his emotions are a little complicated. This tiger talisman is of no use to him, and if it doesn't work out, he will create an enemy for himself due to his personality. And, to a certain extent, Lewin is also a neutral evil existence. However, if this tiger charm is used by Tom or Snape. Thinking of Tom and Snape, who were good people, he shook his head quickly. Lewin could already imagine Snape smiling and teaching comfortably in the face of Harry, the orphan. That scene was just horrible. After thinking about it, Luan was ready to throw the tiger talisman in his hand into the Shenwei space. Although it cannot be said that it is completely useless, at least it is not used now. At this moment, Hermione, who was playing with the frog cub, looked up and saw the spell in Luan's hand. Isn't this a spell to cure your motion sickness? The little witch still knew about this octagonal spell. Ever since Luan had this spell on his chest, he has never fainted from trains and boats. It's not the same, the treatment uses a horse charm. 35. Luan chuckled lightly, then took out the horse charm hanging on his chest, and gently placed the tiger charm in his hand on the table. This is the tiger charm. It's just 2 spells, and there's nothing to hide. Horse charms and tiger charms. Hermione blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at the spell on the table. The pattern above is indeed different from the spell he is wearing. It was 2 pure white tigers entangled with each other, looking very imposing. Is there any difference between these 2 spells? She asked curiously. What's the difference? Luan glanced at the tiger charm on the table, then looked up at the curious Miss Granger. It's like, isn't it impossible? Why don't you try it? 35. Luan said, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Hearing this sentence, Hermione was slightly taken aback. Why does she feel that her boyfriend's tone is a little malicious? It's just, Luan wasn't going to hurt her. Thinking of this, the little witch hesitated for a while and nodded. Just try it, nothing will happen anyway. Come on, here it is. Luan handed the tiger charm to Miss Hermione, and then softly explained to her the use and function of the charm. After using this spell, the main body can be divided into 2 personalities with different personalities. Of course, it's easy to recover, as long as this spell is combined into 1740. After Hermione heard the effect of the tiger talisman, her clever little head reacted immediately. She couldn't help but widen her brown eyes. Is there such a magic tool in this world? It is beyond the imagination of the little witch. How about it, wanna try it? Luan said with a chuckle, stroking her brown curly hair. How to use this spell? After a moment of hesitation, Hermione raised her head and asked softly. As long as you hold it firmly, this spell will automatically split into 2 halves, which means. Immediately afterwards, the 2 tiger charms in his hand emitted a burst of dazzling light, covering the little witch's body. Before Luan could finish speaking, he heard a crisp sound. As a result, both Miss Granger opened their brown eyes and looked at their boyfriends. Luan gave a tentative cry. Dear Miss Granger. Click. I don't know when, 2 Miss Grangers have already appeared on the spot. The next moment, as the light gradually dissipated, a pair of pale blue eyes looked over subconsciously, and saw that the tiger charm in Miss Hermione's hand had been split into 2 halves. Dear Miss Granger. Luan looked at Hermione, who had become 2, and called out softly. The voice fell, and the 2 little witches on the opposite side slowly opened their brown eyes and looked at him together. What's the matter? The 2 voices sounded at the same time, and they both discovered the existence of each other and opened their mouths slightly in surprise. At the beginning, Hermione heard Luan talk about the effect of this tiger charm, so she was not too flustered. They all looked at each other curiously. Brown curly hair ponytail, black sleeves, exactly the same delicate face, even the amethyst earrings are the same. It's like looking in a mirror. Only. Looks like the spell's ability is in effect. 35. Luan chuckled. Looking at the same little witch in front of him, he also had a wonderful feeling in his heart. What is this, double the joy? Mr. Gerald, you seem very happy. 99. A sweet voice with a smile sounded, and Hermione, who was standing beside him, blinked her beautiful eyes at him. Hearing this tone, he knew the character of the little witch who spoke. Evil side. Luan looked at her half of the tiger talisman with a thoughtful expression. Although there is no difference in appearance, the two little witches are completely different in terms of words, deeds and temperament. And compared to the good Hermione who was still stunned by the sight, the evil Hermione has slowly come over. Provocatively poked Luan's cheek. Are you so happy to see that you have two little girlfriends? Always feel bad Hermione is a little too bold. Although the complete Hermione is sometimes bold, it doesn't want to be like this, and it starts to move. Looking at the evil Hermione who had already embraced his arm, Luan's mouth was slightly raised, and he nodded in recognition. Miss Hermione like this, she's really cute. He stretched out his hand to squeeze Hermione's lovely cheek, but he turned his face away and bit his finger. Hiss, the mouth is so cruel. Luan tugged at his finger, but he was bitten and motionless. The other party looked at the helpless appearance of the little boyfriend, with a smile on his face. Personality is also bad. What are you doing? Good Hermione also found something wrong at this time. My boyfriend was actually being held by another little witch, and he was still biting his finger there. Damn it, it's obviously hers. She hurriedly walked over and dragged Luan to the side of the bed, her brown eyes watching the evil Hermione vigilantly, declaring her sovereignty. Luan is mine. Mr. Geralt is also my boyfriend. Evil Hermione narrowed her eyes and said softly. Hearing this sentence, Hermione didn't know how to refute it. In a sense, both of them are Luan's girlfriends. After all, they were all alone. Didn't you find Mr. Geralt enjoying himself? Evil Hermione also came over, she poked Luan's face with her wand, turned her head and said to the puffy little witch. But. The good Hermione looked at the evil Hermione who was holding the other arm, hesitating and not knowing what to say. And Luan, who was sandwiched between the two Grangers, showed a smile on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, double the joy, just a little too hot. Stop laughing. Hermione also noticed the smile on the corner of his mouth and said angrily. The moonlight outside the window is charming, and the fire in the house on demand shakes its flames, bringing a touch of warmth to this cozy cottage. Good Hermione is like a cat that protects food, sitting in Luan's arms, with a pair of brown eyes staring at the other self. I want to change back. She whispered to Luan. I haven't played enough, so I won't change back. Evil Hermione was wearing black stockings and a black dress, all of which had been purchased last time in Hogsmeade. The original Miss Hermione never imagined that she could match like this. Like it? She smiled and turned around in front of Luan, her black dress fluttering like butterflies. With purple crystal earrings and delicate face, Hermione looks like an elf in the night. For a moment, Luan's eyes widened. This is the first time he has seen such a Miss Hermione. So tempting. You are not allowed to look at her. 35. Hermione clenched her teeth and covered Luan's eyes, she was jealous. And still eat their own vinegar. You can also wear this dress, after all, aren't we the same person? Evil Hermione said disapprovingly. I wouldn't wear this kind of clothes. Good Hermione's little face was flushed and looked very attractive. Her separated character would not allow her to accept this combination. Okay. Luan hugged Hermione, who was sulking, and gently rubbed her brown curly hair, comforting her. Tonight you are definitely going to change back. If you don't go back. Luan feels that with the current villainous Hermione's character and gameplay, he estimates that he will not be able to control it tonight. No way, the vicious Hermione is too sultry. Mr. Geralt, don't you like me like this? Evil Hermione didn't pay any attention to the warning gaze of the other Hermione, and leaned in directly and whispered in his ear. Like is like. Luan hesitated and nodded. But. I'm afraid I'll get into Azkaban. Zhao Ma's men always like to lie. Seeing her boyfriend's hesitant expression, Hermione muttered something boring. Her pure white hand gently brushed the black dress, and the half-shattered tiger charm appeared in her hand. I am looking forward. The exam this afternoon, the exam at night, it is estimated that the update time will be at 9:30, the crowd is numb. Then the evil Hermione was thrown to Luen. And, Miss Granger was wearing that alluring black dress. With the flash of light, there was only Miss Hermione with her head bowed. She didn't dare to look up at her little boyfriend at all. "I'll be looking for you again next year, my dear Mr. Gerald." Because those bold words and thoughts were all in her mind. Luen chuckled and shook his head, then combined the two halves into one. "How do you feel?" Luen looked at the tiger charm in his hand and asked the silent little witch with a smile. His experience was quite good. "Come again if you have the chance." "You are so annoying." Hearing these words, Hermione couldn't help but raised her head and gave him a blank look. She swore that she would never use this spell in the future. After returning to oneness, those chaotic thoughts were simply torture, especially those who dared to think. Thinking about it now, there was a tinge of crimson on her fair face. "By the way, your clothes are very nice." Luen pointed at the black dress on her body at this time, and praised with a chuckle. It was the first time he had seen this style of Miss Granger. "I have to say, it's really fascinating." Then he looked at the tiger talisman in his hand, thought about it, and threw it into the Shenwei space. This thing is of no use to him, at least not now. The space gradually twisted into the shape of a vortex, and the cracked tiger charm was sucked into it. At 7:40, Hermione was already lying on the bed with the quilt on her side, her brown eyes half squinting looking at Luen. After going through the kind of thing just now, she has no desire to speak now. Well. She buried her little head in the soft quilt and let out a lovely muffled sound. Luen looked at Hermione lying under the quilt, and laughed a little dumbly. He got up and walked to the bedside and gently lifted the quilt. I saw the little witch's brown curly hair scattered on the bed, and a pair of brown eyes blinked at him. The bright moonlight was as soft as a veil, and before Luen could take a closer look, he felt his body leaning forward slightly. I don't know when, my tie was tightly held by the little witch. The next moment, the feeling of weightlessness came, and under Luen's somewhat surprised gaze, Hermione directly pulled him to the other side of the bed. "Sleep." With the magic ring on her white finger, the blue light flashed by, and the fire in the whole house was extinguished instantly, leaving only the fire that was still burning slowly to provide warmth. Everything around him became pitch black. Luen lay on his side on the bed and looked at the girl beside him with sapphire eyes. The black dress was worn as pajamas, the long eyelashes on her eyes were slightly closed, and she seemed to be a little nervous. "I remember when you just said New Year's." Luen just opened his mouth and hadn't finished speaking, when Hermione gave her a fierce look. When she heard this sentence, she couldn't continue to pretend to sleep. After all, this is what she said. "I didn't say anything, you didn't hear anything just now." The little lion showed his sharp tiger teeth and threatened fiercely. "But I did hear, 35. Luen wanted to continue teasing the angry little lion, but she didn't expect her to directly block his mouth. In a sense, solve the problem from the root cause. About 3 minutes passed, and there were 2 light breathing sounds from the originally silent room. "Are you still talking?" Hermione rubbed her hot cheeks, looking at the blonde wizard opposite her with brown eyes, and softly threatened. "If I keep talking, can you do it again?" After a while of silence, Luo's voice with a smile entered her ear. The little witch shrunk her head into the quilt angrily, not wanting to talk to Luen anymore. Luen turned his head to look at the full moon outside the window, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Good night, Miss Hermione." 39. "Good night." A muffled answer came from inside the quilt. "Dab. Finished the history of magic class." Luen followed Hermione with the book in his arms, and the wind in the attic blew up the green-bottomed Slytherin robes. At this moment, Hermione in front was slightly taken aback. She asked by pulling Luen's sleeve. "Are those 2 people in front Fred and George?" Luen followed her gaze and saw 2 brave Gryffindors fleeing in a hurry. The iconic red hair directly proved their identity. The twin brothers of the Weasley family. What can make them both panic so much? Luwen muttered to himself suspiciously. You must know that these two men dared to smash Voldemort's face with a snowball, and even Peeves, who had lived in this gorgeous castle for nearly 1,000 years, had nothing to do with them. Hey Luwen. The twins who were running in a panic also saw the handsome blonde wizard in front, and Fred quickly waved and shouted. Do us a favor, if Wood comes over, you say we ran to the South Tower. Thank you. After running to Luwen's side, George patted his shoulder and panted. Looking at the two figures running away, Luwen looked thoughtful. What happened to Wood? Hermione asked in confusion. Maybe it's a Quidditch scrimmage. Wood is leaving school soon after all, they've been getting tighter and tighter lately. Luwen explained with a chuckle. After walking a distance in the corridor, Wood's figure was soon seen. His eyes lit up when he saw Luwen, and he quickly asked, Luwen, did you see Fred and his brothers just now? It's going to be a Quidditch match this term in a little while, and these two guys didn't come to practice for a week in a row because they were studying cards. 9. Speaking of this, Wood was a little angry. He just wanted to see Professor McGonagall's smile once before he left Hogwarts. Was it that hard? Fred, they've gone to the South Tower, you might be able to look there. More. Luwen replied with a shrug. Isn't it bad to lie to him like this? Thinking of the Dementors in his divine power space, he couldn't help but say. No, it's a Dementor. Hermione asked curiously. After this evening, I found a training target for you to call God Guard, and you can use it to practice your hands. Even if he was told in the right direction, Wood wouldn't necessarily be able to find Fred and the others. Hermione looked at Wood, who hurriedly left, and asked Luwen in a low voice. Is it a Voldemort? Luwen touched her little head and said. Dementors? Hermione's eyes widened, she wondered if she had just heard it wrong. Are you talking about the group of soul-sucking monsters wandering in the sky? She asked again, a little stunned. Otherwise, catching a Dementor is much easier than catching a Voldemort. Luwen answered with a shrug. At least the group of Dementors hit the muzzle by themselves, don't give up. And when it comes to catching, the Voldemort bats are more time-consuming than Dementors. After all, those weird bats don't fly above Hogwarts every day. Where did you keep it? Hermione, who was holding the book, couldn't help but ask. She stayed with Luwen every day, except for bath time and going to the toilet, they were almost inseparable. But even so, Hermione had never seen a Dementor beside Luwen. Certainly in your locker. Luwen reached out and took Hermione's book, then chuckled and activated the power of divine might. A vortex formed by the distortion of space emerged, and the book was sucked into it. Looking at the sluggish little witch, he quietly faded the scarlet color from his eyes. You're from that vanishing Dementor while on the train. Seeing this vortex, the girl instantly recalled the scene on the train this semester. At that time, the Dementor who broke into the carriage was preparing to suck the happiness of the two people. As a result, with the distortion of space, when he opened his eyes again, the Dementor had disappeared. In its place was Professor Lupin holding a wand radiating silver light. Was it that time? Luwen nodded lightly. This Dementor was originally intended for him as a training target, but who would have known how easy it would be to call God to guard? Now it seems that it is also a good choice for Miss Granger, who is still practicing. But there won't be any accidents. Hermione said with some confusion. After all, they are also sent by the Ministry of Magic, and they are also responsible for guarding Azkaban. Fudge wouldn't have noticed that a Dementor was missing, and it was the same Dementor that was going to attack us in the first place. Luwen shook his head and said. He is generally not merciful to any malicious creature. Just like the werewolf I met in Knockturn Alley for the first time. But speaking of Fudge, I don't know how far Lockhart's plan is. It seemed that Senior Tom had to give him a good help. After all, there are still 3 or 4 years before graduation, and Luwen is looking forward to the little witch's expression at that time. When she received the graduation gift, everything he was preparing now made sense. In a sense, at that time, he was the Minister of Magic's man. Thinking about it, Lewin couldn't help raising the corner of his mouth and laughed. "Mr. Gerald, I always feel like you're thinking something bad again." Miss Hermione half squinted her eyes and whispered. "Yeah, I'm wondering where we should buy a property after graduation." Looking at the bright sunshine outside, Lewin couldn't help showing a smile. "Do you like being in the city, or do you like the country house?" he asked softly. "Of course, even if you like to be in the air, I can build it for you." Hearing these bright futures, Hermione's footsteps paused slightly, her brown eyes widened at the blonde wizard bathed in the sun. The handsome side face was smiling in the sun, and the dazzling blonde hair also seemed to shine like gold. I didn't expect that Lewin would have already thought of this point. After being stunned for a while, the little witch suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. There was a smile on her lovely face, and it could be seen that she was in a very happy mood at the moment. "I prefer country houses to cities," Miss Granger answered seriously while holding the book. "Listen to you." Lewin looked at the azure blue sky with clouds in the distance and replied with a chuckle. "It might be nice to buy a house near Hogwarts, after all the scenery here is really beautiful." In the end, Fred and the others did not escape Wood's search. At the Gryffindors' table, Fred and George were listlessly eating pumpkin pie. Their Gryffindor robes were dirty, and they looked like they had rolled in the mud. "Flowers 0. How did you two get wood caught?" 99. Lewin took a sip of the chocolate milk, and the rich sweetness made him frown slightly. "I have been drinking a lot of black tea recently, and I always feel a little uncomfortable drinking this kind of high-sweet thing." Watching Lewin put down the chocolate milk in his hand, Hermione smiled and propped her face with her hands, waving her wand gently. The next moment, the chocolate milk in the cup is instantly replaced by black tea. "Drinking too much will cause tooth decay, but this is for you." "Thank you, Miss Granger." Lewin replied helplessly. He always felt that he couldn't drink now, most likely because the little witch was sitting beside him. Habits are a terrible thing. 0. It was so scary that he couldn't even drink chocolate milk. "You're welcome, Mr. Gerald." Hermione raised her delicate eyebrows in response. "Ugh." Looking at the young couple, the two brothers felt even more sad. "It's Peeves' help." At this time, an angry voice came. After seeing the person coming, Fred and George's expressions darkened instantly. "Here comes Wood." "Lewin, I didn't expect you to cover up the two of them." Looking at this Slytherin blonde wizard, Wood sighed helplessly. Although Lewin is a little wizard of Slytherin, in the eyes of Wood and Fred, this Slytherin has long been no different from Gryffindor. After all, he has been at this table for 3 whole years. Even the young wizards who are newly enrolled in the first grade are used to it. Lewin quickly threw the pot away when he saw that the fire was about to burn himself. "Who doesn't know that Granger is always by your side?" Hermione nodded. "Fred and George instructed me to do this, I was forced." One more chapter tonight. 1, and Wood still looked over stupidly. "You can ask Miss Granger if you don't believe me." Hearing this, Fred and George gritted their teeth angrily. "I testify that it has nothing to do with Lewin." Listening to Miss Hermione's testimony, Wood also reacted. Although he was slow at times, he was definitely not stupid. "Who doesn't know that you and Lewin are family, and your testimony has no credibility whatsoever?" Wood shook his head. He was now sitting beside Fred and the others, ordered a warm black pudding, and took a bite from his spoon. "By the way, what about Ronald and Harry?" Hermione looked at Gryffindor's long table with some doubts, but didn't notice the two of them. "Oh, they were caught by Filch on a night tour last night, and now they should be cleaning up in the dark dungeon. 5. George smiled and said to Lewin and the others, not worried at all about his brother's performance. As if Ronald had picked it up. "Don't they have the 740 invisibility cloak, how can this be caught?" Lu En shook his head as he remembered the invisibility cloak Harry had shown them off. Sure enough, the IQ is not enough, no matter how good the props are, it is useless. It seems that Peeves found them and drew Filch to them. 99. Fred shrugged. It's obviously not easy to fight Peeves' wits, let alone Ronald and Harry. As long as Lu En and the others were present, they would not be caught by Filch. By the way, Lu En, the two of us are going to open a shop in Hogsmeade during this holiday, what do you think? Fred suddenly remembered something, and he said to Lu En with some excitement. To know that the two of them have earned a lot of gold galleons at Hogwarts, they can rent a spare shop in Hogsmeade Village. As Lu En is the largest investor, it is natural to discuss such a major event with him. Hogsmeade Village. Lu En was taken aback for a moment. He and Hermione had been to Hogsmeade once, so he didn't know much about the situation there. Come on, you two. Lu En said indifferently. Regarding the matter of opening a shop, his knowledge may not necessarily have as much knowledge as Fred's. After all, the potion store opened in Diagon Alley has become a place to sleep and rest, and it can be regarded as an alternative property. Speaking of which, the income of the shop is supported by some dark wizards in Nocturne Alley every day. Most of them were also under the command of Senior Tom. Okay, leave this to us. The two of George said confidently, completely unable to see the tiredness on their bodies just now. As long as the store is opened. They seemed to see many Jean galleons waving ceaselessly. After a lively dinner, a few people walked out of the door of the auditorium. The cold wind outside made Hermione wrap her robe subconsciously. At this moment, Lu En took out a red scarf from the Shenwei space and wrapped it around her white neck. This scarf? Hermione looked at the red scarf with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. You gave it to me when I was in first grade, and it has been preserved until now. Lu En replied with a chuckle. At that time he received at least 5 or 6 scarves from Hermione, and they are all kept in the Kamui space now, not a single one is damaged. The three standing next to each other looked at each other, and silently wrapped their Gryffindor robes tightly, as if this would bring them a touch of warmth. Cross the long bridge under the moonlight, and come down to the main building of Hogwarts under the veil of night. Lu En, shouldn't you go to the Slytherin's common room? Looking at the young couple holding hands up the stairs, Wood scratched his head and asked in confusion. He remembered that Slytherin's lounge was in the basement. Why do you care so much, really? Fred pushed Wood behind him speechlessly and walked up the stairs. As the stairs kept turning, the three of them had already walked to other places. See you tomorrow. George waved goodbye. Watching the trio fade away, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had already discovered that Fred and the others had discovered their secret with Lu En, she was still a little nervous when Wood asked. Maybe it's because of the underage. As long as next year is over the next year. Hermione stared at Lu En in front of her with brown eyes, and swore in her heart. What are you thinking? Lu En turned his head and looked suspiciously, and Hermione, who was standing still, asked. Me. I'm thinking of you. After Hermione came back to her senses, her face was a little crimson and she replied in a panic. Learning from him again. Lu En couldn't help laughing. Come on, we've got a Dementor to deal with tonight. Inside the on-demand room on the 8th floor. The cozy cabin is illuminated by candles floating in the air. Hermione hung the scarf on the hanger and hurried to the locker room to change. While Lu En was sitting on a chair, with the vortex surging, he entered the divine space. The Dementor was still trapped in the cage of thunder and lightning. At this moment, it no longer had any thoughts to struggle. Every day it looked light and airy. Lu En would have thought it was dead if it hadn't moved every now and then. As the magic power surged, he gently snapped his fingers. The next moment, the cage of thunder and lightning shattered, turning into tiny electric arcs wandering in the air. At this time, the Dementor also found that it could act, but after feeling the familiar wizard, it still held down its inner desire for happiness. After so many days of captivity, it has learned to endure. Nice behavior. Lu En praised with satisfaction, and then pulled it out of the Shinwei space with 0.1. Outside, Miss Hermione had already changed into a set of snow-white rabbit pajamas, and was sitting on a chair looking at the biography in her hand. The next moment, Lu En's figure appeared in place as the space was torn apart, and a shivering Dementor came out with him. Is this the Dementor that attacked us that day? Hermione blinked her beautiful eyes and asked Lu En. Of course it is, and now you can practice with the Guard of Gods. Lu En said with a smile. The Dementor that was released felt that the wizard was still there, and did not dare to move at all. However, at the next moment, it seemed to see a silver-white rabbit running towards it. Such a nasty spell. Can you two be individuals? Call God Guard. Seeing the Dementor who was stunned, Hermione eagerly picked up the wand and chanted the spell with a sweet voice. Immediately afterwards, a silver-white light erupted from the tip of the wand. This time, the light was stronger than the previous ones. Indistinctly, an azure-blue figure suddenly appeared in the silver-white light. That is the exclusive patron saint of Miss Hermione. The light dissipated, and a little blue rabbit appeared in the air, its long ears constantly shaking. This, a rabbit? Lu En was stunned when he saw this patron saint. Immediately after, he turned his head to look at Miss Hermione, but the other party turned his head and did not look at him, as if he had a guilty conscience. Each wizard's Patronus is different, as their shape changes according to the emotions expressed in the caster's heart. Unexpectedly, Miss Hermione's heart is actually a cute rabbit. It's not all because of you. Seemingly noticing Lu En's gaze, Miss Granger couldn't help but scolded softly. What's my fault? 13 Lu En blinked his sapphire-like eyes, looking a little puzzled. When did he influence the little witch's patron saint? It's all your fault for turning my hair into bunny ears every day. The girl said with half-squinted eyes. She recalls the happiest moment now, and there must be a picture of Lu En conjuring a pair of bunny ears for her for the first time. No way, the feeling of being touched. Really comfortable. Tonight, could you let me try again? Speaking of those furry bunny ears, Lu En was also a little moved. He hadn't touched Miss Hermione's bunny ears for a long time. 66.99. Hermione turned her head silently, not wanting to pay attention to him. However, she did not say a word of rejection. This made Lu En, who was watching carefully, raise the corners of his mouth. It's okay to say no. At this time, the blue rabbit had already rushed towards the Dementor who was still standing there. Looking at the Dementor who didn't know how to dodge, Lu En frowned slightly. After being locked for so long, wouldn't he be locked up stupidly? The next moment, when Hermione's Patronus came into contact with the Dementor, the other party immediately let out a piercing howl, and the entire ugly body flew upside down towards the wall. Boom! With a muffled sound, the Dementor was already attached to the wall, and its body looked dim and ethereal, as if it might dissipate at any time. My patron saint is so powerful. Hermione opened her eyes wide, watching this scene in disbelief. You know, Dementors have become the nightmare of almost all the little wizards at Hogwarts, even Miss Hermione, especially the scene on the train. Unexpectedly, these creatures would be so vulnerable. Hermione looked at the bouncing bunny, flicked her wand lightly, and then it turned into a silvery white light and dissipated in midair. Excellent God-calling guard, much more skilled than I imagined. Lu En touched her little head and couldn't help but praise her. He originally thought that it would be good to be able to repel the Dementors, but he didn't expect to be killed by now. This was indeed beyond his expectations. This Dementor, what shall we do? Hermione opened her eyes wide and asked Lu En softly. The Dementor in the corner looked half dead, and I didn't know if it could be rescued. Let's throw it into the Shinwei space and see, it's best to survive. Lu En thought about it and threw it into the Shinwei space again, and then used the cage made of lightning to hold it tightly. When he came out again, Hermione was half leaning on the head of the bed in her bunny pajamas, reading the unfinished biography. This biography Luan heard from Lockhart was his first new book. And it sells well. No, that's not the point. Luan hid his wand in his sleeve and slowly approached the unsuspecting Miss Granger. Luan, you come back, what do you want? Hermione was about to turn her head to say hello when she heard the movement, but she saw Luan who was pointing her wand at her curly hair, and immediately looked at him vigilantly holding the pillow. You didn't say no just now, 9. Luan said softly. But I didn't say yes either. Hermione blinked her brown eyes, watching Luan retort. It's not up to you to agree or disagree now. 55. The corners of Luan's mouth were slightly raised, and the wand in his hand was surging with blue light. The next moment, under the helpless expression of the little witch, a pair of long black rabbit ears appeared in the brown curly hair. She propped her cheeks with her hands and couldn't help but give Luan a blank look. When her little boyfriend asked that sentence, she knew that she couldn't run tonight. Forget it, it's better to enjoy it than to resist. Anyway, it's nice to be touched by Luan too. Thinking of this, Miss Hermione lay on the bed with a blushing face, her brown eyes looking at Luan expectantly. It really suits you more black than white rabbit ears, there's a sense of mystery. Luan squeezed the tip of her little nose with his hand and said jokingly. I have to say, now with a pair of black rabbit ears, Miss Granger 743 looks very attractive with amethyst earrings. If it weren't for the fear of going into Azkaban. Only this time, not next time. Hermione said with half-squinted eyes. If there's a next time, let Luan's blonde hair turn into bunny ears too. Like Boggett in Professor Lupin's class. Also, Luan looks very attractive in that way. Thinking of this, she couldn't hold back her heart. Hermione snapped her fingers lightly while Luan wasn't paying attention. The magic ring in her hand is the same as Luan, and the magic spell in it naturally contains the transformation spell. Immediately afterwards, under Luan's surprised gaze, the light from the magic ring hit his golden hair. The next moment, a pair of golden wolf ears grew out of Luan's golden hair, which looked very cute and furry. Hermione said confidently. And, wolves and rabbits are a good match too. My dear Miss Granger. You did it first. Luan looked at the changes in the mirror and looked at the proud Hermione with a smile. Luan shook his golden wolf ears with a thoughtful expression. It always feels like Hermione is implying something. The next morning. The bright golden sun shines through the patterned glass, illuminating the whole house, and fine dust slowly floats. Hermione stood in front of the mirror, dressed in Gryffindor's red-bottomed robe, which consisted of a black shirt and grey pleated skirt, as well as a pair of black stockings and little boots. The brown curly hair is also very delicately arranged by Luan, and the amethyst hanging on the earrings flashes purple light under the mottled light and shadow, adding a lot of mysterious charm to the lovely face. But, Luan, change my bunny ears back. The little witch looked at the pair of black rabbit ears in the mirror and said angrily. How did this shape-shifting spell last so long? The wolf ears she cast have long since changed back to 2 golden hairs, and they haven't lasted so long. Wait a minute. Luan in the kitchen responded and walked out with a glass of hot milk and a sandwich, which was breakfast this morning. Looking at Miss Granger who was standing in front of the mirror touching the rabbit ears, he chuckled and picked up the wand and aimed it at the long black rabbit ears. As the azure light flashed by, the pair of rabbit ears also changed back to 2 brown curly hair. I have to say, it felt really good to touch my ears together last night. Seeing her rabbit ears disappear, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to go out to study with a pair of bunny ears. Today is the rest day of the week, so you can relax for the day without going to busy classes. After stepping out of the room of requirement, I walked towards the Hogwarts Great Hall in the mild sunlight. The moment he stepped into the auditorium, the lively atmosphere suddenly appeared in front of him. The little wizards are playing with each other, some are playing Hearthstone and some are playing Werewolf. The Weasley Brothers Werewolf was sold out as soon as it hit the shelves, and even Professor McGonagall bought a set. From what George had heard from the grapevine, Professor McGonagall was probably going to use it for a party at the Three Broomsticks. Speaking of which, you are going to Hogsmeade Village soon. This is the first time for you in the third year to go out. Fred said happily to Lou-Anne and the others. When the little wizards came to the third grade, they would organize a trip to Hogsmeade Village to play, and at that time this was to be signed by the person in charge. After hearing this request, Harry, who was still curious, immediately collapsed. He knew that the Dursleys would not sign the paper. So that meant Harry might be alone at Hogwarts. Lou-Anne, what are you going to do? Thinking of Lou-Anne who was an orphan, Harry hesitated and asked. If Lou-Anne can't go either, just stay with him. Lou-Anne thought for a while and replied. Probably get Professor Flitwick or Professor McGonagall to sign for me. Then can I get Professor McGonagall to sign too? 35. Harry's emerald green eyes lit up, and he seemed to see a glimmer of hope. And in the next moment, Miss Granger ruthlessly extinguished the hope for him. Harry, you and your aunt, Professor McGonagall won't sign it for you. Hermione said softly. Yeah, and the Dursleys myself. For some reason, Harry actually envied Lou-Anne. I always feel that your eyes are very rude. Lou-Anne looked a little hairy, he couldn't stand Harry's gaze. Why can't you sneak out on your own? Fred, who was on the side, lowered his head and lowered his voice and said, It's like this kind of thing, just ask the two of them. You must know that when they are bored every day, the two brothers often don't stay at Hogwarts, but go to Hogsmeade to relax. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many things to do recently, the two of them would have gone to Hogsmeade Village to see the shop by now. Sneak out. Ronald, who was feeding the mice, suddenly raised his head and looked at his two brothers in disbelief. You hide everything from me. You didn't ask us. 35. George shrugged helplessly. Yes, if you ask, we will definitely tell you. Fred took a sip of honey tea and nodded. I don't believe it. Ronald's nose crooked in anger. As the younger brother of these two, he didn't know that what Fred said was perfunctory. If he asks, the other party will definitely say he doesn't know. Watching the Weasley brothers quarreling gradually, Lou-Anne touched Miss Hermione's chin with his fingers and was bitten. It didn't hurt too much, after all, Miss Granger just took a small bite with her small tiger teeth. Compared to the last evil Hermione, it was not worth mentioning at all. It was really painful that time, and I was almost bitten out of blue dragon scales. And at this warm time, a group of owls knocked on the Hogwarts skylight. As the spell was cast, the skylight opened, and a group of colorful owls poured in one after another, and various feathers were scattered in the mid-air of the auditorium. Nasty feathers. Hermione whispered to herself. Because the feathers would mess up her delicate hair and give it a peculiar smell. As the rings shone, their feathers flew elsewhere. This ring is really good, when will you sell it, Lou-Anne? Fred asked with interest. He remembered that Professor Lockhart bought 10 rings at that time and earned a, how good Zhao, gold galleon. It's just a money-sucking tool. Not yet, maybe it will be available for sale next semester. Lou-Anne turned the ring on his finger and chuckled. His home was stolen. At this time, Miss Hermione, who was reading the Daily Prophet, exclaimed. It was an originally gorgeous and noble manor, but at this time it was covered by fire. Wait, look, Lou-Anne, Malfoy Manor has been attacked. At Slytherin's table, Malfoy, who had received a letter, was pale, and it was obvious that he had also seen the headlines of the Daily Prophet. Hearing this sentence, everyone present looked at the dynamic daily newspaper placed in the center of the table. Malfoy Manor was attacked. The technology of these rings is immature, at least not for sale now. Malfoy held the envelope in his hand, pale, his eyes fixed on the newspaper that Crabbe handed over. Goyle and Crabbe, who were beside him, looked timid and did not dare to make a sound. Gryffindor's table and Slytherin's table are very close. Almost as soon as you turn around, you can see the group of small snakes or small lions. So after seeing today's Daily Prophet, wizards who are almost familiar with Draco turned their heads and looked over, with pity and sympathy in their eyes. Who would have thought that the Malfoy family, one of the 28 pure-blooded holy families, would be attacked by a group of dark wizards, and even set the entire luxurious mansion on fire? It seems that Lockhart has something to do recently. After all, even Minister Fudge can't stand the panic. I'm afraid that this group of people who do things in Nocturne Alley every day will be the next Voldemort. Lewin looked at the pale Malfoy and shook his head. It can be seen that this incident brought a lot of shock to his heart. Malfoy he. Harry looked over with a pair of emerald green eyes, not knowing what to say. Although 747 he and Malfoy are very different, even his first kiss was given by him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help clenching his little fist. At this time, Slytherin's long table was rarely silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on the silent pale blonde wizard. Malfoy felt those different glances, but he wasn't in the mood to deal with them now. He was a little absent-minded and opened the envelope in his hand. The letter, which had been sent with the daily paper, was still sealed with the water wax, but it looked a little wrinkled as a whole. It had been squeezed out by Malfoy. As the envelope was opened, Malfoy's eyes gradually widened as he looked at the contents inside, and then he breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This letter was sent to him by Lucius, that is, his father, saying that he had sought the help of Minister Fudge, so there was no need to worry about Malfoy Manor. But who would attack their family? Looking at the gorgeous manor burning in the sea of fire, Dab, Malfoy thought through gritted teeth. Looks like nothing happened to his family. Ronald curled his lips and whispered. Long time no see, you two. Inside the library. Mrs. Pants, who had not seen each other for almost a semester, recognized the two of them when they took the first step in the door. She smiled. The last time you two came to the library was, the last time. Since she could not remember the time, Mrs. Pants thought about it for a while and then gave up. Good afternoon, Mrs. Pants. Lou-En greeted politely as usual. After a brief chat, the little witch dragged Lou-En to the corner of the library. With house elves serving throughout Hogwarts, there's no need to worry about dust collecting in corner locations. Hermione wandered among the tall bookshelves, looking for books she hadn't read and was interested in. The two of them came here today mainly to replenish the inventory of the Room of Requirement. After all, the two of them had already read the book in the cabinet, and it would be a bit boring to continue reading. Okay, this should be enough, we don't have to come back to the library for about half a year. 99. The little witch looked at the books on a table with her hips on her hips, and said with a slightly raised corner of her mouth. These are all carefully selected by her. As for Lou-En, the content of his reading is basically the same as Miss Granger. As long as she likes it, he likes it too. Mrs. Pants will be sad if she hears what you have to say. Lou-En recorded the names of these books on a piece of paper and handed it to Miss Hermione with a smile. Are you two sure you want to borrow so many books? Mrs. Pings looked at the book list in her hand in a daze, and those book titles were full of them. This is simply beyond her imagination. What little wizard can read so many books? Can't I borrow so much? Looking at the stunned Mrs. Pants, Hermione asked softly. No, it's not impossible. Remember to return every book intact, Miss Granger and Mr. Gerald. Mrs. Pants looked at Lou-En who was standing behind him holding a book and said. Of course, Mrs. Pants. Lou-En smiled and nodded. After walking out of the library, the sky was approaching evening, and the burning clouds in the sky were slowly burning like a furnace, and the red sunset was reflected on the black lake. The two were walking on the long bridge of Hogwarts, and Lou-En's eyes subconsciously looked at the distant scenery. Maybe it's getting close to winter, so the forest in the distance is filled with a layer of mist, and it looks like a dream like being in a fairy tale. At this moment, a pure white owl flew over from the sky in the distance, and it seemed to be flying towards this side. "Isn't that your owl?" Hermione blinked and saw the white owl too. "But, wasn't the letter just finished this morning? Why is it here again now?" Before she could ask her doubts, the owl threw a letter over. "Well, from Sirius." 35. Holding the letter, Lewin looked thoughtful. He seemed to know who had attacked Malfoy Manor. Inside the house upon request. "No way, it's been too cold the last few days." Lewin took a few glances and saw only one sentence. As soon as she entered the hut, Hermione couldn't help but light a warm fire. Even the windows were covered with frost, as if winter was coming. Of course, those Dementors who are still wandering are not excluded. For the content of the letter, he now has a guess. "The matter of Malfoy Manor was done by me, Sirius." The envelope was slowly opened, and the contents of the letter were presented in front of his eyes. Lewin hung Slytherin's robe on the hanger, then sat down at the table and opened the letter from Sirius. Looking at the letter in his hand, Lewin saw only one meaning. That's what happened at Malfoy Manor, and that's what he, Sirius, and Senior Tom did together. At that time, Sirius also did not expect that the angry words he casually mentioned would be seriously considered by Tom and implemented. It's just that Lucius and his wife happened not to be at Malfoy Manor, so they only caught a house elf in rags. Before leaving, Sirius also set a fire along the way. He had long disliked Lucius as a Death Eater. "Who wrote you a letter?" Holding a cup of hot coffee, Hermione walked behind him and asked curiously. "It's Sirius, and the letter says he's coming to Hogwarts tomorrow." Lewin chose not to talk about the Malfoy Manor thing, and it's better not to let the little witch know. Miss Granger just needs to enjoy the results. "Didn't Sirius say he was coming to Hogwarts a long time ago?" Hermione took a sip of the hot coffee making her stick out her tongue. "Last time was delayed because of some things. If there is no accident, it should come this time." Lewin threw the letter in his hand into the Shinwei space, and then explained. At that time, because Senior Tom needed some manpower, Sirius was also pulled over as a coolie. The weather has become more and more gloomy in recent days, and the temperature is gradually getting colder. Hogwarts in the early morning was shrouded in a thick white fog, and a trace of frost had formed on the branches. Hermione sat on the inside of the bed wrapped in a warm quilt, her brown eyes watching the mist outside the window. "I don't want to wake up in this weather." She turned her head and glanced at the blonde wizard who was still sleeping beside her, her smart eyes flashing slightly. "Lewin doesn't know anything right now, do you want to do something to him now?" Hermione made a decision after struggling for half a second. "If you don't do it now, you won't have a chance in the future." Thinking of this, she tentatively reached into Lewin's quilt with her white feet. However, before she could move, she felt that her little feet were caught. The smile on Miss Hermione's face froze, and she tugged hard on her little foot, but it didn't move. "What do you want in the morning, my dear Miss Granger?" 99. Lewin half opened his pale blue eyes and asked in a sleepy soft voice. "I just wanted to think." Hermione faltered and couldn't find a reason to argue. The next moment, she felt her body leaning forward slightly, approached Lewin, hugged her and dragged her into a quilt. "That's not good, is it?" Hermione's petite body froze, she was still not used to being so close to Lewin. "Okay, let's go to sleep again." Lewin lowered his head and kissed Hermione's lovely cheek, then whispered in her ear. "But aren't we going to class?" Thinking of today's class schedule, the little witch couldn't help but poked his side face with her long fingers and asked. "Isn't there a time changer? Don't worry." Lewin said indifferently. "If Professor McGonagall knew you were using the time turner like that, she'd be P************* D off." Hermione shook her head helplessly. "This is a tool for learning, but now it is actually used to sleep in. But, it's good to take a nap once in a while." Hermione looked at her little boyfriend with slightly closed eyes. She could clearly feel each other's breathing and each other's heartbeats. She leaned lightly against Luen's chest and rubbed her brown curly hair like a clingy kitten. When I woke up again, it was already noon. Although the fog outside the window has dissipated a little, it is still impossible to see the buildings in the distance. Luen was wearing a white shirt and stretched comfortably while sitting at the dining table. There was still a faint scent from the kitchen, and today's breakfast was prepared by Hermione. Breakfast today is toast, sausage and fried eggs. Hermione came out of the kitchen with a plate in hand with a melodious voice. Her brown curly hair was tied into a low ponytail, and she was wearing a pink-hued apron, which the little witch had bought herself. It's just that this apron has not been used many times because Luen is in charge of cooking most of the time. After breakfast, we used the time turner to take Professor Snape's potions class. For flowers. Miss Granger had already planned everything for today in Luen's arms. The door to the room of requirement. As the golden hourglass slowly turned, and then in the senses of Luen and Hermione, time began to pass rapidly. When I opened my eyes again, the light and shadow in the corridor dimmed, and the surrounding temperature gradually became cold. In this way, Miss Hermione, who was wearing only a pair of black stockings and a black shirt, couldn't help wrapping herself tightly in Gryffindor's red bottom robe. You don't know how to wear more. Luen shook his head with a laugh. Hermione felt the warmth around her as she swung her wand lightly. Point 0. Thanks. Here comes Sirius. To be precise, he has come to the Screaming Shack. Luen had just finished potions class when he received a letter from Sirius. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Luen muttered to himself. But after thinking of Sirius' apparition, he nodded thoughtfully. With apparition, going straight to Hogsmeade Village is a real time saver. If he hadn't wanted a sense of ritual, he would have never taken the Hogwarts train with the little witch. You go back to the room of requirement first, I'm going to do some things in the afternoon. Luen touched the little witch's head and said with a chuckle. 39. Hearing that her boyfriend had something to do, Hermione didn't ask any more questions, but nodded with a smile. After all, there will always be some little secrets between couples, but it is this way that they will never get bored. After saying goodbye to Miss Granger, Luen walked along the fog-shrouded edge of the Forbidden Forest to the place where the beating willow was. For this troublesome willow tree, he chose to directly open the blur. A muffled sound came from behind, and it was a huge willow branch hitting the ground. Luen didn't even look at it, and walked straight to the dark tunnel. Just after walking for a while, he saw a black dog looking at him stubbornly. Sirius Black, the fugitive from Azkaban, has come to Hogwarts. 1. In the dark and damp secret passage, a black dog was standing there and looking at the blonde wizard in front of him. The pair of golden beast pupils did not have the strong hostility they had when they first met. Long time no see, Sirius. Luen took out his wand and cast a fluorescent flash, chuckling and looking at the black dog in front of him. If it wasn't for his perception being greatly strengthened, Sirius in front of him might not necessarily be able to see it. The black fur blends Sirius into the darkness around him, making it impossible to tell unless you look closely. It's Luen. Sure enough, he knew the Shrieking Shack tunnel was under the Punching Willow. You must know that in the letter, Sirius only wrote that he would meet at the Screaming Shack in Hogsmeade Village, and he did not say that he would meet in the secret passage of the Screaming Shack. It seems that he, 750, knows no less at Hogwarts than the four of them know. A flash of reminiscence flashed in his eyes as he thought of James and Lupin when he was young. The time at school was simply the happiest time. I usually play pranks when I have nothing to do, or follow James to bully Snape's slug. With the release of AF*CK Gus's form, Sirius Black in a brown coat stood in place. After almost a month's absence, the exhaustion and sleepiness on his face can no longer be seen, and even the originally messy long hair has been carefully taken care of. Hey Luen, how did you discover this secret passage? As soon as they met, Sirius couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked aloud. This secret way? Luan thought about it and took out the Marauder's map from the Shenwei space, and threw it directly to him. The map clearly marked the mysterious passage under the willow, but the destination was not drawn. I didn't expect you to even get the Marauder's map. Sirius stared wide-eyed at the folded map in his hand, and exclaimed in disbelief. The three of them took a long time to make this map specifically for pranks. As for Peter Pettigrew, he has selectively forgotten about it. That timid rat has nothing to remember. After all, the three of them protected Peter Pettigrew from being bullied, but what about him? He betrayed James and Lily with a whistleblower. That damn rat. When Sirius saw Wormtail on Marauder's map, his expression gradually became hideous. This map was stolen by the Weasley brothers from Filch's holding cell and ended up being given to me as a gift. Luan, holding a wand that flashed blue light, walked slowly past Sirius's side. This is not a good place to chat, let's go to the Screaming Shack first. After hearing this sentence, Sirius turned around and followed in the footsteps of the little wizard in front. Looking at this slightly thin figure, he subconsciously remembered the Tom in Nocturne Alley. That wizard from Slytherin had absolute ambition and means, and it was he who planned the recent attack on Malfoy Manor. Little Sirius did not expect that his momentary angry words would be taken seriously. But after the event was over, looking at the flaming gorgeous manor, I was still very relieved. It was a pity that Lucius Malfoy was not in the manor that day, so Tom only caught a house elf in rags. Inside the Screaming Shack. Since the last time she was here, Miss Hermione had cleaned it with a spell, so there was not much dust in the whole dilapidated house. Sirius sat at the wooden table with a corner missing, his fingers lightly tapped on the table, making a rhythmic sound. Opposite him is Luan, who is bowing his head in contemplation. Sirius told him about the current progress of Nocturne Alley. Although it is not completely under control, at least Tom and the others' forces cannot be underestimated. Looks like it's time for Senior Tom to cooperate with Lockhart. After all, the current Lockhart is only a captain of a small Auror organization, not a high-level ministry of magic at all. When are we going to catch that cowardly mouse? In the silence, Sirius suddenly asked with a voice. Peter Pettigrew. Now is not the time. Luan shook his head and said. Peter Pettigrew now exists, long believed to have died in that explosion a few years ago. If Sirius finds Dumbledore to explain, it is estimated that the other party will also be suspicious. Dumbledore isn't omnipotent either. Then when do I have to wait, until that damned rat dies of old age? Speaking of this matter, little Sirius couldn't even suppress his inner excitement. Why don't I just go to the Gryffindor's lounge to find it and kill it? He said in an angry voice. Think about the consequences before doing anything, think about your godson, you don't want him being bullied by Malfoy. Luan took out 2 glasses of butterbeer from the Shenwei space and handed a glass to the angry Sirius. And, going to Hogsmeade Village recently, Harry doesn't have anyone in charge to sign him point 39. Hearing this sentence, Sirius fell silent. After escaping Azkaban, he went to Privet Drive to see Harry's condition, and naturally he knew the Dursley family's bad attitude towards Harry. It is simply unimaginable how he has lived in that family for more than 10 years. 0.1 It's easy to get Peter Pettigrew to confess, but you have to let everyone else know he's alive before you do it again. Luan looked at Sirius with pale blue eyes and said. I'll go to Gryffindor and change it back now. Sirius raised his head and said fiercely. Don't worry, there is no need to scare the snake now. Luan shook his head, and then took out another bottle of dark green potion from the space, which looked like poison. What is this? Sirius asked suspiciously, although he didn't know him, he felt something was wrong just by looking at the color. Peter Pettigrew's compound, maybe you'll need it. Luan said softly. He knew that Sirius knew what to do next. Peter Pettigrew's compounding. When Sirius heard this, he stared at Luan with wide eyes. He still knows some steps for the production of compound medicines. One of the most critical materials is the human hair that needs to be turned into, which means, he has already been in contact with that timid mouse. You must know that the brewing time of compound medicine is very long, usually in months. The compound medicine is given to you, you should know what to do next, right? Lewin could see Sirius's doubts, but he did not explain, but asked directly. Peter Pettigrew's hair has a lot of hair in his storage room. As for the compound medicine, he brewed a dozen bottles when he had nothing to do in the first grade. You mean, let me pretend to be Peter Pettigrew and let other people realize he's alive? Sirius held the green potion in his hand, and after a little thought, he understood. Now Peter Pettigrew is still living as a mouse beside the Weasley family, terrified. If the current Sirius directly passes by, it is likely to let it run away directly, and it will be difficult to find at that time. So the safest way is to let Dumbledore realize that Peter Pettigrew is still alive. Then who is my first target, Headmaster Dumbledore? Sirius frowned and asked in a slightly hoarse voice. Dumbledore? No. You should go to Professor Snape. 99. Lewin said with a chuckle and shook his head. He had attacked Quirrell once under the identity of Peter Pettigrew, and as expected, Quirrell must have told Snape and Dumbledore that Pettigrew was still alive. They may have long suspected Peter Pettigrew's survival, and now all they have to do is to make Sirius a good fire. Let Snape and the others fully realize that Quirrell, who died 2 years ago, was not lying. After all, with the exposure of Voldemort on the back of Quirrell's head, the credibility of what he said has dropped a lot. Severus, that slug. Sirius took a sip of butterbeer, still the familiar taste. I don't know what Snape has become now. To this day, Sirius still remembers the scene where he and James and the others used a spell invented by Snape to hang him upside down on a tree. Thinking of this, he slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Give me the location of Severus' office, and I'll pay him a good visit tonight. Sirius picked up the green potion and turned his head to Lewin. After walking out of the dark secret passage, the thick fog shrouded in Hogwarts did not diminish at all, and the moonlight in the night sky disappeared. Holding a flickering wand, Lewin walked slowly on the edge of the overgrown forbidden forest, a pair of pale blue eyes looking into the distance thoughtfully. I don't know how Snape would react after seeing Peter Pettigrew. But when it comes to Snape, it seems that the resurrection of Lily will soon be on the agenda. After all, their dean's birthday is coming soon. On his birthday, be sure to give him a big surprise. After the cold wind blew for a while outside, Lewin activated the teleportation. As the mist turned into an irregular vortex, his body was gradually inhaled. At the same time, in the silent 8th-floor corridor, Lewin's figure gradually emerged. However, before he was ready to open the room of requirement, a slight sound rang behind him. This sound was very light. If it wasn't for his hearing being strengthened by the Dragon Slayer crystal, he probably wouldn't have heard it. When Lewin turned his head, he saw a scrawny black cat with dark gray fur, standing quietly behind him, with a pair of smart eyes staring at him. It's Mrs. Norris. Since the cat was here, that meant Filch's pesky watchdog was also nearby. Be obedient and go back to your master. Lewin's eyes flashed with scarlet scythes, and he said softly with a smile. And Mrs. Norris, who was about to scream, was stunned. It slowly raised the cat's head, and the original eyes had been replaced by scarlet kaleidoscopes. Looking at Mrs. Norris who was walking away, Lewin shrugged and opened the door of the room of requirement. As soon as he stepped into the cozy cabin, he was stunned. I don't know when, Miss Hermione has fallen asleep on the table, the whole table is full of books, looking a little messy. There was a book and a notebook under her cheek, and an ink-stained quill was held in her small white hand. Miss Granger went to bed so early today. Lewin walked gently beside her, raised his head and glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. It's only about 10 o'clock at night. But after remembering that he had used the time converter this morning, he nodded knowingly. Then he picked Hermione up in a princess hug and walked towards the big bed. Lewin. Hermione seemed to feel something. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, raised her head slightly and saw her little boyfriend. "Well, I'm always there." Luen fondly touched her smooth forehead with his head, and whispered in her ear. "You go to bed first, I'll clean up the things on the table first." "Aha." Looking at the blonde back who was cleaning the table, Hermione closed her eyes and nodded with the corners of her mouth raised. And this time, Sirius twitched his nose, and the unpleasant smell made him a little nauseated. "Is this really a compound potion and not some kind of poison?" Looking at the potion in the green bottle, he gritted his teeth and drank it. Puff. As soon as he took the first sip, Sirius couldn't help spitting out 750. "Is this really something people drink?" Fortunately, the medicine started to take effect. The next moment, his stature began to shrink gradually, and his stomach bulged. Messy dry hair, wretched face. Boom! Sirius resisted the anger in his heart and smashed the mirror in front of him with a punch. "Now is not the time to think about it, let's hurry up and find Snape. If I remember correctly, the compound medicine should be time-effective." Hogwarts basement. A black dog zips through the darkness, his **CK Gus body does not turn into a mouse. Inside Snape's office. Snape was standing at the desk, holding the materials on the side into the cauldron, with spider legs, seeds of bitter gourd. "This pot is full of wolf poison potions that Lupin needs." It is worth noting that there is also an old photo frame placed on the solid wood table. It was a little witch with a smile and green eyes. There was a knock on the door. "This is Alla hole open. Long time no see Slug, I didn't think I was still alive." Snape frowned slightly and looked at the door of the room. "It's so late and I don't know who will come to him." But before Snape could speak, the wooden door slammed open. A laughing voice that made him unforgettable sounded. "And right now. Slug." And this familiar voice. It's the coward who only hides behind him. Snape looked up, wand clenched in his hand, his cold eyes filled with shock and anger. The open door was creaked by the cold wind in the corridor, and a short, fat and wretched figure stood in front of the door, looking at him with a sneer. Peter Pettigrew. Snape suppressed his emotions and slowly said the name of the person in front of him. He wasn't dead, and it seems that what Quirrell said at the time was true. "I didn't expect you to remember my name now, Slug." Sirius, no, it was Peter Pettigrew, who was holding his wisteria wand at Snape, who was standing opposite, he said in a slightly mocking voice. "This wand was snatched from the wizard in Nocturne Alley, and it was easy to use." "Oh, I didn't expect you to be alive." Looking at the ugly man in front of him, Snape said in a mocking tone. "I thought Quirrell was lying to me, but now it's true. You were the one who attacked him." "Who is Quirrell?" Sirius narrowed his eyes in confusion. He had been locked up in Azkaban for 7 or 8 years, and naturally he didn't know the name. Haven't waited for him to react. The opposite Snape looked at Peter Pettigrew in a daze, and instantly picked up the wand on the table and aimed it at his ugly head. "You are really as useless as before, you will only hide behind the 3 of them." Snape looked at the wary Peter Pettigrew with a sarcastic smile on his lips. "But I'm still very happy to see you dare to appear in front of me without dying." "Happy?" Sirius looked vigilantly at Snape in front of him. He always felt that the other party knew something. "What happened when he was imprisoned in Azkaban? Answer me a question, Peter Pettigrew." Snape walked slowly from the back of the desk, his wand was ready to go, and he couldn't help taking a deep breath when he remembered what he wanted to know. "Tell me, Lily's safe house, did you leak it to Voldemort?" 39. He couldn't hold back his anger-filled mood, and a trembling low voice sounded in the silent classroom. Like a volcano about to erupt, it could erupt anytime, anywhere. However, after hearing this question, the opposite Sirius was completely stupid. Wasn't it supposed to be revealed by him? Why would Snape know the truth about this? Up to now, the situation in front of him has exceeded his imagination. Looking at Peter Pettigrew, who was silent and didn't refute, Snape couldn't hold back his sneer anymore. His cheeks were trembling because his teeth were too hard, and even the stable wand in his hand began to float slightly, all of which showed that his heart was not at peace. "Yes, I did it, Peter Pettigrew." 35. Sirius also came to his senses at this time. The current matter is too complicated, he can't think clearly at all. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Anyway, his purpose here was to let Snape know that Peter Pettigrew was the ultimate murderer. But he really didn't expect that the other party had already said everything when he came here. And it's true. The person who leaked the secret back then, was it really you? Snape's pent-up emotions finally exploded after seeing him admit it. Avada Kedavra. The wand in his hand flashed a dark green light, which was one of the 3 unforgivable curses, the life-threatening curse. Damn it! Sirius hurriedly used the flying curse to pull the door panel in front of him to resist the attack of the life-sucking curse. How did you know about this? Hiding behind the door panel, he still couldn't help shouting loudly. Shenfeng Wuying Dash. Snape didn't want to answer the question at all, his teeth rattled, and as the wand shook, a sharp green light flew fiercely towards the plank. There is only one thought in his mind right now, and that is to tear Peter Pettigrew to pieces. Looking at the flying green curse, Sirius frantically controlled his fat body and rolled to the side. The ornate door was cut in half, and even a deep mark appeared on the stone floor. If he hadn't escaped just now, he would have completely explained it here. Fortunately, he was not doing things for nothing in Nocturne Alley for so many days. He followed Tom to deal with the Dark Wizard every day, and his awareness of dealing with the situation was naturally not bad. Thunderbolt explosion. Sirius couldn't stand it anymore, and he swung his wand at Snape. The solid wood desk was torn apart, and the picture of the little witch was blown into the air. The azure light shone, and Snape used his armor just in time, and the blast spell did no harm to him. The whole office became a mess for a while, and the dust accumulated on the ceiling fell one after another. Snape subconsciously covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve. It's just that after the dust cleared, there was no one at the door for a long time. Peter Pettigrew ran away. "Professor Snape, what's going on?" A hurried voice, from Zhao Li, came. Filch was holding Mrs. Norris and watching the scene in shock. What the hell happened? "You go and tell Dumbledore that Peter Pettigrew isn't dead and infiltrated the castle." 99. Snape picked up the torn photo, and after a moment of silence he spoke in a hoarse voice. "Peter Pettigrew, not dead." Filch's eyes widened and he repeated in disbelief. Snape didn't have time to talk about the shocked Filch, he turned his attention to the photo in his hand. "This photo has been bombed by half, and even the magic spell can't repair it. Because that half has been blown to ashes. Peter Pettigrew." He clenched his fists so hard that his complexion turned pale. "I must kill you." Hogwarts at night. A black dog quickly shuttled through the stairs, and quickly flew out of the main building of Hogwarts. Under the foggy sky, everything in the Forbidden Forest seems very mysterious and dangerous. Sirius sat on the ground panting next to a thick pine needle tree. Damn, why is Snape so emotional? And, how on earth did he know the truth of this matter? Sirius stared at the calm water pool and could not help but half squinted his eyes. It seems that a lot has happened during the time he was imprisoned in Azkaban. At this moment, his eyes narrowed slightly. The originally peaceful water pool without ripples was slowly freezing, the cold air gradually rose, and the surrounding environment became extremely cold. "It's those guys," Sirius muttered to himself in disgust. Looking at the wilting flowers at hand, he couldn't think of any creatures that could cause this, except those dementors who lived on the pleasures of sucking people. When I looked up, all I saw was a vast expanse of white fog, and there was no way to judge their orientation. In desperation, he could only cast his Patronus charm 750. Under the white mist, he walked in the direction of the punching willow. "Get up, Miss Rabbit." Lu-en pinched the tip of Miss Hermione's nose, and soon the girl's brown eyes were half open. "Miss Rabbit?" Hermione blinked her beautiful eyes and understood the meaning of the name. Lu-en always has a lot of ways to call her. Still, she didn't hate it, or rather enjoyed it. "You get up first, I'll make breakfast today." Seeing the little witch woke up, Lu-en raised the corner of his mouth and walked into the kitchen. "Okay, Mr. Wolf." Hermione chuckled softly, then sat up half properly with her petite body propped up. A pair of smart brown eyes looked out the window. Yesterday's heavy fog had dissipated, and they could clearly see the forbidden forest in the distance from here. The morning glow like broken gold gently sprinkled on Hogwarts, like the gold foil embellishment on the pastry, adding a touch of artistic conception to the beautiful scenery. "The weather is so nice today." The little witch raised the corners of her mouth and muttered to herself softly. After putting on the clothes that were placed beside the bed, she quickly walked to the floor-to-ceiling mirror and tidied up her messy brown curly hair. And Lu-en also came out with breakfast at this time. The apron on his body had taken off, revealing the black shirt and red tie that were covered. This suit was specially chosen for him by Miss Granger, because it looked like a couple's outfit with hers. "Come for breakfast." Lu-en placed the golden and crispy toast and omelette, the sausages on the plate, and poured 2 glasses of milk with the floating charm. "That's it for a simple breakfast." Speaking of which, the two have never eaten in the Great Hall of Hogwarts since the time turner was used. Because it takes an hour to get up every day than usual, for example, it is now around 7:30, and if I go to the auditorium for dinner, it will take another half an hour. Better to just do it yourself. By the way, Professor McGonagall said we're going to Hogsmeade today. The girl who took a bite of the fried egg suddenly remembered something and said to Lu-en. Because Lu-en left too early last night, he didn't wait for Professor McGonagall's notice and didn't know the news of going to Hogsmeade Village. "Are you going today?" After thinking about it, Lu-en put down the silver fork and took out a responsibility book from the space. There is a signature written in a quill pen on it, the handwriting of Professor Flitwick. Fortunately, he was ready a day in advance. Professor McGonagall, Dab, said the time was 9 o'clock this morning. So the two of them went to the east gate of Hogwarts to gather after a short rest after eating. Because Hogsmeade Village is in the northeast of Hogwarts, the distance is also very close, and it takes almost half an hour to get there. In front of the fountain at the east gate. A lot of little wizards have gathered here, and their faces are full of curiosity and anticipation, because not everyone has been to Hogsmeade Village. And this is also in a sense, they are out of school for the first time. In the crowd, Lu-en saw Harry bowing his head and Ronald comforting beside him. It appears that the Dursleys hadn't signed him. "Here, Lu-en." Ronald waved his hand quickly after seeing Lu-en's figure. This time they went out together, and of course Lu-en and Hermione played together. "Ah, good morning, you two." Harry also raised his head and greeted with a forced smile. If nothing else, he really can't go this time. Just stay at Hogwarts and be alone. Don't be discouraged, you might be able to go to Professor Lupin and learn how to deal with Dementors. Hermione comforted from the side. They all knew that Harry had an inexplicable fear of Dementors, and it was better to overcome it during this period of time than to be afraid all the time. The way to deal with Dementors? Hearing this, Harry gradually perked up. He really wanted to know what to do with those nasty Dementors. It's like calling the God's Guard. Hermione experimented on him with her wand, and an azure blue rabbit appeared in midair. "This was given to me by Lu-en," she said a little ostentatiously. "Oh, nice Patronus, I'll give you extra points if you're in class, Miss Granger." Professor McGonagall's surprised voice came from behind, and a gloomy Filch was standing beside her. "He still hasn't recovered from what happened last night." After all, what Snape said at that time was really incredible. "Professor, I can go dash." Harry held the unsigned liability note and asked reluctantly. Although there is no hope, but still have to struggle. Sorry Mr. Potter, there's no way out without a signature. Professor McGonagall shook his head regretfully. Then, she said loudly. Now everyone hand in their note, it's time for us to go to Hogsmeade, 55. Okay little wizards, now hand over the responsibility note in your hands to Mr. Argus, and then stand in an orderly line. Professor McGonagall shouted. Filch, who was standing beside her, took over the signed papers. He was also one of the people responsible for the accompanying trip, and the other was Professor McGonagall. Luen also handed his paper to the gloomy Filch, who didn't know anything about what happened last night. After all, he was sleeping with his warm little hug pillow last night. Professor Flitwick. Filch glanced at the fancy signature font on this piece of paper and was slightly taken aback. How could someone else be the professor of that magic spell? It was the first time he had seen him at Hogwarts in so many years. And he also knew the blonde wizard in front of him, and Filch remembered that the other party seemed to be an orphan. As each piece of signed paper was handed to Filch, he turned around and led the little wizards out of the city gate and walked outside. Looking at the backs of the group leaving, Harry sighed helplessly. What can he do? He is also desperate. Now it seems that the only way to go to Professor Lupin is to learn what Hermione said about the Guardian of the Gods. Thinking of this incident, he felt a little better. Hogsmeade Village is not far from Hogwarts. It only takes half an hour to walk there. If you use a broom, it will be shortened to 5 minutes. Unfortunately, Professor McGonagall strictly rejects this unreliable opinion. She didn't want to see someone have an accident. Walking out of the gate of Hogwarts, Lewin could see 2 Dementors floating in the distance, staring at the gate like a watchdog. These Dementors are all here to search Sirius, but unfortunately the damn fugitive has not been found yet, as if he had disappeared into this world. It seems that this is the benefit of the illegal F***ck Gus. Lewin couldn't help thinking. Speaking of which, his F***ck Gus didn't go to the Ministry of Magic to register, or who would register as a serious person. Not to mention that his F***ck Gus is a brontosaurus, a creature that doesn't even exist in this world. Looking at the blue sky, the mild sunlight made Lewin subconsciously cover his eyes. The weather today is 2 extremes compared to yesterday. He and Hermione chose to fall behind the crowd, while Ronald followed Neville with them. Hermione seemed to be in a good mood, her brown eyes happily admiring the scenery along the way. The hazy morning mist was looming, and dewdrops were still hanging on the treetops. The village of Hogsmeade is just ahead. Hermione pulled Lewin's hand at this time and said expectantly. She knew the area in front of her because it was a path from the Shrieking Shack to Hogsmeade, and she remembered it when she came. We should have brought Harry over from the Shrieking Shack. Thinking of the secret passage in the Shrieking Shack, Hermione's eyes lit up slightly. It's not so easy to beat the willow. It's good that Harry doesn't get beaten to death by the thick wicker. Lewin shook his head in response. You must know that Harry and Ronald were almost killed by a car at the time. If the beating willow were to meet the 2 of them, it was estimated that the enemy family met. Wait until after Hogsmeade Village. A group of little wizards are like birds out of their cages, spreading out to find their interesting shops. Neville and Ronald followed behind Luen, pointing at the surrounding shops. Hey, do you want candy? I know there's a nice shop here. Ronald, who has been here several times, said happily to several people. Although it's a pity that Harry couldn't come with them, but now that they're here, it's better to have a good day. Did you mean Honeyduck's shop? Hermione thought about it and asked. She remembered that on her last birthday, she once went to the store to buy 2 large pieces of chocolate, and she was worried that she would gain weight. But the candy in that store tasted really good. Flowers. How do you know? Ronald scratched his head and asked in confusion. Of course this matter is a secret. Hermione hugged Lewin's arm and said with a smile. I don't know why, Ronald always felt that it was a wrong choice to follow this young couple. It would be better for him and Neville to go shopping. When I came to Honey Duke's store, it was already full of little wizards, and they all saw the sign of candy and came over. Lewin used his wand to cast a shielding spell on himself and Hermione to avoid being squeezed by the others. Then I walked into this famous candy store. The shelves inside are filled with candies of all kinds, multi-flavored beans of all kinds, honey buckets that glisten in the sun, and fancy chocolate fountains. 0. It's like a dream shop. After buying some honey candies, a few people walked out of the crowded store. No way, there are too many people inside. When he reached a clothing store, Lewin's footsteps paused a little. He turned to look at Miss Granger, looking thoughtful. "Ronald, please go to the prop store first, we too will have a look at the clothing store." Lewin turned his head sideways and said with a chuckle. "Clothing store?" Hermione froze slightly. "Didn't you just buy clothes some time ago?" Thinking of the black stockings last time, her fair complexion gradually turned crimson. "Won't buy these things again." He knows the name of this product, it seems to be one of the biggest brands in the international wizarding world, and the clothes inside are also very expensive, clothing store. He said happily. Luen smiled and pulled her little hand, saying so. Ronald raised his head and glanced at the shop on the street, the elegant wizard robe shop. "Okay, then Neville and I will look elsewhere." "Come on, Miss Granger, since you're here, why don't you buy something?" However, Ronald is still very willing to be able to stay away from this young couple. Walking around, the time passed quickly. Hogsmeade Village also ushered in the sunset. The sunset glow dyed the entire wizarding village, and it seemed to be burning fiercely. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the little wizards who had been playing all day were also ready to gather back. Ronald stood at the back of the line, his hands full of various snacks. According to him, these were all for Harry to make up for not being able to come to Hogsmeade. I don't know if Harry's mood will be good or not, but Lewin feels that he shouldn't be able to laugh. Hermione, who was standing beside her, also lowered her head with a blushing face, trying not to let others see her strangeness. Since the clothing store came out, Miss Granger has been transformed into this scared little ostrich. No way, the clothes Luen chose for her were really 750, too bold, and according to him, these were prepared for next year's events. Next year's event, doesn't that mean she's going to be an adult? Thinking of this, Hermione lightly bit her lower lip with her small tiger teeth, and the base of her ear had long been like a red apple, looking very attractive. Makes one want to take a bite involuntarily. Unfortunately, Luen, who was chatting and laughing with Neville and the others, didn't notice it. Otherwise, Miss Hermione's small ears will probably be touched all the way. When we got back to Hogwarts, it was getting dark. So Professor McGonagall brought everyone directly into the auditorium to prepare for today's dinner. The bright candles floated in the air, as if they were hung on the top by thin lines. If it was the first time to see it, it would look very incredible. But Luen and the others have been watching it for almost 3 years, and they have long been accustomed to it. The candles are pulled up by the house elves with a floating charm every day as the night approaches. But what Luen didn't expect was that the professor's seat was full of people today, even Snape, who had never been seen, and Headmaster Dumbledore smiled and nodded to McGonagall and the little wizard behind him. What's going on? Why are the professors in the auditorium? Has something happened? Hermione rubbed her still hot face and asked in a low voice to her blonde boyfriend beside her. Her brown eyes were full of doubts at this time. You know, except for some big scenes, some professors don't come to the auditorium for dinner, such as Snape and Hagrid from the new Conservation of Magical Creatures class. Yes, even Hagrid is here. Hanin's face was full of seriousness. Gryffindor's table. Fred and Harry had already taken their seats, and after seeing Luen, they vacated 2 seats a little. Luen sat next to Fred, and Hermione sat next to Ginny, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. There seems to be a rumor recently that Ginny is in a relationship with Harry's roommate, and I don't know if it's true or not. However, in Hermione's view, this passage is very likely to be a rumor that the guy Lee Jordan wore out. After all, she was the victim. Thinking of that incident, Hermione couldn't help gnashing her teeth. How is it, the trip to Hogsmeade Village is not bad? Fred asked with a smile. Long before Luann left, they wrote him a travel guide to Hogsmeade. But Luann forgot to use it. It's all right. By the way, do you know what happened tonight? Luann shrugged, then asked Gemini slightly curiously. The twin brothers are definitely the most well-informed, and they are almost always the first to know about anything. We don't know either, but from the serious expression on Headmaster Dumbledore's face, it's probably related to the Azkaban fugitives. George interjected at this time. A fugitive from Azkaban? Hearing this, Harry immediately straightened his ears and regained his senses. He was silent at Ronald, who was chattering about Hogsmeade. Isn't Azkaban's fugitive his godfather, Sirius? Could it be? Sirius was caught or sneaked into Hogwarts. Harry widened his emerald green eyes and looked at Luann nervously. He knew Luann definitely had news of Sirius. Unfortunately, Luann doesn't know either. After all, he gave Sirius a bottle of compound medicine last night, and then the room of requirement would hug his little girlfriend to sleep on the pillow. Noticing Harry's gaze, Luann shook his head slightly. With Sirius' strength, he shouldn't be caught by Snape, probably. After the few little wizards in the back had all arrived, the door of the auditorium was quietly closed, and the candlelight swaying in the air was particularly dazzling. The whole hall was lively and lively. The next moment, Dumbledore held the silver fork and knocked on the goblet. The sound was very imposing and slight, but it could clearly reach everyone's ears. Luann looked up and looked over with pale blue eyes. He also wanted to know what had happened recently. Little wizards, although I don't really want to disturb everyone's meal, I have to say one thing before this dinner begins. Headmaster Dumbledore folded his hands on the table, his expression gradually serious under the half-moon glasses. The whispers in the auditorium disappeared, and all the wizards looked at Headmaster Dumbledore. Even Professor McGonagall was puzzled, apparently she didn't know what was going on. But seeing Hagrid sitting beside her also had a serious face, and she didn't show any doubts on her face. Now in Hogwarts, there is an extremely dangerous figure 0.1, and he is Sirius Black. Ronald exclaimed, attracting the attention of several people around him. Harry glared at him disapprovingly. Besides Sirius Black, who else could be in danger? Could it be Voldemort? Ronald shrugged helplessly. In his pocket, a khaki mouse also showed a small head, and looked at Dumbledore with green bean-like eyes. He was also waiting for that answer. He is Peter Pettigrew. Dumbledore said softly, his eyes flat, as if the name didn't come as a surprise to him. But after hearing the name, Banban's eyes widened immediately. What's the situation? How did I expose it? Bureau G.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.